Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Joined My Harem Academia Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Shaking the last of the water off his umbrella, Izuku and Itsuka walked slowly into the locker hall. I'm already tired and it's still morning. The attention he received on the train to school simply overwhelmed him. She saw him looking around for something or someone and said, "Looking for Ida." Itsuka grinned wearily and said, "I can relate to that. I was in the female carriage and all the girls were crowding me." Izuku scowled as he put away his umbrella and said, yeah. He had just learned that Ida's brother had been hospitalized after coming into contact with the hero killer while on patrol. "I'm worried about him after I heard what happened to his brother on the news." The martial artist hummed, "I think he might take a few more days off since his brother's in the hospital and have to be with his family at the moment." He assumed she was correct. Until they arrive at their classroom, where everyone is talking about their walk to school, they all walk together in silence. Toru clenched her hands to her face and said, "I got so embarrassed. Everybody was staring at me so intently." "Yeah, me too," Mina noted as she gestured to herself. Kami sighed wearily. "Some kept asking me for lines. The normies were hitting on me." Setsuna questioned her, "Did you take theirs?" The blonde bombshell huffed, "No way, fam." Kaoruko remarked, "We became the centers of attention." Ochako stumbled into the classroom, looking stunned, saying, "Yue really is amazing." With a slight chuckle, Itsuka speculated, "You got ambushed by fans on your way here?" The Gravity Girl simply nodded and waved to Izuku before noticing a change. The Gravity Girl said, "Oh, you don't have sling today." After carefully moving his bandaged arms and flexing them a little, Izuku said, "Hi, it feels a little better now. I think it'll take a few more days until I take them off." Suyu examined them and said, "I'm glad you were able to take off your sling." Thank, as, the frog girl interrupted the nerd, saying, "Call me Suyu." "SSS sorry, as, Suyu." Izuku, with a sheepish head rub, exclaimed. Slowly, the final student enters the classroom. Toru asked her inquisitively, Yanagi, did something happen on your way here?" to see if she had gone through the same thing that everyone else had. Reiko slowly responded, setting her bag aside on her desk, "Some people tried to speak to me but I ignored them." She then turned to face Izuku, which made the boy fidget. Izuku asked humbly, hello, as he wondered why she was just staring at him. As she opened her bag to retrieve a magazine, the white-haired girl said slowly, "Good morning, Midoriya. You are planning to build your muscles up, right? I believe this magazine might help you because it's filled with all info from strictest workout to diet." Her words. Oh, thank you, that's nice of you." The hero otaku slowly fades away as he looks at the magazine cover, which features a stereotypical bronze bodybuilder with the vibrant title, Muscle. Be a bodybuilder. With brief messages, surefire techniques, fantastic bronze artwork. To fit your package, choose the appropriate speedo. His words were completely blank. After finishing her piece, Reiko said, "Make sure you follow everything in it. I want you to be like that in a few years." Make him interested in finishing the first phase of a bodybuilder's body. The magazine in his hands made Izuku perspire. "I think she's strange but nice." Reiko is one of the few people he can't read, he acknowledged. Morning, everyone. Yu followed Shino into the classroom, and all of her students sat down. Today our hero informatics period will be a little special for everyone. "I hope it's not a pop quiz," Mina said, crossing her fingers. Kami winced at her aching leg muscle and said, "I want to make some moves on Izuku, but I don't want to do anything physical just yet." "Your hero names." The homeroom teacher grinned and clapped her hands together, saying, "We will create code names." Most students cheered loudly, "Oh my Kami, yes," which caused Yu to complain infuriatingly and Shino to laugh amusedly. "Settle down, girls and boy." Shino extended her hands in a slight up and down motion. "This is related to the draft nominations by pros we mentioned the other day. It will build up some experience in your adaptable fighting ability. You won't be judged for nominations until during your sophomore and senior years. It's more like expressions of interest in your future potential." Before she shriveled up at her old memories with a low mutter, Yu said, "And it's not uncommon that most interest dried up by graduation or some just dropped under some circumstances. Fucking bastards, I went through hard time to find an agency for years." As the students shivered at the muttering blonde pro-hero, Shino continued, The tally of nomination is as follows, before turning to write something on the blackboard. This woman is not someone they wish to emulate. Todoroki received over 4,000 nominations, with Bakugo trailing by 1,000. The results are more balanced, but this year, all the attention leaned towards 2 people. Setsuna whined obnoxiously, "Damn, this many?" Her name is not on the list, which is understandable given that she was given no opportunities at the sport festival. Though, first and second places are reversed. They must be scared off by the sight of Bakugo in chains, Abara thought. Katsuki growled, "Pros ain't gonna be scared." Instead, Ochako enthusiastically shook Izuku's shoulders and exclaimed, "Wow! You got some nominations? 200s. The nerd was taken aback by the number of nominations, as he had assumed that his quirk would prevent him from receiving any. "Regardless of whether or not you received any nominations, we'll be having you all go get some workplace experience." Shino continued, "While you all have experienced a bit of the world of pros. Some know that the USJ incident was referred to her, but I believe experiencing the activities of pros firsthand will prove to be more fruitful training than before." With a raised hand, Kashiko asked, "And because of that, we need hero codes?" Her sensei nodded. Suddenly, things have become enjoyable, the Gravity Girl smiled. Yu's face turned sour as she said, "Of course, placeholder names are fine, too, but something appropriate," before a familiar voice interrupted. "The names you pick now. The names you come to be known by the world as now, in many cases, they stay that way after becoming pros." Midnight stormed into the classroom without warning, flashing her assets in a few sultry poses. "Because if not, it'll be hell from there," she said. "Midnight." A few pupils exclaimed. "That's right, she will evaluate your naming sense." Shino replied, "The way your future end up will approach the image projected by the names you choose. It's all down to an old phase, name and natures often agree. For example, All Might." After Yu distributed the postcard, the students began to consider their code names. Take one and pass the rest behind you. Curious, Setsuna looked over her shoulder and asked, "Uraraka, what are you going to name yourself?" Ochako smiled and said, "It's a surprise. Are you going to choose Arm Fall Off Woman?" "Kyaa, don't mention this name," the green-haired girl screamed in embarrassment, with a few other girls laughing at the sight. "All right, it's almost time for those who are ready to present their names for the class," says Midnight after 15 minutes or so have passed. Before presenting her board to the class, Mina sported a broad smile and said, "Me, I'm first. Call me Alien Queen." Someone yelled, "You're aiming for the image of that super acidic blood thing. Quit while you're ahead." Most people yelled, and Midnight told her to try again. Mina clicked her tongue and plodded back to her seat, saying, "TCH. You fool. Everything is strange now. With those names." The girls looked at their desks and said, "It's like we're doing some comedy routine or something." Before approaching the front, Suyu held up her hand and asked, "Is it okay if I go next? I've known since elementary school what name I'd be. Froppy." She clapped and exclaimed, "That's adorable, it's great, it's a nice friendly feel. Use her well-liked model as a guide for your own names, okay?" she said. "I chose Gorgon, based on an old myth of snake women who can turn people to stone with a gaze," Habuko said, tensing up as he took his turn. "Ah, that sure fit you because your quirk is similar to the Gorgon sisters' ability to freeze people with a gaze." Midnight nodded with approval. "You know, since some people may think you as a villain on this name because the Gorgons were villains in the myth, you can change your code names any time. After all, it's uncommon for pro heroes to change their names after graduation. I think you're too late on this one because everyone outside of school thinks I'm a villain because of my look." The snake girl nodded shyly and went back to her seat. After looking around the classroom, the R-rated heroine asked, "Who's next?" Itsuka held up her hand and said, "Kendo, come up here." Itsuka introduced herself to the class, saying, "Battle Fist, the martial heroine." Fist. Midnight looked up. Is that out of respect for these battle heroes who have took up Fist as moniker? The orange-haired girl answered, "Yes, I admire Jack Fist, Lee Fist, and Steel Fist because they employ martial art rather than depending on their eccentricities. You know, since you'll be carrying the name of some people you look up to, you're going to be hit with corresponding amount of pressure," the heroine said. Itsuka said gravely, "Don't worry, I'm prepared for it." Midnight smiled. As Izuku looked at his blank postcard, he thought, "She's so awesome." He had a lot of names related to All Might since he was 4, but he didn't think he had the bravery to adopt any of them, such as Itsuka. For a while, he jumps on the name. Almost everyone yells out to Jiro as soon as they see her codename, and she smiles as she presents her postcard. Jiro, quit messing around. Earphone jack was written on the board by Jiro, who maintained a smile. I'm sticking to it. The students present their codenames one at a time. Meekly, Kanoko said, fun gal. The codename Kaoruko gave was Bubble Girl. Kashiko pushed her glasses up and said, Censor Girl. Ms. Glamour. Kami gave a wink. Slowly, Reiko said, Fangirl. Pinky. Mina tightly clenched her jaw. Invisible Girl. Toru exclaimed with a cheerful bounce. Smiling, Pony said, Bicorn. Momo held up her card and said, Creati. I shan't bring any shame to this name. Shoko said bluntly, Shoko. Midnight blinked and said, What, just your name? Are you sure? The girl with two hairs said, Yep. Yui gave a blank introduction, saying, Korapakuru. Repti girl. Setsuna smiled toothily, but when she heard someone refer to her as a arm fall-off woman, she became irritated. Abara said, Maria. Katsuki roared, Queen of Explodo Kills. Midnight deadpanned, I think you'd be better off retiring that one. The girl with the explosives growled, Why? Before the R-rated heroine made her go back to her seat. Ochako approached with a flushed flush and said, This is what I came up with, Uravity. The R-rated heroine whistled, Oh, snappy, sleek, classy. That went smoother than I thought it would. She glanced around, saying, All that's left is Bakugo's revision and Midoriya. The lone boy approached the podium nervously, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him before they looked at his codename in shock. Itsuka's eyes widened as she asked from her desk, Wah, are you sure you're okay with that, Izuku? Why yeah. Izuku gave a firm nod, You up until now, I didn't like it at all, but a certain somebody changed the meaning of the word for me, and blew my world wide open. I was so happy. Now I'm the Deku whose vibe is never giving up. His card read Deku. This will be my hero name. Katsuki loomed over her postcard and asked, Huh? Ochako gives her friend a warm smile before recalling their time together in the waiting area. She then lowers her head to conceal her red cheeks. Why in the world am I considering it? And it only takes one person to change your mind like that, Itsuka said, putting a secret hand on the hem of her skirt and looking between Izuku and Ochako. After all these years, I have been trying to make it positive or tell you to drop it. Why her? Katsuki yelled, Baroness of Explodo Kills. Midnight deadpanned, rejected. Someone said, Why can't you just go with Nitro or Dyna Girl? The aggressive girl growled, Fuck no, and was ultimately made to use her real name, Shoko, until that point. Thank you, Midnight, for your help. Shino grinned at the heroine before turning to face her class, saying, Please give her your thanks. The students cheered for the R-rated heroine as she waved and smiled. After Yu handed out the list of nominations to a few students, the bell rang to end their first period, and the teachers left for a brief break. Before the period end, I want to make an announcement. In 3 days, we will host a Parents' Day and the school will call your parents to see if they will come. So please let your parents know in case if we haven't called them yet. Kami went pale and said, Lame, crap, Parents' Day? Mina whispered to her, You don't do well with subjects, huh? Why yeah, they're still mad at me about not going to Shiketsu like they want me to. She murmured quietly, I don't want to go there in first place because of their stupid rule, no relationship between students, it's salty AF. The acid maker blinked owlishly, Oh, Setsuna turned to her friend and said, Ashido, you put on a really good show. It's kind of weird how you didn't get any nominations. Mina sighed and said, Sure did. Ochako turned to Izuku and asked, Have you picked one yet, Deku? I'll start with researching their specialties and organizing them by similar types. Izuku grumbled to himself, then I'll arrange those by the number of incidents resolved from their debut to the present. Almost everyone closed their eyes and grinned, accustomed to his muttering style. He's doing it again. Izuku was startled out of his reverie by Ochako's statement, I'm thinking of joining Gunhead's office. The nerd blinked and said, that's a hardened battle group, you're going there. The Gravity Girl smiled and said, Yep, they nominated me. When Kaoruko heard them, he became alert and said, Really? Same here, I'm going for it because I want to train my body against armed villains without using my quirk. Same. Ochako smiled broadly at her. I have been thinking about how many more possibilities would open up to me if I were stronger. I need to get out of my comfort zone or it'll be more limited. Exactly. The beaming blue girl said, nodding in agreement as she pointed to her. Izuku gazed between them in awe and said, I see. The gravity girl turned back to her friend and said, "That aside, I noticed something a while ago. Why are you shaking like that?" Izuku looked at his butt, which was hovering a few inches above his chair, and said, "Oh, I'm doing isometric exercises." "Air chair!" exclaimed Ochako. With her hands on her desk, Mina looked up at them and exclaimed, "You've been doing that the entire class? That's insane." With curiosity, Kaoruko exclaimed, "Does it even work?" Izuku began to explain why he was performing isometric exercises by saying, "Es sure does. I'm glad you're thinking of your training, but please don't push yourself too much," Itsuka replied. "I won't, Itsuka." Izuku grinned at her. "BB, by the way, will your parents come to Parents' Day? It have been a while since I saw them." The orange-haired girl hummed, "I think my mom will come. My father won't come for sure because he has to run the dojo on this day." Turning to face her, Tsuyu asked, "Dojo? I know you look like you're a part of dojo, but I don't know your family run a dojo." In a sheepish smile, Itsuka waved it away and said, "It's a small dojo. Including me, we have 8 members and it's mostly locals." Setsuna approached Izuku as Itsuka was briefly describing her dojo to her friends. "Hey, Midori. You seriously have been doing that for an hour?" Setsuna smiled at him. Hi. Izuku smiled weakly at her, saying, As I am now, I'm not nearly good enough." With a slight grin, Setsuna asks, "Really? I wonder what will happen if I do that?" She slowly raises her index finger in Izuku's direction. "Www wait, don't." The nerd laughingly widened his eyes as the green-haired girl's finger approached his face. His leg muscles were aching, and he doubted he would be able to stand for long if she knocked him down. "DD, don't do it, I'll do anything." Bop. She just gave him a gentle enough nose bop without knocking him over, and the boy gaped at her as she began to laugh aloud. "Your face? So priceless," she exclaimed, wiping away her tears while slapping the desk with her other hand. "Were you thinking that I'm gonna push you over?" she asked. Izuku trembled in shame, his face flushed, while a few girls laughed at his response. I was teased by a girl. It was a friendly, innocuous teasing." "He's not here." Izuku looked around the cafeteria for Iida, but it seems like he's nowhere to be found. He would have looked in class 1B beforehand, but he didn't want to run into the Mineta guy again. He was in line when he saw Tokiyami passing by with a tray. "Oh, T. Tokiyami," he exclaimed, waving to the student in question. Tokiyami said, "Hello, Midoriya, do you want something?" Why yeah. Have you seen Iida?" The geek responded, "I just heard what happened." Tokiyami shook his head and said, "Some texted him but, he is not in school today." As the bird student nodded, Izuku remarked, "He doesn't answer them? He had texted him beforehand." "I see, will you let me know if he's back or have called back?" "Of course." Tokiyami nodded once more. "If he shows up, I'll also let him know that you're worried about him." The crow-headed student left, and the line moved slowly until he got his lunch and joined his usual table with Ochako, Itsuka, Pony, and Yui. "Thank." The nerd waved at him. Ochako shook his head in concern and said, "No Iida, huh? Look like we have to wait until he comes back." Izuku sighed, "Yeah." The group, excluding Yui, was almost taken aback by Tsuyu's appearance and noticed Habuko standing behind her, shifting her weight uneasily. "Can we join you guys today?" "Sure," Ochako said with a broad smile while the others nodded. "The more, the merrier." "Thank." Since there was only one seat available, Habuko was forced to sit in front of Izuku, next to Ochako, while Tsuyu took a seat next to Izuku. "Curious, what bring you two here?" Itsuka inquired. "Plus, I want Habuko to befriend everyone here. She may not look like it but she's very shy." The frog girl shrugged her shoulders and pointed to her best friend. "Feel like it?" "I'm not shy," Habuko half screamed, blushing slightly, at her friend. Tsuyu continued to point at her yelling friend, saying, "See? Please get along with her." Izuku grinned a little before turning to face the snake girl. Sure, I've been trying to get to KK know everyone in my class." "TT, the last time we speak to each other was at Sport Festival, right?" he asked. With her chopsticks, the snake girl prodded her lunch and said, "Right, only for a short time." The geek grinned. Is it okay if I can ask you some questions?" "About your quirk." With a single blink, Habuko said, alright?" "You claimed that staring into someone's eyes could paralyze them." Izuku asked, with a single look, "Does it last for 3 seconds or does it expand longer as long as you still stare into their eyes?" Will it also work with a reflection within a mirror, like if a villain looks into a corner mirror and your eyes met? He began to mutter, eliciting some odd, frightened looks from nearby students. Itsuka broke down in tears at her friend's digression, and he's gone. The deadpanned Yui said, "Quirk otaku." Habuko is unnerved by Izuku's muttering until she notices that he is looking at her. I bet he'll avert his eyes few seconds later. For as long as she can remember, whenever someone makes eye contact with her, they always look away after 3 to 5 seconds because they are afraid of her face. As Habuko waited for him to break the contact, he surprised her by keeping it for a full minute. The longer she stared into his green eyes, the more hypnotized she became by the beauty of his emerald eyes, which grew more and more shiny every second. She abruptly snapped out of it with a squeak, her face flushed. "What the fuck just happened?" Hey, stop that," she said, unintentionally paralyzing the nerd in the middle of eating. "Oh, sorry," she said, relieved that no one, not even Suyu, could see the blush on her face. Izuku snapped out of his sudden paralysis and said, "It's okay. Why you didn't mean to do that, so it was an accident." "I'm glad that Izuku is starting to get comfortable around us," Suyu made a statement. Ochako smiled at her and said, "Yeah, he didn't talk much to us during the first week, but now he's talking a lot." Yui muttered, "Correction, muttering a lot." The gravity girl laughed and said, "That's true. I don't mutter a lot," Izuku admitted, his face flushed. Itsuka's red face deepened as he raised an eyebrow and gave him a playful smirk. "Oh, really?" She gives him a warm pat on the back as though to reassure him that it's okay, and they carry on eating lunch and chatting briefly. Izuku is unaware that Itsuka has been sitting closer to him than normal the entire time. Izuku made the decision to text his parents about the parents' day before lunch was over. The students were preparing to depart as the last bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Momo reminded him, "Midoriya, we have cleaning duty today." "Oh, right." Izuku put his backpack back on the desk before taking out his phone to check it after feeling a vibration in his pants. A radiant grin appears on his face, attracting the attention of some girls. When Itsuka asked, "What's up, Izuku?" Izuku grinned broadly and said, "Oh, I texted my parent about the parents' day." The girl with the orange hair grinned and asked, "Your mother's coming?" He bounced excitedly, "No, she has work on this day, but my dad is coming." Itsuka suddenly smiled strangely, but Izuku didn't seem to notice. Why your dad is coming?" she asked. I thought he's still in Germany for a while." Izuku slapped his forehead and then grinned, saying, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that Dad's job just ended early, so he came home early a few days ago. I'm really glad that he's coming this time." Itsuka shook his head and said, Me too, I'm happy for you." Kami leaned closer to Ochako and the gravity girl simply shrugged, leaving the girls perplexed by her unusual behavior. What's up with her?" Kami asked. All Might abruptly slide into a bow stance, grabbing everyone's attention. "I have come in an uncharacteristic pose," they said. Izuku turned to his hero and asked, What's wrong? You seem really nervous." The top hero beckoned Izuku over and said, "Come out here for a sec. It's about a nomination." Izuku turned to Momo and said, "See coming? Why Yaoyorozu, I'll be right back." Momo nodded and waved it away, and the nerd ran after his role model, "Go ahead." Itsuka doesn't usually tremble like that, so Abara approached her with concern and asked, "Kendo, you okay?" I'm okay. Everything is fine." Itsuka cracked a smile. H's father is coming, ha ha ha. It's been a while since he saw his father and I'm happy for him, ha 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 ha. Kendo. The vine-haired girl and a few other girls slowly retreated from her. Katsuki then returned from the bathroom to gather her belongings before glaring at the laughing martial artist. Katsuki arched her eyebrow irritably and asked, "What the fuck is wrong with handy bitch?" As the aggressive girl approached the door, Mina shrugged her shoulders and said, "I don't know. She's been like that since Midori mentioned his father coming on Parents' Day. What happened next shocked them." With her back end against the front of the podium, Katsuki abruptly spun around and slipped, crashing into multiple desks and scattering them. His father's coming. Katsuki's eyes widened, her face was constantly dripping with sweat, and she turned pale as a ghost. Deku's father? Oh fuck. Bakugo? The pink girl asked, looking down at her bewilderedly. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not fucking scared." The blonde girl screamed back up, but her knees were shaking. "I'm not scared of his old man. Fuck, pro don't get scared shitless. I'm outta here, motherfuckers." She actually ran out of the room, and the other girls just stood there in silence, laughing alongside the martial artist as she walked slowly away. Before turning to face Izuku's friends, Jiro raised an eyebrow at the opening door and asked, "Okay, overreaction too much? You girls know anything?" She received a headshake in response, and the majority of the girls chose to ignore it for the time being. They will find out their answers either tomorrow or on Parents' Day. Izuku returns to the classroom 10 minutes or so later, while Momo begins to arrange the chairs. I'm back. Do you need help with chairs or shall I sweep the floor?" Momo said, "I understand, go get the broom." "Okay." The nerd approaches the supply locker while glancing at the creator, who seems unconcerned about anything and unaffected by her festival loss. Izuku grabs the handle and opens it to reveal a pair of dark green eyes, suggesting that Setsuna was standing inside the locker with a sly grin. Perhaps she was thinking about that and moving on. Setsuna said in a gentle voice, "Boo." "Gawk." Izuku screamed, clutching his chest, while Momo, hearing her class president scream, leapt to her feet with a sharp yelp. "Peefed." Setsuna exclaimed, putting her hand to her mouth to contain her laughter. "SSSS, so worth it." "TT Tokage, when did you get there?" Momo is trying to relax by placing a pant hand on her chest. The poor boy's eyes were wide, his legs were trembling, his mouth was opening and closing like a fish, and he was panting heavily. The green-haired girl laughed and said, "Since everyone left, I sneaked in while you weren't looking and waited for Midori to open it so I can scare him." The creator of the panting asked, But what if it was me?" Setsuna exits the locker and then uses her index finger to bop Izuku's nose, saying, "Bop." She skips out into the hallway, saying, "Later, Midori, yow, I didn't think ahead but I sure got lucky." Momo turns to face Izuku. "You okay?" As she watched with a guilty expression, Izuku continued to take deep breaths. Why, yeah, give me a minute." She should have noticed Setsuna sneaking in early, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Izuku leaves the school building while checking his phone to see if Iida has texted back, but he hasn't, and to see if there are any updates about heroes. Izuku lets out a sigh as he enters the gate and blinks when he sees Jiro leaning against the wall and carelessly browsing through music on her phone. When the girl in question looks up from her phone to see the nerd, she asks, Jiro?" Jiro gave him a languid, "Hey," before returning her attention to her phone. Izuku timidly said, "WWW, why are you here this late?" "The train that I usually take has been delayed because of a confliction between the hero and villain," she responded, "so I'm just sticking around until the next train." The nerd kept checking his phone until he discovered a breaking story about a villain who had a metal-melting quirk and was captured by Kamui Wood. I think I have seen it somewhere on the new feeds. It says the next train won't be come for 2 hours. He glanced at her. Why you sure you want to wait here this long?" Jiro shrugged and said, "Yup, I get nothing better to do." Izuku scratched his head and said, I see, well, I'll see you tomorrow." "Likewise," she said, pausing briefly to reflect on a few incidents. To be honest, she feels a little flattered because it's not often that the boys notice her body, and she recalls how agitated he got when he saw her in her cheerleader uniform. To her chagrin, all the boys are always drawn to attractive girls with certain features, such as big assets or a voluptuous figure, and for some reason, they think she's a lesbian based on her appearance. When she thinks back on this memory, the rocker questions whether Izuku acts that way around everyone as usual or if she is unaware of any attractive qualities about her. She chooses to make a decision as a result. She drew his attention once more and said, "Oi, Midoriya. You hungry?" Izuku blinked owlishly and said, A little? Wanna hit MCD joint?" Jiro responded, "We can chat a bit to kill some time until then." The nerd gave her invitation some thought and said, Sure." The rocker pushes herself off the wall and they stroll down the sidewalks together, saying, "Great, let's go. Here's your fries and burger." Jiro placed the tray on the table and handed the nerd it. As the girl sat down in the booth across from the table and they began to nibble on their food, Izuku accepted them and said, Thank." It was his first time hanging out with someone outside of school besides Itsuka, and the quiet between them made him feel uncomfortable. He ate his fries in silence, saying, "Itsuka did say that I need to get out of my comfort zone, but it's easier said than done." Jiro broke the ice by pointing to his bandaged hands and asking, "How long do you have to wear these bandage wraps for?" He answered, "NN next week, a day before job training." A single fry is thrown into her mouth, and she says, "Good." That would be a pain to have them during the training. Izuku grinned miserably and said, why yeah. Have you find any OO offices you want to train under? Jiro shook her head and said, not yet. I'm considering asking President Mike for some recommendations. She nodded when he said, BB because of his quirk, right? Yup. I honestly don't know what kind of works I should aim for with my quirk and President Mike must know something. She took out her cheeseburger. What about you? I'm going to an office in Yamanashi Prefecture. There's an RR retired hero that can teach me a lot of things. Izuku was sipping his milkshake. He used to train All Might when he was in UA. Before she blinked, Jiro said, that's cool. Wait, won't that make him an old man past his prime? I mean, there's a chance that he must be senile? Jiro said impressively. Izuku said thoughtfully, I don't think he's senile SS since he made a nomination for me. I think? He asked, a tiny doubt slipping in before he brushes it off. She bit her burger and they continued to eat in silence until she said, whatever you say. Say, do you mind if I ask you some questions? He chewed a piece of his burger and nodded, saying, go ahead. Jiro asked, back at the festival, do you remember running into me in cheering uniform? The red-faced nerd choked on his burger, then smacked his chest with his fist while coughing and swigging his drink to wash down the food. With a slight wince, she asked, are you okay? Why yeah, Izuku coughed, flushed, recalling the cheerleading uniform and the moment he told his parents he was the only boy standing in his class. They were taken aback by that, and for some reason, his mother was excited while his father hardly responded. Hi, I remember. Jiro twirls the straw absently as she looks at him and the nerd wriggles in his seat. I want to know why you got all hot and bothered when you saw me. Is she angry with me for staring at her? Izuku perspired. To his surprise, the rocker said, I'm not mad, just curious. How could she have known what he was thinking? It's written all over your face. Oh. He sheepishly rubbed his neck, unaware that he was easily read. She rests her cheek on her left hand, her arm resting on the table. Jiro repeated, eye-rolling, anyway, I want to know why. You get a thing for cheerleader or something like that? The shocked boy asked, blinking owlishly. This I would understand. I mean, I'm not attractive and physically developed like girls in our class, you know. She said. Because of what this imp called her prior to the USJ incident and the way that everyone has been staring at the other girls rather than her, she feels so insensitive about her body image and has recently lost some confidence. Compared to everyone else, I get nothing to show off and I'm not stupid enough to know that I'm unattractive, so why did you? Izuku interrupted her, saying, I honestly think you're pretty. That's not true. Wha? Jiro looked up at him, raising an eyebrow and blinking in confusion. Say again? said I honestly think you're PP pretty. The boy, who was flushed, stammered, seeming to be suffering from a heat stroke. The rocker blinked and then scoffing lightly, you think I'm pretty? Yeah, right. You're just saying that to make me feel better, she said. Izuku shook his head and said, no, really. I mean it. I believe that everyone in our class are attractive, pretty, cute, and beautiful. His full blushing body trembled before he realized that he had just confessed to a classmate that he found everyone attractive, saying, I mean, everyone are charmed in their way, not because of their bodies. I like everyone because of their PPP personalities. As friends. He was stammering so badly that he couldn't understand what he was saying. Jiro gazed intently into his eyes and said, if you think so, then tell me, what parts of me do you find attractive? Don't say it's personality, that doesn't count. Do I have to say it? He began to blush. What if you think I'm a pervert? I don't want to look like a pervert. Chill. She replied, it's a safe zone, no judgment here. Spill it. What is it about me you find charming? It's your legs. I think you have great legs, Izuku said, tilting his head down in embarrassment as she blinked. Why, you also have nice eyes like some girls. And Jiro looked at her legs incomprehensibly, blushing crimson. Jiro leaned closer and asked, and what? She could feel her cheeks getting a little hot. The nerd in front of her was being sincere based on the tone of his voice, and she honestly doesn't think anyone would find her legs attractive. He covered his face and exclaimed, oh my kami, why did I say it? Please don't call me a pervert. Jiro took a few moments to figure out what he was saying before blushing and covering her ears with her hands. You find my earlobes what? How in the world could he think her earjack was cute? She twirled her finger around an earjack out of habit, and the poor nerd shrank in his chair like a guilty person, saying, Midoriya, it's okay. I don't think you're pervert because of what you said. It's just, I'm just surprised to hear that. So, you find these 3 things about me charming? The boy asks, barely nodding his head while keeping his face hidden from her. That's all. Through his fingers, Izuku peered. I would say more BBB but we barely know each other. SSS, so I thought it would be too far if I go on. Coughing into her fist, the flushed rock star said, right, he was correct. As she considers his remarks, she leans back against the booth chair and asks herself, so he finds me pretty because of these? Even though it's odd that he finds her earjack cute, no one in her entire life has ever complimented her on them outside of her family. Jiro comes to a realization when she reflects on the past. She emphasized the word, everyone, when she said, hey, you said you think everyone in our class are cute. By everyone, you mean everyone? Hi, mumbled Izuku. Even Mongoose and Hagakure. She doesn't have anything against Habuko because she sees a similarity in this snake girl. The boys wouldn't even consider her because of her appearance, and Hagakure was obvious because she is invisible and nobody can truly know what she looks like. He blushed and said, yeah, CCC, can we please talk about something else? He was very hesitant to share such a thing with his classmates for fear that they would start to think poorly of him and start calling him names. What if rumors were once more spread? What are everyone's thoughts on that? What? Sure. Jiro notices his uneasiness right away, and she feels a little bad for making him drag it out in such a way. You into any music? They discuss the music and other subjects, mainly Jiro's, while he listens. KKK kinda. Izuku slowly lowers his hands as his blush slightly goes away. I like blues and classical beat because my grandparent always listens to it every time I visited them. They never noticed her sitting behind their booth, but they had no idea that someone was listening to them from the moment they walked in. I guess the Midori find me cute. Quietly, Toru sipped her soda, wondering why. Even though he can't see her, she nearly bursts into laughter when she recalls how he would act around her when she was wearing only boots and gloves. Perhaps I could try attracting his attention. She grinned and said, Midoriya seems like a nice guy. He's really attractive under these clothes, and to top it off, he's very easy to tease. For once, a boyfriend who doesn't give a damn about how she looks will be pleasant. It's not her fault that she ended up listening in on Izuku and Jiro. She waited in her seat until they had left so she could leave without creating any awkward situations between them. The following morning, Izuku ran into Iida at the entrance. The tall student reassured him that he was okay and thanked Midoriya for showing concern for his family. Izuku is relieved that he is alright, but Iida seemed strange. The nerd shifted in his seat and copied the entire lesson from the blackboard into his notebook, thinking, maybe he needs some time. G27, Izuku paces between 2 bookcases in the school library, searching for a book for his book report. It takes him some time to find them. After removing it from the shelf and making his way to the counter to examine it, the nerd almost bumps into Kashiko while carrying a stack of books. Izuku quickly regained his balance before her gaze shifted to a book in his hands, and Kashiko said, Hello, Midoriya. Is that for your book report? She asked. He pointed to her stack of 6 books and said, Hi, Sekigai. And you? Are those F for your report? He asked. One of them. Kashiko responded, the rest is just for studying guide. I need to work on my English before our next test. English? Izuku was rubbing his left arm. If you want to. I can help you with English SSS since it's one of my BB best subjects. Certainly. With one hand, Kashiko raised her glasses. Midoriya and Tsunodori have the highest English scores of any students in her class, and she won't decline his offer of a higher grade, but won't it take up some of your times? Not at all. Izuku nodded. It's my day off from workout and the book report isn't due for 3 days so. The silver-haired girl pointed to a table in the window's corner and said, Alright then, do you want to use this table over there? The nerd nodded shyly as they approached to take their seats. He said to her, so where do you want to start with? I want to start with a short essay. Kashiko responded, sometime I struggle a little with English paragraphs and I would make some mistakes with the structure. Izuku began to assist her with her English, saying, Oh okay. BB by the way, I never get a chance to thank you for warning me about Shinso's brainwash quirk. The nerd blushes in embarrassment as she says, you don't have to, but again, you failed to heed my warning in the end. Sorry. He laughed uneasily, and they continued studying, supporting one another when necessary. At the same time, he tried to learn a little bit about her. When the bell rang to announce the start of lunch, Shoko asked the boy in question, "Midoriya, is it okay if I can eat lunch with you?" Izuku looked up at her, half standing up from his desk, and they didn't say anything until she asked the same question again, assuming he hadn't heard her at all. "Is it okay if I can eat lunch with you?" Oh, sure," Izuku exclaimed, taken aback by her abrupt request. As they left the classroom, Shoko nodded and said, "Thank you. Midoriya, why did your friend, Kendo, leave the classroom without going with you to the cafeteria as usual?" She got some new nominations, so she is going to the staff's office to look through them and discuss with some senseis. Izuku responded, "She'll join us later." With a blank hum, the icy hot girl said, "I see. I went to see my mother for the first time the other day." He said, "Oh, how did it go?" right away. "It was okay." Shoko replied bluntly, "We don't talk much, but I know we both have a lot of things to say. I think it will take some time until we're ready to move on forward." That's understandable B, because it have been long time since you last saw her. Izuku smiled at her. It'll take baby steps until you get there, and I'm happy for you." She said, "Thank." And they joined the table in the cafeteria hall. The dual-haired girl ate her lunch in silence while listening to the regular customers, who were taken aback to see her there but welcomed her. It's a dreaded day that Katsuki wasn't looking forward to, and she brushes her teeth frantically while glaring deadly. From downstairs, her mother yelled, "We have to leave, Katsuki. Hurry up." Katsuki yelled back, "Chill your sagging tits down, hag. We have about a fucking hour left. Watch your fucking mouth, you little shit." Mitsuki snapped back, "I want to get there early so we can meet your fucking friends and their parents. Plus, do you know how long it have been since I saw the Midoriyas?" The violent girl blanched, remembering that Deku's old man was on his way. Fuck. After a few minutes, her mother asked, "Hey, have you snagged Izu-chan yet?" Which made her choke on her toothpaste. Katsuki screamed, "Www what the fuck, hag? You don't." Mitsuki was disappointed. "Oh come on. What the fuck have you been doing all these years? You need to stop being a bitchy Tsunere and confess your feeling to him instead of bullying and cussing the hell out. I want Izu-chan to be my son-in-law, not Kendo's." With a deep flush, the aggressive girl yelled, "Shut the fuck up, you shitty hag." As the toothbrush exploded in her hand. Mitsuki, downstairs, sighs and puts her hands on her hips before turning to face her husband in annoyance. "Honestly, I don't know where did she get it from." With a sweat drop on his shoulders, Masaru said, "Beat me, hun." He recalled how Mitsuki used to harass him in school, just like their daughter did to Izuku, until she confided in him and made every effort to make amends. Like mother, like daughter. He sipped his coffee and said, "I feel bad for little Izuku since Katsuki tends to get more extreme than Mitsuki-chan. It's amazing that Izuku still considers Katsuki a friend. This boy is far too pure, and Masaru will undoubtedly bless their union. He believes that his Tsunere/bully wife is the best, regardless of whether it is too early to consider this. It should be known that Masaru harbors masochistic tendencies." Izuku slipped his shoes on and called from the foyer, "Dad, are you ready?" His father's voice called back from the living room, "Coming, coming." Inko smiled as she tied her husband's tie and said, "Hold still, darling. I wish I could go visit Izu-chan's class instead of work." Looking into her beautiful green eyes, a pair of bright orange eyes say, "Me too, hun, me too. I want to spend all time with you since I'm back." Before releasing her husband's tie, she gave him a bright smile and said, "I know. And done. Thank, hun." She gave her husband several kisses and said, "Now gimme some sugar. Once. Hun, not in front of our cinnamon bun. Bun, avert your eyes." Izuku turned around, laughing lightly, and said, "Okay, Dad." With a broad smile, Inko whispered to her husband, "Darling, tell me all about today and let me know if there are any other girls who are interested in our Izu-chan, aside from Katsuki and Itsuka." With a guttural sound, her husband muttered, Why yes, I am not going to give my little cinnamon bun to any girls. My little innocent boy has no one to care for. Bye, Izu-chan, Hisashi." Inko watched them leave their apartment while waving her hands. Izuku got up with excitement and said, "Dad, I can't wait to introduce you to everyone." He also said, "You're going to like them." He was also excited to introduce his dad to All Might. Hisashi laughed at his son's antics as they walked down the street together, and strangely, the people gave the father-son pair a wide berth while averting their eyes with profuse perspiration. Me too, I can't wait to meet everyone. Whistling, Kami surveyed the adults in her class, saying, I definitely can see some resemblances here and there. Some of the adults shared characteristics with their daughters, such as Habuko and her father, who had a milk snake for a head. And at the same time, I can't see it. Setsuna breaks down when she sees Reiko with her parents, a 7-foot-tall, bald bronze bodybuilder in a tight suit and a small, eerie, pale woman with long, untidy black hair wearing a black dress, resembling a hexamaniac character. The bodybuilder greeted a perspiring priest with a broad smile and said, Hello, I am Reiko's father. Baron Zu. The priest with the short vine hair shakily pushed his glass up and said, I'm Kira, Abara's father. It's nice to meet you, sir. With his hands behind his head, Baranzu flexed his chest and said, Nice to meet you. The priest slowly retreated from him while grinning strainedly. Mina nervously introduced herself to Mina's mother, a pink-skinned woman with fluffy black hair who was wearing a blue jean and dye t-shirt. Shoko, who's that? Mina asked, pointing to a young adult with gray eyes and shoulder-length white hair with a hint of red in plain clothes. Her mother wasn't ready to come out yet, and she didn't want her father to come, so Shoko said bluntly, My sister. She's technically my guardian. Ochako whispered to Itsuka, Kendo, your ma is so pretty. As she watched her parents converse with Koriko's mother, who had blue skin like her daughter and was dressed in a business suit, and a small woman who looked a lot like Itsuka but had shoulder-length hair. Itsuka grinned wearily and the gravity girl, along with a few other girls, turned to face her with a worried blink. She is. What's wrong, Itsuka? Inquired the gravity girl. The orange-haired girl put her hand on her forehead and sighed deeply, her shoulders trembling slightly. It's just that I still can't get over the fact that Izuku's father is back and he's going to be here, she said. Should we be worried? Tsuyu responded. The way you and Bakugo reacted when Izuku mentioned his father is unnatural, it's as if you two have been traumatized by something. She's right. Toru looked at Katsuki, who was sitting quietly at her desk looking irritated because Mitsuki was talking to the extra's parents. Is he a bad person? Itsuka nervously licked her parched lip and said, and no, it's just, well, let's say he's a little too protective. She pointed to her father as he spoke to a transparent man with Jiro's mother, saying, My dad is hella overprotective but you don't see everyone flee for their life. Jiro snorted at her in shock, That's it. You two got all scared because of one overprotective parent? She asked. As she held her hand up to the students, Itsuka muttered, I should say what he looked like but I think it's better that you see it with your own eyes. The students gave her a perplexed look. Okay then. Kami shrugged her shoulders and then grinned smugly. But I can't wait to meet Izuku's papa. First impression and all, ya know. Several girls gave her a glint in their eyes. Will Izuku's father approve of me? She was going to say something when the students and their parents heard some noise outside their classroom. I really like Izuku a lot in short time, she thought. Kaoruko arched an eyebrow at the sound, which sounded like someone screaming or running. What was that? She asked. From behind the right rear door, Izuku's voice says, and that is my class, Dad. See, the door is humongous. A deep, guttural voice hummed, I can see that. Must be for people with gigantification quirks or someone like me. The door slide opened, and Izuku entered their line of sight. He looked at the adults with curiosity, his eyes studying them as though he were analyzing them, and the girls knew he was doing it. Ochako waved at him, morning, Deku, but was perplexed to see that the majority of the adults were pale and had their jaws dropped because they were the only ones who could see past him. The students were huddled together in front of him after introducing their parents to one another. Oh, morning, Uraraka, Izuku exclaimed with a bright smile as he walked in a few steps, followed by someone, before the majority of the girls' eyes widened in fear at the sight of his father. In all his splendor, Hisashi stood behind his son and said, Hello, I'm Izuku's father, Midoriya Hisashi. He had a muscular build, was 8 feet tall, and was dressed in a tight black business suit and black dress shoes. It was his head and body parts that frightened everyone, not his height or physique. In addition to his demonic draconic head with black scales, he has 2 large, sharp, ridged black horns on his forehead that curve over his head and then upward with black spines. There are also 4 smaller horns on either side of his face, a lipless mouth that shows his fangs, which give him the appearance of an evil grin, and orange eyes that burn brightly like molten lava. He has claws for hands, 2 medium-sized horns that protrude from his shoulders, and thick black scales for skin. Additionally, he has a dozen scars on his face, most of which are minor, but there are 2 large scars that crisscross over his right eye and a long cut across his left side of his mouth. To put it another way, he has the appearance of a humanoid dragon and could easily be mistaken for an underworld criminal boss. A tiny fire flickered out of his mouth as he greeted the shaky parents of his son's classmates, saying, "It is my pleasure to meet you." The pupils slowly turned to Itsuka, their eyes widening. Is that his dad? In shock, everyone thought at once. With her head lowered and her hands clasped over her forehead as though she understood their thoughts, Itsuka said, "Yup, it's his father." With a broad smile, Mitsuki held up her hand and exclaimed, "Hey, you overgrown lizard." The adults stared at her in dismay, as though she had committed a serious transgression. "It has been a while. How's Inko doing?" "Oh, hello, Mitsuki." Hisashi cupped his narrowed chin and said, "If you're here, does that mean little Katsuki is here too?" He looked down at her and said, "It has been and she's doing good, just a little disappointed that she can't come today." The blonde woman turned to Katsuki and exclaimed, "Hell yeah. Hey, Kat, say hello to Izu-chan's father." As she got up from her desk and put a hand on her cheek, Katsuki turned to them and grinned broadly. "Hello, Midoriya, it's good to see you again." She curtsied. "How was your trip?" "Very well, I hope." "Indeed, it was," Hisashi replied with a smile. "I'm surprised that you're in my son's class." "Thank you for getting along with Izuku and look after him." With a charming smile, Katsuki waved it away, saying, "Oh, nonsense. I should be thanking your son because he takes care of me." "What the death are you? Who the hell is that courteous girl, and what has she done with the real Katsuki?" The majority of girls stared at her in disbelief. Itsuka said softly, without raising her head yet, "That's the real one. When we were little, Hisashi caught her bullying Izuku once and he makes some threat to her by putting her head in his mouth." As 6-year-old Izuku sobbed with scarred knees, Hisashi placed his widening maw over the trembling little girl's head and placed his hands on her shoulders. "You little bitch," he said. "How dare you push my little bun down? I'll fucking eat you if you do it again. Get me." As his snake-like tongue flicked around, Katsuki screamed, Why yes, Midoriya. I'm sorry, I won't do it again." "Seriously," everyone said, looking at them uneasily. Katsuki turned to the girl and said, "Kendo, say hello to Hisashi." "Don't hide yourself, you fucking bitch." "Bakugo, damn it," Itsuka winced. Hisashi looked back and saw a smiling Kendo woman. "Oh, Itsuka," he asked, getting excited. "You're here too. Ah, I didn't notice you there, Hina." Hina waved it away, saying, "With your height, I can't blame you." "It's okay, Hisashi." Trying not to shudder, Itsuka smiled up at him and said, "Hello, Midoriya, it's good to see you again." She recalls the first day she met him, when they were traveling to Izuku's house and she rescued him for the 5th time from Bakugo's bullying. He thought she was one of the punks who teased Izuku because of his eccentricity after noticing his unkempt, filthy clothes and a few cuts. Let's say she had a similar experience to Katsuki's before Izuku clarified the confusion. Hisashi grinned and said, "Likewise. It appeared more cunning than before. Thank you for looking after my little cinnamon bun up until now." She smiled and said, "Of course, he's my best friend after all." Izuku blushed shamefully and nudged his father with a shy smile, saying, "Dad, you promised not to call me that here." Hisashi laughed, "Sorry, I forget. It sounded so malevolent, but I want everyone to know that you're my little cinnamon bun." "Dad." Izuku shamefully covered his face. Setsuna exhaled and a few girls nodded their heads as the adults began to calm down after witnessing their interactions. "You know, he looks scary at first glance but he's not a bad guy." Using a playful smirk, Kami asked the Midoriya, "Izuku, what's that about cinnamon bun?" "Izuku?" Hisashi asked, grinning down at her. "You seem to be quite close to him." "Yup, I am," exclaimed the pretty blonde with a bubbly bob, "very close." "I see." The draconic man smiled and put his hand on the desk next to him. "You're really close, aren't you?" As he maintained his charming smile, the table began to crack under the strain. "Ha ha ha ha, as a friend, right? Some swears that they just saw a demonic mask behind him, Am I correct?" Yes." Kami looked at the table in confusion. Hisashi laughed as he took his hand off the desk and discovered a dented handprint on the cracked table. "Oh, goody, I was worried there for a moment because I'm not ready to see my little bun grow all up. Oh whoops, how foolish of me. Did you lose your strength once more, Dad? Izuku shook his head and sighed at him, and a few girls gave him strange looks. By the way, Izuku is very oblivious about how overprotective his father can be. Itsuka replied calmly, neither how scary his father can be. As Kami slowly retreated from Hisashi with a discolored smile, Mina gulped and said, you know what they say, children aren't scared of their parents, and Izuku grew up with him as his father so he can't be scared of him in first place. The mutter was, right, Setsuna said. Habuko thought, that would explain why he don't look scared of me. It made sense. I think I have to work hard to get his approval, Kami whispered to herself, determined to keep trying for Izuku despite his frightening father. Shino and Yu were in the classroom when Shino said, okay, class, take your seats and welcome. Before they froze when they saw Hisashi standing in the back with the parents. She looked for answers from the students in the front row. Katsuki mouthed, that's Midoriya's father. What? Yu mouthed, jaw lowered. One by one, the students introduced their parents until it was Midoriya's turn. Shino cleared her throat and said, could the students please introduce their parents and what they do for a living? Izuku hesitantly waved to his classmates' parents before saying, hello, I'm Midoriya Izuku. And that is my dad, Midoriya Hisashi, he said. He brightened when he said, he just made his debut a couple years ago. He's a world-class gourmet chef because he can breathe fire and he's also a part-time pro hero. Kuroryu is the code name he uses. He patrolled and rescued people from wildfires and apartment fires, among other things. Almost everyone thought, he's a pro hero. At the same time, Hisashi laughed and scratched his neck, saying, yes, it's a little hard to believe it since I started this late. As a result, I'm not as well known as my baby sister and am not even close to the top or middle ranks. I'm much closer to the bottom rank. Many people thought, it's not because you started late, it's because you don't look like a hero, but they kept their thoughts to themselves because they felt it was impolite. Hisashi grinned and said, I'm happy that everyone here is kind to my little cinnamon bun, but you can imagine how surprised and anxious I was when I found out that he's the only boy in class. Izuku has told me a little about everyone here. Don't get too close, I'll burn you. Izuku mouths something to the audience while wearing a demonic mask behind him, and a dangerous glint appears in his eyes. Almost everyone has a nervous sweat bead on their face, and it gets bigger when he just smiles at them without knowing what's going on behind him. Shino motioned to the chairs in front of her desk in the staff office, saying, Midoriya, please take seat. When Midoriya entered and Hisashi sat down beside his son, a number of teachers gave them odd, startled looks. Is that his dad? He's not a bad guy. Does he have him as a hostage? What the fuck is happening? I'm at a loss now. We will start by discussing Midoriya's grades. Shino handed Hisashi a card report, saying, your son has been performing exceptionally well in every area. Although he had some difficulty understanding some math formulas, he was able to grasp them after 2 or 3 questions. As soon as Hisashi saw his son's class ranking, he proudly glanced at the report card and exclaimed, I see. He's in 3rd place. As she picked up a folder, the telepath heroine responded, yes, right behind Yaoyorozu and Sekigai. Next, we will talk about his progress with his quirk, she said. Isn't Midoriya a late bloomer? Yes, the draconic dad nodded. It manifested somewhere last year and to be honest, it's a strange one, this quirk of his. He looked at his child, a quirk that grant enhanced strength and break bones after used at full capacity, it's like a glass cannon. Indeed, Shino concurred, he frequently broke his bones at the beginning of school year to recovery girls' displeasure and the only one time he went too far was at sport festival during his 2nd match. He narrowed his eyes at his son's teacher leeringly and said, whose idea was it? This boy just gave me and his mother a heart attack during this match. But what gave me the biggest heart attack was his cheering uniform. Hisashi nodded once more with his arms crossed. With a weary smile, she said, oh, it was a prank from another class. The poor nerd was blushing. I see, Hisashi raised his chin, which class was it? Is it class 1B? It's more likely to be them because they were also in the final event and some boys may lie to get them wearing this uniforms. Am I right? If that's the case, who was the culprit? I would like to give him some talk. Behind a gym, it's a very isolated place and no one can hear anything if something happened. Say, is there a garden near this place? I need to find some bag of lime and shovel, he began to murmur at a rapid pace. That is unquestionably his father. It's his father. He got it from him, then. Are we certain he isn't a villain? Anyway, you should be happy to hear that your son is actually making some improvement with his quirk. Shino raised an eyebrow and said, he was about to control 5% without shattering his bones, and if he keep up with his training, he will be able to reach full power of his quirk without any drawback. However, it was ignored because Hisashi continued to talk in a dark, inaudible voice, and Ken crept out of the staff office to warn his students not to bring up the cheering prank or the perpetrators. When Izuku saw his idol in the hallway between periods, he waved, All Might. I want to introduce you to my dad. All Might turned to him and grinned famously, saying, Oh, Midoriya my boy. He was excited to meet the parents of one of his successors since he woke up this morning and couldn't wait to tell them how much the boy had grown. I can't wait to meet your father, who you have spoke highly from time to time. More than me, his old man. A voice behind him said, he also spoke highly of you. All Might could tell that the speaker was jealous. Izuku grinned past All Might and said, You and All Might are both my role models. Don't be like that, Dad. Yes, there is no shame in have more than one role models. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. Ah, I heard you have returned from Germany. All Might turned to greet him. How was it, am? With a sweet smile and a few tickles popping all over his face, Hisashi says, Nice to meet you, All Might. I'm Midoriya Hisashi, his #1 daddy, and Germany was nice. All Might looked at him in full silence for a moment before turning to look at Izuku over his shoulder. He pointed at each other with a swaying finger, and Izuku just nodded his head contentedly. Turning back to Hisashi slowly, he said, again, it's nice to meet you. As the school year draws to a close, Mitsuki grinned down at Izuku and said, It has been a while since we had some dinner together. Did you know that Katsuki has been learning to make katsudon and she's been dying to have you try it? Izu-chan, you should have visited us often. Izuku exclaimed, Really, Kachan did. The Bakugo mother grinned and said, Yup. Right, Kat. With a strained smile, Katsuki said, Why yes, what the hell are you doing, you hag? Mitsuki grinned sweetly and said, I'm helping you out here, you little bitch. After all, you're bad with feeling. The nerd said, I'll love to come. Does Kachan want to make amends after everything? Because he knew Katsuki well, he was aware that she wasn't as horrible as some people had claimed. Hina interrupted with a charming smile, Make sure it's not this weekend. After all, he'll have dinner with us on this Saturday. Her smile turned into a smug grin that she directed at Mitsuki, saying, This boy is my future son-in-law, so butt out. Mitsuki smiled back at her, saying, Oh, is that so? Fuck you, you orange bitch. This boy, not your daughter, will marry Katsuki. He's good for my girl and too nice. Fuck off. A bolt of lightning sped between their eyes. A family get-together, huh? Hisashi murmured, I'll let Inko know and she'll call you to set up a time. Together, Hina and Mitsuki said, Great, make sure you do. To get Itsuka's attention, Mina tapped her shoulder and said, Hey, Kendo. What does Midori's mom look like? Because, she looked at the Midoriya pair and said, You know. As most girls huddled together in curiosity, Itsuka pulled out her phone and scrolled through the photos, saying, I have a photo of her somewhere in my album. Since Izuku's mother is Hisashi's wife, some people assume she must be a very tough, scary, or badass person. She showed them a photo of Inko and Izuku grinning together and said, Here it is. The group was in total silence as they gazed in confusion at a picture of a short, plump woman for 2 minutes before slowly turning to face Hisashi, Izuku, and then Itsuka, who nodded to confirm it. Everyone would concur after this day that the boy obviously inherited his mother's traits because they could not find any resemblance between the father and son. When Mina saw the familiar back of her classmate, Pony, her black gold eyes glowed as she entered the gate in the morning. Since you don't get to meet foreigners very often and she has been eager to learn more about America, she always wants to talk and spend some time with this foreigner. The blonde student turned inquisitively, wondering who was calling for her, until she saw her classmate. Yo, Pony, the pink girl exclaimed, raising her hand to the girl in question. Pony waved back shyly, good morning, Ashido. She wasn't sure if she had pronounced her last name correctly. Back at you and call me Mina. She gave her a lopsided smile and asked, Wanna walk together? The American girl nodded shyly, and they walked to the building together. The parents' day was sure crazy, right? Mina tilted her head at Pony and said, I mean, Midori's dad is the most scary guy the first ever met in my whole life. Scarier than this guy the first run into during my middle school. She shuddered playfully. I'm really glad that Midori take his cuteness after his mother and nothing from his father. The pink girl tapped her chin and said, actually, I wonder if he actually has horns hidden under his hair. This really piqued her curiosity because most children always inherit one or two things from one parent. Does he? She asks, turning to face Pony. Pony fidgeted with her hands and said, I don't know, you talk too quickly. Mina sheepishly scratched her cheek and said, oh, my bad. I kinda forget you're new to Japanese. I'll try to go slow this time. The blonde girl nodded shyly, and the pink girl wondered if Pony is truly as timid and shy as she appears. She glances ahead and spots Izuku nearby right away. Oh, it's Midori. To Mina's surprise, Pony sped to Izuku and exclaimed, Izu. Morning. After being startled by his foreign friend, Izuku responded, oh, good morning, Tsunotori. As she did her best to speak Japanese, the student with a horse theme made some exciting gestures with her arms, such as pumping her fist and swinging them. Have you watched the first episode of new anime I told you about? Pony hummed thoughtfully, how do you say awesome? Izuku replied slowly and clearly, awesome. Hi, awesome. Pony nodded quickly, her face blurry, and gave him a thumbs up. Did you watched it? Why yeah, a bit. He responded, I kinda missed the beginning but I saw the rest of it. Her question was, you like it? Yes, I do. Izuku smiled. I really like it since it's a superhero anime. Good. Pony gave him a joyful hug out of the blue, making him flush from the intimate touch. She lets him go and jogs off to their class, saying, let's talk more at lunch. The blushing nerd tried to relax, but then he felt a weight on his left shoulder and turned his head slightly to see Mina resting her chin on his shoulder. I still can't get used to it. He squeaked out, Ashido, as her invasion of his personal space caused his blush to return tenfold. Mina questioned, is Pony usually like that? He gave her a perplexed look before quickly turning away from her because her face was too close. She jerked her head forward and said, I never have seen her like that, outgoing and exciting. Is she usually like that or is she just timid? She asked. Oh, she's actually outgoing, talkative, friendly and nice person. Izuku mumbled, the reason why she's shy is because she doesn't have much knowledge of JJJ Japanese and she feels so out of place. She don't want to say wrong thing or misunderstanding something to avoid offending someone. Now I think about it, you're also fluent in English. Mina hummed, so that's why you have been tutoring her in Japanese. This would explain Pony's behavior toward Izuku, as he is the only student in the class who can speak to her in her mother tongue and always assists in translating everything for her when their friends speak to them during lunch or between periods. I'm not this fluent in English, the geek grumbled, but, yes, I have been helping her with Japanese for a while and she's getting better at it. That's good because I want to become her friend. She gave a slight nod, but I think I kinda come on her too strongly. No, you didn't. Izuku raised his hand. She told me the other day that she wants to be your friend. Really? Blinked Mina. Why yes, why you remind her of her best friend in USA and she think you're pretty cool. He continued, Tsunotori may be very timid around everyone but she's actually glad that everyone are trying their best to get along with her and she'll be very happy if she know you want to be her friend too. So I can keep chatting with her until she feels comfortable enough to talk in Japanese. She inquired. Why yes, as long you speak a little slow and clear. Izuku gave a nod. Mina smiled at him before examining his anxious face, saying, get it. After everything he had done, it's hard to believe that this adorable boy is such a shy and anxious mess. Despite having a powerful and insane quirk that could break his limb, this guy did a lot of incredible things in a short period of time. She had heard that he broke his arm to protect Ochako from the zero-point robot during the entrance exam, that he devised a plan to save Tsuyu, Kanoko, and Bondo and eliminate entire water-themed villains without getting hurt other than his own fingers, and that he risked everything to protect All Might from this creepy hand guy, even though it was extremely risky and dangerous. She finds it unbelievable that he won the sport festival twice and that he would have won the entire competition if he hadn't thrown it away to assist Shoko in accepting her fireside. If you were in the front row, it was easy to hear everything. After this festival, Shoko seems to be a little lighter, and this guy went above and beyond to make her bring her fireside out. Mina gives him a smile and wagers that if he continues to be helpful to everyone, even in small ways, he will reach somewhere near the top 10. You're hella cool than you look like, huh? He blushed and blinked in confusion, not understanding why she had said he was cool. Thank. Ah, no horns. Mina giggles at his expression and runs her hand through his hair in a playful manner, saying, I like you. Izuku's face bursts with laughter as he says, www. The pink girl walks in front of him, giggling once more. Geez, Tokage scared me, Izuku panted heavily as he walked on a dirt path between two school buildings. Earlier, Setsuna played a practical joke on him by giving him a box and claiming to have found something really cool. When he opened it, he saw a bloody, twitching hand, which startled him until Setsuna revealed it was just her ketchup and detached hand. It would be helpful for infiltration if she could also quickly separate her limb by bone joint, but I'm not sure. The information and layout can be obtained by mounting a small camera on her hand and having it pass through a tiny vent. The question is, however, how long can she keep it in control before it dissolves into skin shed? It turns out that if Setsuna relinquishes control over it, her discarded body part can dissolve into a pile of reptile skin shedding, though he is unsure if there is a time limit. I'll ask her next time. He had better prepare himself for any jokes and taunts she might pull. Hello, Midoriya, the nerd exclaimed, Doc, before he collapsed on his knees and began to pant heavily once more. He looked up to see Abara holding a watering can. Concerned, Abara said, Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to startle you. Are you okay? Izuku looked at her watering can and then stuttered, it's okay. It was my fault for not paying attention. Www were you watering? Pointing to a tiny flower garden behind the nerd, the vine-haired girl shook her head and said, Not yet. I was on my way to watering them until I saw you. When she walked by, the nerd said, did someone ask you to water them or? As she watered the flowers, Abara said, Yes, the president of my gardening club asked me to water them since a third-year student who was supposed to water them today is out of town for his hero training. Izuku blinked, saying, I don't know you're in a gardening club. Although there are clubs here, he is unsure if any students from his class have joined any of them thus far because they are optional. When did you join? The vine-haired girl checks each flower to make sure it was watered properly and says, I didn't know that UA has gardening club until I met one of the members who were looking for people to join. She ponders deeply, about a week ago, I think. The nerd nodded and said, and you joined because it's your favorite hobby. Oh, you remember, laughed Abara. Izuku, still reeling from his introduction, rubbed his neck shamefully and said, Why yes, you mentioned it on the first day, what make you get into it? My mom, she said while twirling her pendant. When I was little, we always plant many things around the church and I always loved to watch them sprout from seeds into something beautiful or see flowers blooming. My mom does too. He said, that sounds nice, until he turned to face her and realized something. Church? He asked, recalling that her father had been a salaryman and a priest who had been dressed up as one. He looks at her necklace with green eyes, wondering what it was, a gold cross. Oh, I haven't mentioned that before. Abara responded, my father is a priest and he run a small church with my mom. It's a Catholic Christian church. Astonished, Izuku raised an eyebrow and asked, Christian, isn't that one of few old small religions? Due to the influence of prejudiced individuals, many religions initially condemned quirks, shocking the first generation of quirk users. As time passed and more people developed peculiarities, some religions quickly changed their stance by embracing the quirks, while others continued to condemn, and some did both. As a result, many religions have perished due to a lack of adherence, and only a small number have persisted until 22XX. At the same time, some new cults and religions have occasionally emerged. Yes, Abara replied, it's small with just about 20 locals. My parents are stronger supporter of this old religion. Izuku hummed, I don't know you're religious. She inquired, does it bother you? He blinked at her and said, what? No, it don't, why? People usually feel bothered and distance themselves when I mention my religion. Abara responded by shrugging, It's pretty understandable because of what people went through in the early day of quirk and what the history have talked about these religions. You might hear that the believers tend to attempt convert people to their religion, and there are a lot of bad history around each religions. The geek nodded. Because of that, most people avoid me and my family. Izuku scowled. I'm sorry to hear about that. It's okay. Abara responded. It did bother me at first, but I got used to it after a while, and truly, I'm not very religious like my parents. Do I believe in Christ? Yes. But at same time, I believe in many different religions because I personally believe that everyone have right to believe in their own faith or not, and that acceptable is the key. I follow some of his teachings and some that I don't. I do not judge people on whatever they come from, what they believe in, or their preferences. So in other words, you're Catholic, but at the same time, you're omniist. The nerd said, glancing at her. I see. It was quiet between them for a few seconds until Abara said, anyway, would you like to help me with watering? There are few more places to watering. Yes. Abara nodded with a soft smile. You're right. Izuku nodded, and they had a few brief conversations while he helped her water some plants around the school. He found it to be a place to unwind and understood why she loved gardening. Sure, I would like to. As she checked her shopping list and started to walk out of the grocery store with 2 plastic bags, Kaoruko thought to herself, that should be everything. As she turns the corner and her eyebrows rise, she sees a disheveled bush-colored hair. When I get home, I have to review a few things for exam tomorrow then. Are you saying, Midoriya? Huh. The individual turned to face her and jerked his head back in surprise, revealing himself to be Izuku. Awata, the blue girl asks, noticing a plastic bag in his right hand as the nerd looks at her outfit, which consists of a black t-shirt and capri jeans. Looked at his bag and asked, doing some shopping. I'm just running some errand for my parent. Izuku raises his luggage. Dad forgets to buy us some spices, so. Kaoruko pointed to her bags and said, same here, just some groceries for my ma. She then turned to face him and said, I'm kind of surprised to run into you here. Ditto. He grinned. Do you live around here? Yup, you. She offered a nod. Izuku and she both blinked. Why yes, wait, does that mean we live in the same area the whole time and didn't know until now? Izuku asked. Kaoruko said, look like it. They both looked at each other in amazement, then snickered together until Izuku let out a soft laugh. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's kinda funny. He chuckled softly. I know. Since you're going this way, wanna walk together? She inquired. The nerd nodded. Sure. They walked together, and he asked, how long have you been living here for? He was interested because he had never seen her before and would have recognized her by her blue skin. We moved here about a year ago because of my mom's job, and the rent is fairly reasonable. Kaoruko cocked her head. You. I have been living here the whole life. Izuku responded. Never moved from this place because my mom worked in this area and my dad mostly travels around the world for his job. She shivered in her head when she said, as a world-class cooker, right? His father is extremely frightening, despite his polite demeanor toward everyone. What does your mom do? The nerd asks, nodding in response to her statement. She's an office lady for a small company. He replied, what about yours? With a slight smile, Kaoruko answered, my mother is a middle school teacher. Prior to that, she taught preschool and elementary. As they came to a stop at the stoplight, Izuku hummed, ah. He waited for the light to change before realizing that she had not mentioned her father. Does that imply that he is no longer with us or has died? Since they are only friends and it must be too personal, he didn't ask her out of deference and civility. Speaking of school, are you ready for science test tomorrow? Kaoruko nodded. What ab? I'm going to do some reviews when I get home. When she noticed him flinching, she said, hey, isn't this creepy loser Deku? They turned to see a group of teenagers, 2 boys and 3 girls. You know, the one who mutters a lot and always eats by himself. Said the tall, rainbow-haired Gyaru who had just finished speaking. A fat boy with bug eyes chuckled. Oh, shit. Yeah, this quirkless loser. We saw it during Sport Festival on TV, remember? A fat Gyaru wrote an adult text message on her phone. Actually, Deku has a quirk. So, sneered the second tall boy in a hat, he's still a wimpy loser. And creepy, exclaimed the tall Gyaru. As they approached, the fat boy yelled, "Hey, loser Deku. Are you still stalking people with your creepy notebooks?" The third slender girl added, "Know him, he still does." This caused some of her friends to snicker, and Izuku shuffled around, sheepishly rubbing his neck, unsure of what to do. Kaoruko looked at Izuku and asked, "You know them?" TTT they went to same middle school. AA and WW were CC classmates. Izuku murmured. The blue girl looked from the group to the nerd and said, "The way they talk, how he reacted at first, did they used to bully him?" She remembered from some casual conversations that he's a late bloomer, and the boy was quite hesitant when the subject was brought up. If that's the case, it would explain why Izuku has a poor social skill, appears hesitant when someone speaks to him, and gets nervous when everyone is staring at him. These people bullied him because of his peculiarities. Kaoruko narrowed her eyes at the plump boy and said, "Hua, Deku, who's that? She your girl?" The tall Gyaru shouted, "No waaaay," and shook her head. "No one's that desperate enough to date a creepy loser like Deku. I mean, like, he's scrawny and plain, big spineless nerd, muttering a lot and go on and on about heroes and quirks like an otaku." She continued for a few minutes before Kaoruko noticed that Izuku was beginning to feel the effects of her tirade. She grabs Izuku's hand without thinking and opens her mouth, expressing her disapproval of the way they treat him when they don't know much about him. As the nerd dropped his jaw and stared at their intertwined hands with a flushed face, Kaoruko interrupted their offensive exchanges and said, "Yes, I'm his girlfriend. Come on, Izuku." He pointed to Izuku and said, "Wimpy nerd." His thumb poked at the tall Gyaru. "Didn't you hear her blabbing about him?" Like, the tall boy's eyes widened as he looked at them, and his friends were shocked by her statement. "Yup, so what?" The blue girl frowned at them. "I like him the way he is." The stunned group kept staring, and let me ask you something, do you know anything about him? Like personal info, that he's a hard worker, putting all his efforts into studying and training to control his quirk. How he always go out of his way to help people around him, despite the risks. What's he really like when you let him talk? This muttering you were insulting. Do you know that he was actually analyzing everything down to detail and come up with many theories and hypotheses that may help people learn more about their own quirks, and it's adaptable? I can go on, but do you know what I'm asking? Do you know anything about him? Well, the group looked sheepish before she snorted at them in disappointment. Guess not. If you ever see us again, don't bother to come and talk to us ever. She turned to Izuku with a bright smile. Come on, Izuku, let's go. I promise you some mean curry and a cuddle time. She dragged the blushing, stuttering nerd across the street away from the stunned group. The fat boy gaped and said, "Dude, Deku get a girlfriend." Favoring her phone, the plump Gyaru said dully, "Good for him. I like her, she stood up for him and she's right, you know. No one here know a single thing about him, aside that you guys used to pick on him." The tall boy whispered, But, it's Deku. No chick is weird about him." To the surprise of the boys and one girl, the tall Gyaru cried out, "No. He's taken." "Why?" The slender girl questioned, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" The group gaped at the plump girl, who drew lead. "What, you don't know? She has a thing for him since first year of middle school. She likes her men plain and submissive." The blue girl turned to face Kaoruko and Izuku as they were walking a few blocks away from the group. "You okay?" She wasn't sure if he would get upset if he ran into his old bullies. His face turned to tomatoes as he stammered, I am, thanked. B, but why did you lie back there? I mean, about you being my g. Oh, that, Kaoruko blushed a deep blue, sorry, I wasn't thinking. It was bothering me that they don't think you'll be with someone when they barely know anything about you. She looked at the perplexing child, you remember what I said about knowing you? All these stuff. He gave a timid nod, we only know each other for almost a month, right? And I immediately can tell that you're a good guy, anyone will be lucky to have you if they get to know you more. She pondered, but again, we don't know much about each other, so we should change that right away. Getting know each other on personal level and be a good friend. With a nervous smile, the nerd said, why yes, I would like that. Thank you for your assistance back there. You don't have to do that. But I want to. She responded, you're a good guy and my friend. I'll. Little Izu. A voice asks, and they turn to see a giant man wearing a white suit and a pink tie, accompanied by a killer whale. Could that be Gang Orca? choking on her salvia, Kaoruko. As the blue girl choked once more, Izuku exclaimed, "Uncle Orca. What are you doing here?" You uncle," the blue girl asks, staring at him in confusion. He's my dad's best friend from high school and my godfather." The geek clarified, I call him Uncle Orca because he's like my uncle. Your godfather is the number 11 hero who received the most votes for appearing to be a villain." Kaoruko gazed at the nerd, realizing that she needed to learn more about him before he could surprise her once more. "I heard that your old man's back in town, so I want to stop by and get some drink with him," Orca replied. Before noticing Kaoruko's perplexed expression, Izuku deadpanned, "So you're going to fight him again?" Back in high school, they used to be delinquents and fought each other frequently until one went down. Orca chuckled malevolently, 300 to 299, 154 draws in my favor. Izuku remarked, "But my dad said he won 300 times. With a twitching eyebrow, the whale hero growled, "Say what? Why, this lizard, I'm gonna ram his head through cement wall." He complained darkly before turning back to the teenagers and clearing his throat. "Anyway, what about you? Enjoying a little walk with your girlfriend?" he asked. "Huh." The two teenagers blinked at him incomprehensibly until they realized they were still holding hands. Then, with a flushed face, they quickly released their grip and began stuttering gibberish. As it turns out, they were holding hands the entire time, and Kaoruko forgot to let him go. That would clarify why some individuals were laughing at us and claiming that's just a sign of youth. Kaoruko flushed profusely. Gang Orca hummed and cupped his chin, saying, "I wasn't awake that you're dating." "Is it recent?" he asked. As Kaoruko nodded quickly, Izuku waved his hands and said, No, it's not what it looked like. What happened was. Oh, a secret relationship." The hero of the whale nodded, I understand. "Don't worry about it, I won't say anything to your folks." He smiled, "So how did you two meet? How far have you got to make out?" "Uncle," exclaimed Izuku, Just kidding. He chuckled, "I know my little Izu isn't this forward. The only far thing you can get to is just kiss until you did French kiss." "Oh, you did? Oh, was it very juicy?" The whale hero turned to Kaoruko as the giant man laughed, and the nerd screamed, "Uncle, you jerk," and fled in embarrassment. He laughed and said, "Sorry about scaring your boyfriend away." Kaoruko blushed and said, but he's not my." Orca turns to follow his godson and says, "It's really smart of you to keep your relationship a secret." Orca then becomes serious and says, "Just a little warning, his old man is pretty overprotective when it comes to his little boy and he will kill you if he find out about it. You better write a will, just in case if he finds out." The blue girl yelled back, "It's not like that." But it was ignored, and she wasn't sure if he was being playful or not. She lets out a sigh and says, "Seriously, it's not like that." She finds it strange that he believed they were a couple. As she returned home, she quickly brushed it off her mind. Later that evening, Izuku texted her to apologize for his godfather's sudden disappearance, to which she replied, "No worries." A week or so later, Shino is standing in a station with her students, grinning at them. "You all have your costumes, right?" Mina pats her case and says, "Good eat." As the other girls and one boy hold their own cases. The telepath heroine laughed softly and said, "Let's go. Be sure to mind your manners while you get there." With an invisible fist pump, Toru exclaimed, "I'm looking forward to this." After Momo informed her that her exit was the other way, Jiro pointed in the opposite direction and said, "My ride is this way." Izuku looks around to see the students in Class B dispersing, and he sees Iida. He called out, "Iida," to get the robot students' attention. You can always talk to us if you need someone to talk to. After all, we're friends." Iida grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes, and he turned to leave without saying anything. "Sure." Kirishima said, "Hey, where is Iida heading to?" In the background, Tokiyami said, "Manuel's office in Hosu." Hosu. Izuku overheard them and mentally stored the information. He'll check it out for any information on the train because it seemed so familiar. The journey to Shinkansen took roughly 50 minutes, and the final destination took an additional 20 minutes. Izuku is staring at a dilapidated building when he checks the address on a piece of paper and says, Well, it matches the address I was given." He approaches the door tremblingly and pushes it open, saying, I'm here from UA High School. My name is Midoriya Izuku. It's really nice to meet you." He sees a body on the floor covered in blood before yells, "H, he's dead." "I'm alive," an elderly man exclaimed abruptly. Izuku exclaimed, "Living dead," and snatched up the nearest object, which just so happened to be a big vase. He then threw it at the zombie, while screaming, "Outbreak! It's happening! It's happening!" The elderly man leapt up on his cane and managed to avoid the vase that shattered on the floor behind him. "Dignabbit, I was carrying all these sausage links, but then I fell and got ketchup everywhere." "Who are you?" he asked, smiling as he looked up at Izuku. Feeling bad about nearly attacking an elderly man, even if it was only a jump scare, the nerd tried to calm his racing heart by saying, My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'm here from UA." The boy repeated, "What?" As the elderly man cocked his head. He sits down and says, "Who are you? I want to eat some food." He looks up at him once more and says, "Toshinori." Izuku swallowed, and no, Jiro was correct. This man needs to call someone because he is much too old. The elderly man opened the case abruptly and exclaimed, "Come at me. One for all." He will discover why he is known as Gran Torino. Huh? The nerd asked, turning to face him with wide eyes. For the majority of aspiring heroes, the first day went well, but by the third day of shadowing, some students were unhappy with their selected offices. Katsuki regrets accepting the Best Jeanist nomination as she looks horrified at her reflection. Her hair was combed straight down flat with a pink hairclip, and she was somehow made to wear a sundress, high-heeled shoes, and makeup. The Best Jeanist nods in agreement while holding a comb and hairspray. Yes, very style." Katsuki snarled and stomped her foot down, saying, "How the fuck is this a part of hero?" Her hair exploded. Before turning to the makeup table, the fashionista hero looked at her hair with contempt and said, "I need a stronger hairspray." Before her phone vibrated and she yanked it out angrily and glared at the screen, the enraged girl glared at his back, saying, "I'm going fucking murder him." "Deku texted me, but it was just letters and numbers. That fucking butt dial, is it?" Katsuki frowned even more. There was something strange about the text, and it was unlikely that he had accidentally sent it to her. Could she ignore it or text back to check? She bit her inner cheeks. She can move closer to him and mend fences if she does the former. There won't be any change if the latter is true. Katsuki grinds her teeth and shoves the device back into her pocket after hovering her thumbs over the screen. No, until she rises to the top and reclaims Deku, she will not waste any more time playing around like these dumb bitches. It's not because she lacks empathy, either. Best Jeanist asked, "How do you feel about Green 1? She snarled and spun around, only to look at the wide-eyed hero holding up a green dress. "I do not have a fucking crush on Deku," she exclaimed. Quote, comma, quote, quote, comma, quote, quote, comma, quote. As the violent girl blushed at her slip, Best Jeanist hummed, "Ah, so you're one of these Tsunere, huh?" Before clapping his hands together, he said, "Perfect. I have some fabulous outfits that'll fit you." "Fuck no, I do not fucking wear fucking skirt, shitty fucking motherfucker. But first, we need to work on this mouth of yours." After a patrol, Toru and Kami were taking a break in the office building when he asked, "Did you get a weird text from Midori?" Kami nodded and said, "Oh yeah. It's all over the chat group. She recently added Bakugo to a chat group a day before everyone's on training jobs, despite her colorful protest. The blonde girl has seen her fair share of autocorrect, but she has never seen a butt dial. It's hilarious to get a butt dial from Izuku. I thought it's dead like autocorrect." She paused, almost. The invisible girl asked thoughtfully, "A butt dial? You sure it's a butt dial? I mean, it's Midori." Checking her phone, the blonde said, "Well, I guess so, it's just bunch of random numbers and letters." After a brief pause, Toru shrugs and says, "Yeah, definitely a butt dial." They then get back to their pointless conversation. Itsuka turns to look at Momo as the makeup artists apply powder and makeup to her face while she watches some individuals rushing around the stage, arranging the equipment and adjusting the cameras. The creator's expression seems gloomy and melancholy as she mumbles something about heroes and her job. Since she was also dissatisfied with her decision, she cannot hold it against her. They only practiced modeling and learned their cues for a commercial after accepting Uebami's nomination, and they both discovered that her selection was based more on their appearance than their skills. That is simply a modeling job, to put it another way. Itsuka sighed and said, "At least it's only for a few days." But I have to train twice as much when I get back or I'll fall behind. She was about to reach for her phone when it buzzed on the table and someone called for her. An urgent call from a makeup artist said, "Kendo, come here. It's almost time for your take." As she moved to the artist's side, Itsuka pulled her hand away from the phone and said, "Coming." Looking back on this moment, she will regret it. Izuku clenched his jaw and knelt on the ground, his brain telling his body to move but not listening. When he looked up, he saw Stain, the hero killer, passing him on his way to Iida in native, saying in a raspy voice, "Your power doesn't cut it." Gran Torino and Izuku were supposed to be on patrol together when one of the Numas attacked the subway train. Gran then took off, telling Izuku to stay behind. He didn't realize it was in Hosu until he remembered that Iida was in town for his shadowing assignment. He realized right away that Iida was pursuing the hero killer, and he began running around in search of his speedster friend while his mind rapidly processed and recalled all the information regarding the hero killer's attacks, his victims, and the places where they were discovered. Before he jumped in, he was able to make the right deduction and find Iida, native, and Stain in a back alley close to a hero's office. He ended up in this predicament after Izuku repeatedly attacked him and ducked under Stain's blades until the hero killer managed to nick him and lick some blood off. He looked down at the nerd and said, "With you, there is worth in keeping you alive." He hissed, "You didn't surpass my movements. From the way I read your moves, you'd plan to slip my line of sight, and bring me down with a surefire hit." He approached the downed speedster with a dirty glare as he slowly raised his kanata. As for these two, not so much. Izuku yelled, "Damn it, stop." Then a wall of ice and fire suddenly appeared in front of Stain, and the villain jumped back. "It's one after the other today," Stain grumbled, "my work keeps getting blocked." Izuku jerked his head around to see Shoko holding a cell phone. "Midoriya, for something like this, you text me more information. Now I'm late." "Todoroki, you too," Iida moaned. Izuku looked at a fire in Shoko's left hand and said, "Your left side." "Why are you here? Wait, that's..." Izuku found himself moving because of the ice pillar beneath him, and he saw that Shoko had also moved the other two with her ice power. "Why?" Shoko repeated his words, "That's my line." It took a few seconds to think over what that message meant. She put her phone away to get ready, saying, "All you did was mass send your location pin to all your contacts." Stain tried to move, but Shoko stopped him by stomping her right foot down to create a field of ice. She pushed her left hand forward to shoot a fireball at the hero killer, who ducked with a barrel roll. "Don't worry, even the pros'll hit the scene in a minute or two." Shoko looks at Stain and says, "I won't let your ass kill them, hero killer." The boys and pro hero are behind her. He fits the description all right. "Todoroki, don't show that guy any blood," Deku commanded. In all likelihood he can rob his opponent's freedom by ingesting blood orally. "That's how we all got taken down." Shoko raised her hands, saying, "So that's what that blade's about, huh? Well, I can just keep my distance." She was interrupted by a flying knife that nicked her cheek and rushed up directly in front of her. The girl followed Stain's gaze and saw a spinning sword in the air as he swung his knife down to her, but the iceberg stopped him. "You've got yourself some nice pals, haven't you, Ingenium?" he asked. Taking advantage of her distraction, Stain grabbed her collar and licked her bleeding cheek with his long tongue. But the hero killer swiftly releases her, jumping backward to prevent burns, as the fire coats her body. The girl with two hairs wiped her cheek and said, "Shit, that was close." Stain bounced around, and she blocked every move by combining her ice and fire attacks. Why, you two, please, stop, I inherited my brother's name, I'm the one who has to do it." "That man, I'm the one who," Iida gritted his teeth angrily. "That's funny, the Ingenium that I once saw never made a face like that. I know there must be all sorts of stuff going on behind the scenes in your family life." "You inherited it?" Shoko asks, building a wall of enormous icebergs as Stain leaps over them. Stain's blades reduced the icebergs to tiny fragments, saying, "Attempting to block view of oneself from an opponent that's faster than you, how inane." "We'll see about that." The dual wielder summoned her fire, but two knives stabbed her in the forearm instead. "You're good, too." Stain swung his sword down at Shoko, and in an instant, Midoriya threw him around by his frayed scarf, dragging him across the wall. "Midoriya!" Shoko's eyes widened as she held her arm. Izuku yelled back, "I don't know why, but I can move normally again." There must be a deadline, Shoko thought. Still paralyzed, the native grunted, "It can't be, he was the last one to go down. This child is an O, isn't it?" As they landed, Stain slammed his elbow into Deku's back, causing him to let go of the hero killer, who then turned to attack him. "Fall back, Midoriya." Deku scurried to join the dual-haired girl as she sent ice spikes at the fleeing villain. "He takes in blood to steal away movement." Izuku was coughing, "As for why the only one to be released from that effect so far is me. I can think of 3 patterns. The more targets there are, the thinner the effect. It has to do with how much blood he's ingested, or maybe, the effect bears differences depending on blood type." Native whispered, "B blood type, mine's B." "Mine's A," announced Iida. As the correct answer, Stain grinned broadly and said, "Blood type." Izuku told Shoko, "But we don't gain anything from having figured that out. I wanna take the 2 of them and evacuate ASAP, but," Shoko sighed. "His reaction time's fast enough to be able to evade both ice and fire. He won't give us an opening too. Until the pros arrive, I think avoiding close quarters with him and holding out is the best we can do." Deku looked at her bleeding arm and said, "I'll draw his attention, so be my logistic support. Todoroki, you're losing too much blood. This be nothing if not touch and go," but, the dual wielder replied, "You're right. The 2 of us will protect them." Stain growled, "So it's 2 against 1. Not so naive, I see." The heroes charge into action, with Izuku leading the charge and Shoko supporting him with long-range attacks and the dual quirk wielder Muse inside her head. Izuku saved her, and as a result, she was able to mend her relationship with her mother after a long period of separation. "If you want us to stop, then stand up." She roared over the looming villain, "Set your eyes on the person you want to be." She launched a large ice icicle at the hero villain, who sidestepped after noticing something else. She could hear Iida pleading throughout the battle as Stain maneuvered around Deku and her attacks. "Fire within the ice." Stain scowled, "Has no one ever told you?" He swung his sword past her guard, saying, "You focus too much on your quirk, your behavior becomes crude." As the blade approaches, Shoko hears an engine revving behind her, followed by Stain's grating tongue click, before Iida leaps in to break the blade in the air. Iida flips the villain back with a round kick that she delivers in midair. "He's quick," Stain scowled. "Iida!" exclaimed Deku with delight. Shoko gasped wearily, so the effect faded. Unexpectedly, Bastard's quirk turned out to be no big deal. "For wrapping you 2 up in something you have nothing to do with," Iida murmured, "I truly apologize." Izuku gave a grunt and said, "Again with that." The speedster remarked, "And that's why I cannot allow you 2 to spill any more blood. Trying to make me think you've had a change of heart is futile." Stain widened his gaze on the speedster. "A man's true character doesn't change so easily. You are nothing more than a fake who prioritizes his own selfish desires. You are the cancer of society, warping the word, hero, and someone needs to correct that. That's just fundamentalism and anachronistic to boot." Shoko responded, "Don't pay him any heed, Iida." He raises his head resolutely and says, "No." Iida clenches his fist and says, "It's exactly as he said. I'm not qualified to bear the name of a hero. Nevertheless, I can't afford to fold here. Because if I were to fold, then Ingenium would die." Shoko instantly launched a massive flaming attack at Stain after he growled low, saying, "That's out of the question." The hero killer leapt into the air. "You idiots!" Native yelled, "The hero killer is only after me in white armor over there. Don't fire back, just run. Do you see him giving us any openings to do so, sir?" Shoko replied, "He's clearly shifted moods from before. The bastard's feeling the heat, too." Before he threw a few knives at them, Stain looked at them with bloodshot eyes as the would-be heroes exchanged words. Out of the way, it flew toward Shoko, but Iida caught it with his forearm. "You stop, too," he said, throwing a big knife that pinned Iida to the ground. Iida yelled at Shoko, "Don't worry, just do it quick." And she promptly covered his legs with ice to cool his engine while he used his own teeth to pull the knife from his arm. He then uses Recipro Extend to leap swiftly into the air and kick Stain. The hero killer was about to use his blade to counter it when he caught a glimpse of Izuku flying above him with his rearing fist. Stain gritted his teeth and said, "TCH, I forgot about his blood type. He had just paralyzed him. Go." Shoko grinned at the scene, realizing that Stain had no way out of this predicament. Izuku strikes from above, while Iida strikes from below, both of their blows landing on Stain's head in opposite directions. "URK," Izuku's arm bone groaned, Did I give out a bit too much power? But, hopefully, nothing is broken. Stain's eyes suddenly open, and he spins around to swing his sword in Iida's direction. With a slashing kick to the hero killer's side, Iida yelled, "We will defeat you. But this time, with you as the criminal." Shoko's fire erupted in Stain's head, and the speedster's kick bent his body in half, causing him to groan. When Stain lands on top of Shoko's ice slide, she uses it to rally her supporters. They were still tense, so Shoko caught herself saying, "Stand up. Bastard," still, as she looked at Stain's sagging body. With that, he must have gotten knocked out, I guess. Then let's restrain him and go hand him over. She looked at Izuku and asked, "Is there anything to bind him with?" Izuku nodded and said, "Let's take away all of his weapons, just in case." A few minutes later, Native had regained control and was carrying Izuku on his back while Shoko was pulling Stain out on a rope she had discovered in the trash. "I found something usable in an always trusty trash heap," she murmured. Iida said, "Todoroki, I should pull him." Shoko said bluntly, "Your arm's in bad shape, dude." Native whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm a pro, but I was just a burden on you." "No," Izuku mumbled in his head, I in a one-on-one fight against the hero killer's quirk. I don't think there's anything UCCC could have done, he's just too strong." The pro hero shivered at Deku's speech, saying, "That's one attitude change there." During the battle, he was able to speak loudly and clearly, but after that, he began to stutter a little and so softly that he was barely audible. Izuku and the group look up at Gran Torino and exclaim, "What the hell are you doing here, boy?" Izuku exclaimed, "Gran Torino," just before the elderly man kicked him in the face. The elderly man yelled, "I told you to sit down, didn't I?" "Gran Torino," added the nerd again, "Well, I don't know what happened but," Gran sighed, "for the time being, I'm glad if you're all right." Izuku uttered the words, "Gran Torino," 3 times before a group of professional heroes arrived and took notice of their appearance and Stain. "Kids," exclaimed a masked hero, "call an ambulance. They have terrible wounds." The heroine widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Hey, is that the hero killer? That Endeavor isn't here, does that mean he's still in the middle of a fight back there?" Shoko inquired. Izuku gulped, "Right, Numu's brothers." "Yeah," the protagonist replied, "we came here because we don't have any guys with quirks among us that'd work against those villains." Iida observes them before bowing to Shoko and Izuku, grabbing their interest. His eyes begin to well up with tears as he says, "I became so blind that I couldn't see anything. Both of you both sustained wounds because of me. I'm truly sorry." I'm sorry too," Izuku responded. "You were brooding so much, BB, but I completely overlooked that, even through we're friends." "Pull yourself together," Shoko responded, "You're the class president of Class 1B. They joined the group and took a few steps before Gran noticed something in the air. "Alright," Iida wiped his eyes. Gran roared, "Duck," but his warning was too late, and Izuku was snatched up in the air by the winged Numu's feet before anyone could notice. "Midoriya," was yelled, but Izuku couldn't tell who it was because everything was hazy. "Midoriya," a knife said, "You are worthy," and with a few flicks, the knife sliced the ropes while licking blood from the shocked heroine's cheek with a long tongue. "To be in my just world. Those are the target of my purge." Stain landed on the ground, placing Izuku down with unexpected gentleness. "The phonies that have overrun society and the criminals who so aimlessly sprinkle around their power," he panted heavily with a raspy voice. "All of this is for the sake of a just world," Stain said, causing the Numu to freeze before a knife pierced its brain, killing it instantly. He saved him. A hero in a mask blinked in surprise. Another masked hero retorted, "The bastard killed people without hesitation." "No, you idiot, he's his hostage." Just as the heroine was about to jump into action, a growling voice said, "Just shut up for now and assume your battle positions." Endeavor pointed to the sky and said, "Why are you all just standing around?" He must have fled over there by now. He noticed a stain in the distance and thought, "That man, is he really?" Endeavor, Izuku's bandage falls off, and he turns to face the approaching Fire Pro hero as Stain releases him with a hiss. Another phony. The world saw his coveted face as the murderous intent seeped out, freezing everyone and making Endeavor take an incredulous step back from his murderous gaze. As everyone retreated, Stain took a step forward and said, "The fake must be rectified. Someone must stain himself in his blood. The word, hero, must be restored. Come." Just try it, you pretenders. The only one who's allowed to kill me is All Might. The heroine fell on her rear, and the hero killer remained motionless. Endeavor gazed into Stain's vacant eyes. He's lost consciousness. The group, including Shoko, stared at his standing body in awe and terror. They later discovered that the hero killer was able to move for a while despite having multiple ribs puncture his lung. Suragame, the head of the police force, gives the three a talk the following day at Hosu General Hospital and gives them some recognition for what they did. They must accept it for the benefit of the public, but they remain silent about the entire Stain incident in order to avoid a violation. They were fortunate to only receive a gentle slap on the wrist. Izuku looked at Shoko, who was seated in a chair, and said, "I'm surprised that Shoko lost her cool back there. She chooses to visit the boys because she has a gender-segregated room and has nothing better to do there than watch TV." Iida got out of bed and said, "I'm going to get something to drink. Would you two like me to get you something?" Izuku shook his head and texted everyone to explain why they were receiving a spam text from him. No, thank you. Naturally, he kept their actions against the hero killer a secret from them. Shoko handed him a few yen and said flatly, "Here's the money. Water, please." Iida nodded to her before leaving the room to get drinks, and Shoko turned to face Izuku, who was chatting with Uraraka and Kaoruko at the time, as soon as the gravity girl called him. "I'll bring you back the changes." Izuku's face flushed as he stammered, Why yeah, we're fine, alright. We'll get some rest, why yeah, I'll let you two know if anything comes up again. Tell what I said thank you for her concern, okay, talk to you soon." He hung up before the words, "PP phone calls with a girl, too good," poured out of his mind. Instead of calling, Itsuka always texts him and speaks with him face to face. "Weird," Shoko says, staring at him blankly before blinking in surprise at his scarred hand. As the blinking nerd looked at his hand, she said, "Midoriya, this hand, is that from our battle or?" Oh, yeah." Izuku raises his malformed right hand to look at his scars, saying, "That is a reminder that I won't abusing my power too much and that I should get better at controlling it. You can say it's my punishment for having it turn out that way." Shoko recalls their fight as if it were yesterday, how he repeatedly broke his arms to save her by accepting her fireside. "May I?" Shoko asked, holding out her hand to him, while the nerd gave her a perplexed look. "May I see your hand?" Sure." Izuku held out his hand, and she took it in both of hers, looking at his crooked fingers and scars on every inch. As the nerd squeaked in shame, Shoko's thumbs gently stroked his scars, saying, "I have never seen it up close until now. He went this far for me." Her heteromatic eyes stare up into his large emerald eyes as the blushing nerd stammers at her action and she feels something burning inside her chest. "He barely knew me but he did so much for me in short time," she said, stroking his fingers with a few brushes with her right hand while continuing to rub his scar with her left. "What am I experiencing?" She leans into it, her lip lightly brushing his palm as he raises his hand to cup her cheek. "That, love, does love feel like that?" She adores this boy. No, she adores her hero, the person who illuminates her gloomy world. Toto, Izuku stammered wildly, his mind working too hard. In a serious tone, Shoko said, "Midoriya, please marry me." He said, gazing at her with bloodshot, widened eyes. She brings his hand down from her cheek to her lap and says, "Midoriya," I said. Just then, a door slide opens. "I want to marry you." They turned to see a crashing noise. When the nurse looked up from her reception desk, she saw a girl with orange hair and a worried expression. "Excuse me, where is Midoriya Izuku's room?" she asked. The orange-haired girl nodded as the nurse typed, "Midoriya Izuku. According to the list, he's in room 312. Third floor, west wing," she said. "Thank you." The teenage girl rushed to the elevator and pressed the up button, then waited for it to open before pressing the third button as soon as she got inside. She taps her foot anxiously until it reaches the third floor, at which point she exits into a corridor. "Oh, Kendo." Itsuka, a teenage girl, turned to see Iida carrying 2 water bottles. "Iida," exclaimed Itsuka, "are you alright? Where is Izuku? Is he alright?" "We're fine, thank for asking." Iida responded, "Aside from me, Izuku and Shoko have get off with some minor injuries. I got a text from him yesterday. He needed me this time but I wasn't there too." Itsuka repeated, "Where is he?" Is he in his room? Iida looked at her worriedly. He walked ahead of her and said, "Come on, I'll take you to our room. Midoriya will be happy to see you." Iida instantly realized that she felt terrible for ignoring her best friend's SOS text. "There is nothing you can do about it. We all made it out alive and well, so please ease your worries." Did they share a room? They arrived at room 312 and Itsuka was so concerned about Izuku that she was unaware of that fact. "I got waters and can." Iida appeared, grinning. "I want you to marry me." Shoko looked at Izuku gravely as the speedster dropped his bottles in disbelief and the nerd dropped his jaw at her, almost tripping over his own legs as Itsuka froze. Turning to face them, Izuku asked, "Aye Iida." "Aye Itsuka, when did you get here? What about your training?" Itsuka abruptly entered and embraced him tightly, saying, "I was worried about you. I'm sorry. If I had checked my phone sooner, I should have. Uabami gave me permission to come here." Aye it's okay. Aye I'm fine." The geek mumbled, Aye it's thanks to Todoroki. Without her, we shouldn't make it out without any serious and fatal injuries." "But still," the girl with the orange hair said, embracing him tightly. "I should have been there for you. You relied on me for once, and I failed you." Izuku gave her a pat in return and said, "It's not your fault." Before Itsuka turned to face her from beneath her hair, Shoko said, "Yes, don't worry." The dual-haired girl paused at her expression. Itsuka's eyes, which are directed at her over Izuku's shoulder, are filled with pure jealousy and possession. So she also feels something for him. Unflinchingly, Shoko stared back, refusing to give in and letting her have Izuku. As she reads the paper, Shino taps her pencil thoughtfully and says, "I don't know how to pair everyone off for an end-of-term test." She was instructed to pair everyone with their worst partner or someone who shares a similar personality with the teachers, but some students are difficult to pair up because they get along well with practically everyone. Knowing that some people have problems with one another, she jotted down a few names and said, this person should go with this one." The telepath heroine sighed deeply and said, "But the rest? That's gonna be one tricky and tough test ever." Fortunately, she still has a few weeks left before the deadline. After a long week, the on-the-job training is over, and everyone is back at school. The students eagerly greet one another in class, eager to share what they have learned from their chosen agency. Ha 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 ha. Setsuna and Kami sobbed as the blonde repeatedly slammed into her desk. They were laughing because Katsuki's straight hair was styled in a flawless braid and she looked so deadly with makeup. Katsuki snarled angrily, "Don't laugh. I'll fucking kill you. It's stuck and washing ain't fixing it." Setsuna chuckled. "Go ahead and try it, amazing beauty gal," she exclaimed. The girl roared, "Die," as her hair exploded back into its spiky style. Mina exclaimed at Jiro, "Whoa, so you got to do villain cleanup. I'm so jealous." Jiro twirled her earjack with her index finger and said, "Yeah, but really, it was just guiding evacuees and logistical support stuff, so I didn't actually get into any fighting or anything." As the pink girl smiled, she said, "Still, that's so cool." Suyu put a finger to her lip and tilted her head, saying, "I was doing nothing but training and patrolling, too. I caught a stowaway from a neighboring country one time, that was it." Mina stared at her in amazement. "Whoa, but that's incredible." As Habuko muttered, what she said, without the last part. The frog girl remarked, "But you paralyzed two villains for few seconds so the heroes can arrest them swiftly." The pink girl whistled, "That's incredible." And the snake girl blushed shamefully. The snake girl muttered a low, "BB, but that's all I just did, nothing else." Suyu turned to face the girl and asked, "Heya, Ochako, how was it for you this week?" "It was very fruitful," Ochako said, standing motionless. With another tilt of her head, the frog girl said, "Ochako's become awakened, looks like." Jiro glanced at Kaoruko and asked, "You two went to that battle hero guys, right? What's up with her?" "Gunhead kinda work us to death with his training." The blue-eyed girl giggled. "He have us taking on armed opponents over and over. If we mess up, we have to start all over again until we can perform a flawless technique." The girl with the earjack deadpanned, "So a battle junkie?" Kaoruko gave a blank nod and said, "Battle junkie. Are you too?" Setsuna asked, turning from the yelling explosion creator to two specific individuals. "You know, the one who transformed the most." The majority of students turned to face Izuku and Shoko. Toru clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Yeah, hero killer. I was worried for you." Momo turned to face them. Kanoko fidgeted with her hands and said, same here, TTT, that must be scary for you. So happy you're alive, no joke, that's the most important thing. Setsuna replied, they say you got rescued by Endeavor. That's the number 2 hero for you. Shoko nodded slightly and looked down, saying, yep. Rescued. Yeah. Izuku looked at her while suppressing his blush. He thought she was kidding about her odd statement, and he kept thinking about it. I saw it on the news. Yui sighed. Something about the hero killer and villain alliance are connected. I wonder if that's the case, then why don't they bring him out during the USJ incident? Reiko entered. Maybe he wasn't available at this time. Kashiko pushed her glasses up and said, well, we don't know much until we get some more info later. True. Mina looked at her and then noticed someone at the door that was opening after someone had left. Whoa, isn't that Yukio? Nearly every girl looks out the window at a young woman wearing a kipao who has no reptilian features. Kami whistled in amazement. 10, 9, 8, OMG, isn't she the one placed within the top 10? Jiro responded, she's 9. Since Yukio is the only heroine to rank in the top 10, which has historically been a claim made by male heroes, almost all girls now look up to her. But I wonder why she's here. Izuku peeked over them on his tiptoe as Momo shrugged and said, maybe she's here for a special lesson. Izuku exclaimed, Aunt Ryoko. As the girls abruptly stumbled and Ryoko turned to face her before a broad smile appeared on her face. She walked over to them and waved, saying, oh, if it isn't my nephew. I was told that you made into UA but I don't know that was your class. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly and said, why yeah, it's my class. BB, but why are you here? I mean. Oh, I'm just here to talk to a third-year student about her training and to give some reports to the staff about few students that I may want to recommend to other heroes when they graduated. Ryoko grinned. The nerd uttered the words, oh, before turning to see his classmates staring at him with various expressions after feeling a tap on his shoulder. Mina looked from Izuku to Ryoko and said, you two are, aunt and nephew. Suyu remarked, isn't she kinda too young to be your aunt? The dragon heroine is in her mid-20s, so it's difficult to accept that they are related. I am his aunt. His father is my older brother. Ryoko grinned at them and put her hand on Izuku's head, saying, I know some of you are very confused by that because of our age differences. It's because our parent had him at a young age and I'm the last one to be born after our other 7 siblings. Hisashi's image flashes through their minds. The eyes of Ochako widened. Wait, 7. Yeah, hold on. She pulled out her phone and showed them a photo of her family with Izuku. In the photo, Izuku was seated between what appear to be his grandparents, an elderly woman and a man. Hisashi is standing behind them, along with Ryoko and 7 other individuals, 4 men and 3 women. The elderly woman has 2 long, curved horns, golden eyes with slits, and scales around her cheeks and eyes. She wears a purple kimono and has long, white hair. The elderly man is dressed in a white kimono and has a white draconic head with 3 branch-like horns and wings. Both the males and females seem to be humanoid dragons, with scales of varying colors, 1 to a dozen horns, wings, tails, and a fearsome but not frightening appearance like their older brother. Among a terrifying draconic family, only Ryoko and Izuku appear so normal. Ryoko chuckled as the girls gazed at the picture indifferently. I used to be a black sheep of my family because I was the only one who don't look like them until Izuku come along. Kaoruko chose to surprise them by saying, I ran into Izuku and met him the other day. By the way, his godfather's gang Orca. When she says, say fought. Few girls turn to face her. Did you know that Izuku called him Uncle Orca because he thought that Orca was actually his uncle and a dragon instead of a killer whale? Ryoko asked, blinking at the blue girl before she burst out laughing. Izuku flushed. Hey, I was 4 and I don't know the difference. Midori, is there anything else we need to know about? Toru is slowly staring at him. Because at this rate, you're going to surprise us to death. WWWW, what are you talking about? The nerd asked, staring at her bewildered. I think they are trying to make any sense out of that because of our family. Ryoko giggled at their responses before looking at them with a grin. I can assure you that there are no more surprises and don't feel guilty if you don't know about these since Izuku is very shy boy and he don't talk much about himself until you ask him directly. Plus, it's only been few months and I assume that some of you don't know much about each other. The majority of the girls agreed. Anyway, I better get going. I hope you all get along with my cute nephew. Aunt. Izuku sulked at her, blushing deeply. As Ryuko walked away, giggling, tell Aniki and Inkone-chan that I'll stop by for dinner this Friday. I'll see you later, Izuku. Oh okay, I will. The oddball waved. My brain hurt when I think about it. Jiro pressed her nose against the bridge, him relating to this father of his, the number 9 heroine as his aunt, his dragon family, a gangster look-alike for Godfather, what's next? Him having a daughter. Mina deadpanned, I'll eat my jacket if he shows up with a daughter. It's been a while, boy and girls. I hope you're in good spirits. Hi, All Might said as he stood in front of Class 1A next to a mock city. For I'm here, is the note I usually do things on, but right, onto foundational hero study time. That was a really lukewarm entry. After so long, too. Oh my, he must have exhausted all the possible patterns. All Might perspired at some remarks, it's a rescue training race. Right on the heels of all your workplace experience, this time we'll mix in an element of play. With Izuku beside her, fanboying over All Might's uniform, Kashiko questioned, if it's rescue training, then should it be carried out at us? No, that place is for disaster rescue. The hero with the most points replied, what was I saying? Ah, yes, a race. This is playing ground gamma, where densely packed lanes make this construction site seem more like a complex labyrinth. Make 4 groups or 5. We'll do the training one group at a time. When I've given the distress signal somewhere in the area, you all start simultaneously from outside the limits. This is a competition to see who can come to my aid first. Of course, keep damage to the surrounding buildings at a minimum. He pointed to Bakugo. Don't point fingers, Katsuki turned his head away. All Might took his place somewhere on a tall water tower inside the ground gamma after a few minutes of forming a group. Starting group, take your positions. Izuku, Mina, Pony, Abara, and Tsuyu stood at the entrance. All the kids with the most maneuverability in the class are in that group. Jiro was humming. Yeah, if you force me to pick, I'd say maybe Midoriya's at a slight disadvantage, Momo replied. Frankly, his true worth hasn't really been pinned down yet. I mean, whenever he tries anything, he receives such grievous wounds. Setsuna declared, I'll wager that Tsuyu will win, she'll be the winner. I can see that, but don't forget Pony's there. Kami responded, she's pretty faster. Toru pumped her fist, saying, her reflexes are insane. I say it'll be Ishido. Katsuki crossed her arms and said, Deku's dead last. Start. All Might gives the signal, and everyone jumps into action. Some show off the results of their training, such as Abara swinging across the skyline with her vine and Mina climbing up the building with her acid. Tsuyu has taken the lead thanks to her tongue and frog-like abilities. As Tsuyu hopped over a few pipes ahead of the group, Setsuna pointed at the screen and said, see. She totally have an advantage here. Izuku then used parkour moves to jump past the frog girl, his body enhanced by the one-for-all quirk. Izuku smiled to himself as he flipped over a roof, bounced off a wall, and hopped off a pole as soon as his foot touched the ground. This training is too perfect, he said. As everyone watched in astonishment, Toru exclaimed, Whaaa, Midori. What's with those moves? Ochako's rosy cheeks lit up as she gazed at him hopping, saying, wow. Look at him hop, actually, they're just like. That's what I do. With her fists shaking angrily, Katsuki gritted her teeth and said, I've been wasting time like a fucking idiot. He did it again. Deku had just surpassed her once more. At this rate, she will never be number 1, and he won't ever look back at her again. Damn, what training did he go through? Kami exclaimed. Where did he went to again? Jiro said, some guy named Gran. The blonde girl shrugged her shoulders and said, never heard of him. Abara asked, did he overcome the bone breaking? As the vines dragged her to a different rooftop. 5%, keep your nerves and your composure. Izuku leapt across until he lost his footing and fell with a crash. Mina finished last in the race, which went on until the first group crossed the finish line and Tsuyu won. Mina stomped her foot and clenched her fists, saying, damn. I see, Izuku muttered, lying face down on the ground. I should consider where exactly I'm jumping, too, in situations without stable footholds, he said, surrounded by low murmurs. Even when he's not feeling well. With a drop of perspiration, some girls pondered. Young Asui was number 1, but all of you have learned how to use your quirks more broadly since you first entered the academy. All Might said with his hands on his hips, Now keep at it for me and begin preparing for the end of term test. Pushing himself up, Izuku asked, so soon already? The top hero muttered to his successor, you surprised me. I almost didn't recognize you. He gave him a covert thumbs up and said, please come to my place when this lesson is over. I have something I need to talk to you about. The story of me and One for All. One for All, the nerd said, blinking at his idol's back. In the girls' changing room with her classmates, Ochako exclaimed, phew. As she took off her spandex. It has been a while since we had training exercise. Yeah, I sure worked up some sweats. Jiro pulls off her shirt wearily before complaining, I wish this changing room came with showers. They can only use wet towels to wipe off some of their perspiration. Ugh, we're always one step behind. Setsuna grumbled, I'm so jealous of those with better maneuverability and their quirks. Abara said, but some of us have to be more careful because one mishap can cost everything. She was about to respond when she heard a sharp gasp before they turned to face Kami, who appeared to be debating something inside her head while staring at a wall. Yutsushimi, what's wrong? And on the other side is, Kami said, pointing to a tiny hole in the wall. The words, the boys' changing room, made Kanoko blush deeply. The pretty girl looked at them and said, hi, do you know what that mean? Fucking no, Deku don't have a gut to peek on us. Katsuki grumbled, he's a fucking spineless shithead and he'll die if he peek on us. No, that means we can peek, Kami said. The red-faced rocker held her hand up to her and said, I'm going to stop you right there. We're not going to peek on Midoriya. What's the harm in that? The brunette replied, he's gonna be shirtless, it's not like he'll walk around nude, if he does, bonus. You can't peek on Izu. Pony said, blushing slightly as she shook her head. Ochako reddened wildly and said, she's right, that's wrong. Deku will be so upset if. Without batting an eyelash, Shoko tied a skirt around her hip and said, please don't peek on my fiancé. The room fell silent as everyone stared at her in varying ways. The gravity girl chokes on her saliva and asks, FF fiancé. Mina waved her arms and said, whoa, since when were you two an item? He, a voice stumbled. Itsuka said, they're not together at all. Shoko was kidding. The girls stared at her as she cupped her chin and said, maybe I should be more forward with him. She's right, we are not together, Shoko said, causing some of them to release their breath before she spoke again. Yet, he hasn't given me his answer to my proposal. Before Toru asked her, are you saying you have a feeling for him? Nobody knew what to say. The girl with the two hairs replied, yes, I do. I love him and I want to marry him. Like hell, you'll wed him. I own him. Fucking bitch. Deku belongs to me first. It's time to step up. That was the general idea that passed through their heads, and as Izuku changed back into his uniform in the boys' changing room, he continued to sneeze and feel cold. As the day draws to a close, Izuku is still trying to comprehend the story Yagi told him about the beginnings of One for All and All for One. Listen up. Shino raised her hands in greeting, summer break is approaching. But of course, you all will not be able to relax during the break because. Could it be? Setsuna opened her mouth. Some students cheered when the telepath heroine announced, we'll be going to summer break Forest Lodge. Mina pumped her fist and exclaimed, let's give each other dares. According to Suyu, and firework. According to Reiko, courage test. Summer break mean curry. Ochako's mouth watered, she hadn't had a satisfying meal in a long time. Perfect opportunity to confess, but you intervened to cut off the lively conversations, saying, if any of you don't get a passing grade on the end of term test, then you're stuck in school, in remedial hell with Aizawa. Toru yelled, let's do our best, everybody. They don't want to see this cruel instructor ever again. Then Katsuki snorted, what a load. Before he noticed Yu's glare and his Adam's apple bob, Izuku thought, summer break. Is she upset with me because I killed the hero? If that's the case, he swallowed nervously, shrinking himself. An hour or so later, the school bell rang out, and the pupils prepared to depart. Setsuna groaned, I haven't studied at all. Mina laughed and said, same here. The green-haired girl groaned, with the sport festival and workplace and everything, I never stopped to study. The pink girl laughed once more and said, we're in last place, aren't we? Kanoko swallowed anxiously, I heard that the end-of-term tests are way different from the rest. The last time she checked, she received an 11. And there's practical test exercise, Habuko replied. I heard it's tougher than anything we faced. Mina continued to laugh and Setsuna sagged on the ground, saying, we're screwed. Izuku clenched his fist and smiled encouragingly, saying, Aa Ashido, TT Tokage. Let's do our best. I mean, I want to go to the lodge alongside everyone. If you just attend classes normally then you won't get any failing grades. Shoko was deadpanned. Then Setsuna wailed and held her chest, saying, Todoroki, you cruel woman. The girls cheered for Momo as she said, hey, you too. I might be able to assist you with classroom lecture stuff. She then whispered, dejectedly, the test exercise, on the other hand, not so much. Her final remark caused Izuku to glance at his vice president with some concern. Well, I'm not either of them, but, Jiro cracked a smile, how about me? I always trip up applying quadratic functions. Yao Momo, could you do me too? Toru dived in, do you get classical literature? Momo looked at them with her hands over her lip as Yui said flatly, I need some help with science subject. Absolutely, she exclaimed with joy, I if you like, I can help you with tutoring everyone. Izuku asked the writer, English and history are my best subjects. Sure, Momo said with a radiant smile. Izuku yells out in exasperation as Kami hurls herself onto his back and asks, ooh, class studying. Momo's eyes gleamed as almost everyone wanted to join the group, saying, I want in. She is eager to be a good host. Damn fucking bitches, fucking around, Katsuki said, twitching her eyebrow as she put her belongings away. The group then talked about studying, the test, and when to meet at Momo's mansion, where she had just provided her address. What sort of hands-on assessment will it be? As he left his classroom, Izuku wondered, if I ask Sosaki-sensei, will she tell me? Hey, are you Midoriya Izuku? The nerd yelled in fear as someone slapped his shoulder quickly. He turned to see a teenage girl who looked to be a few years older than she actually was. She had pale skin, large blue eyes, and long, light blue hair that reached her legs. Izuku insisted that the hair was moving in a few twirls. He didn't say it aloud, but Izuku thought she looked adorable. Hold on, does she know his name? Izuku was about to ask her, why yes, how did you, when the girl abruptly bursts into his personal space and starts talking. I'm Hado Najire, I work under your Aunt Ryoko as her sidekick. Najire laughed, she told me a lot about you, I didn't know that you're this Midoriya Izuku. She told me that you're a late bloomer and that must be tough on you up until now. I saw you around before and during the sport festival. You were pretty awesome there, but I want to know why you don't use your quirk during the first and second events. You should blow everyone out of the water if you did. But how come this quirk breaks your arms? That is way weird, don't you think so? Why did you abusing it in the second round against this girl with ice and fire? Hey, you had workplace a while ago, right? How did it turn out? Learn anything news? You ran into hero killer, right? That must be scary for you. Your first year must be hella crazy. SSS she asks so many questions and talks so quickly. Izuku's eyes almost roll back at the barrage of questions, but he quickly focuses and says, I have to answer her questions or she'll be upset. He doesn't even know her, but individuals typically get frustrated if you fail to respond to their inquiries. Why yes, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Hado-san. TTT The reason why I don't use my quirk during first and second events in Sport Festival is because I can't control my power output at this time. If I do then it'll shatter my bone, due to its overpower. I abused my power because she was going through something and was resisting her fire side, so I have to tell her to accept it as her own power. The workplace was very experiencing and I sure did learn a lot from there. Why yes, I did. Najire's smile expanded as she said, whoa, you answered them all so faster. No one ever does that before. They only answer one or two or never. Hey, can I ask you a bunch of more questions? The other day, I saw you walking with a really scary man with a dragon head on Parents' Day. Is he your rel? She covered her mouth with her hand and followed the arm to see a tall, muscular, blonde boy with a simple face. The blonde student grinned down at Izuku and said, I'm sorry about her. Hado is a very talkative and inquisitive person. Sometimes she'll get carried away when something catches her attention. No, it's okay. Izuku brushed it off. SSS, she was just curious and I don't mind answering her questions as best as I can. The adolescent girl's eyes brightened, and the blonde boy appeared anxious. MMMPH. He thought, but it's difficult to tell with this simple face. As he looked at his friend, the blonde boy said, I don't think that's a good idea. She'll yakking your ears off and drive you up. He abruptly took his hand away from her mouth and asked, Hado, did you just lick my hand? Najire stuck her tongue out at him and said, your fault, Mirio. You should not cover my mouth. I get a bunch of questions to ask. I want to talk to him more. From a distance, Itsuka yelled, Izuku, hurry up. We're going to be late for the train. Before turning to face the older students, Izuku said, coming. Sorry, I gotta go. It's nice to meet you. With a smile, Mirio said, back at you. Wait, I want to talk. Najire's mouth was once more covered by the blonde boy. He said to the nerd, go on. Don't keep your friend waiting. The nerd nods and then joins his friend from childhood. The nerd was asked by Itsuka, who was that? Before Mirio turned to Najire, Izuku said, some students, I think second or third year. The older students watched them vanish around the corner. He inquired inquisitively, why did you run off to meet this boy? Because his aunt happened to be Yukio and I've been dying to meet him for a long time since the first year. Najire laughed as he jumped in the same spot. When she told me that Midoriya went to school here, I realized that it's the same one from Sport Festival, you know, the one with crazy strength. Mirio's eyebrow went up, since first year. Oh, yeah, because Yukio told me about him, that he's quirkless. I never have met a quirkless person before. Oh, he want to be a hero since he was little boy. Najire replied, don't you think that's cool? Him, want to become a hero without a quirk. Then later, she told me that he's a late bloomer. That's crazy, but I'm very happy for him. And at same time, I'm totally worried about him because. I see. Mirio murmured, anyway, we better go back and find Amajiki before he get too anxious. The blonde boy almost fell over, saying, he's so adorable and looks so innocent. Think he's single? Najire trailed behind him and said, Yukio didn't tell me that Midoriya is so cute. And very sexy. Remember the cheering scene, where he show his chest, roar. I don't know, as one of his closest friends, Mirio can't help but shiver at her. He feels sorry for the boy who caught her eye because he is unsure if anyone else, besides himself and Amajiki, can tolerate her long-winded rambling. In fact, I think that's first time she talks about boy in romance sense. Sitting in a bar with Kamui and Death Arms, Yu sipped her beer and complained, Kami, I can't believe this boy. First, slime villain, USJ incident, and now this hero killer. Is he some villain magnet or what? Why does he always throw himself up against them? Does he get some death wish? How can someone be so reckless? And don't get me start on this quirk of his, he kept break his arms more than once. Who is she talking about? A boyfriend, Death Arms said, leaning toward Kamui. I'm confused. Kamui snickered, yup, no, Yu chokes on her beverage. He's 15 and a student from a class that I'm assisting in teaching. He's underage. Death sheepishly rubbed his head and said, oh, I'm sorry. It sounded like you were talking about a boyfriend there. The heroine gave him a strange look and said, what the fuck? How the hell do you gather that it's about a boyfriend from this conversation? Kamui lifted his index finger and said, well, to be fair, you talk about him a lot, almost all the time. Down to little detail from training, his personality, and everything else. Death Arms continued, plus, we never saw you acting like that before. You look like some girlfriend who worry about her reckless lover who work as a pro hero. Then one day, he enter a death battle with a villain before he receive a death blow and the girlfriend run to his side, crying her soul out as her lover give her his last words. Oh, what a bittersweet moment it is, and there. As their friend began to make up a story, Kamui deadpanned at Yu, saying, now look what you did. You got him started because you won't shut up about your boyfriend. Yu snarled and raised her fist, saying, he is not my boyfriend, he is underage. Calm down, calm down. Kamui raised both of his hands. I was just joking. We know you're not this type to take an underage lover, which is good thing because I'll hate to arrest you on Saint. Yu glared menacingly and flushed deeply, saying, don't you dare finish this sentence. She had nothing for her student. With his hands on his chest, Death Arm exclaimed, then all of a sudden, the hero returned from the dead but he's a villain. No, it can't be. She say, you died on this day. I saw you. I held you to my bosom. How long will it take? Kamui asked him inquisitively, estimating that it would take 4 hours straight. Izuku gapes in shock as he looks at a building. He knows that Yaoyorozu apparently comes from a wealthy family, but that is completely out of his price range. In his opinion, the mansion resembles a castle, and he believes that no mansion has a golden gate. Uncertain whether to wait for the caller or not, he presses the doorbell with a shaking finger, watches the intercom light come on, and speaks up immediately. Izuku stammered, I'm here for, hello, that is Midoriya. Momo said chirpily, Midoriya. Come on in. Do you want me to send a limo out to fetch you? The green-haired boy looked at the path between the gate and the mansion with a tiny drop of sweat and said, no, thank you. Although it seemed like miles to him, he could cover it in 30 to an hour. He waited for the gate to open, passed through it, and then walked up to the front door of the mansion, where the creator was waiting. She is dressed in white jeans and a red shirt. Momo gave him a small, kind smile and showed him inside, saying, hello, Midoriya, you're a bit early. Izuku scratched the back of his head and peeked at a huge, opulent lobby with a tiny drop of perspiration. Why yeah, I want to help setting things you up and discussing which subjects one of us can cover and help if someone gets stuck with. He doesn't want to know, but really, how much does this place cost? As they walked down a long hallway to their left, the wealthy girl beckoned him to follow her, saying, you come at perfect time. I'm about to pack the tea cart, you can help me out with that. For the subjects, I'm excellent with math and science, so please leave anyone who needs help with that to me. He nodded once as he looked around curiously and said, okay, and you can leave English, history, and heroic as subjects to me. Once they arrive at a large kitchen, Momo stumbled and said, right, you're very knowledgeable with heroic art, history, and subjects like these, but Izuku caught her and said, here we are. Please take some teacups out of this cabinet over there. That one, Izuku asked after making sure he had the correct cabinets before beginning to remove the teacups. Why Yaoyorozu, are you alright? Hi, I am. She gave him a puzzled look before tilting her head and raising one eyebrow. Why do you ask? She asked. He put the cups on the tray and then picked them up, turning to face her. Well, why you seem to be down lately, Izuku muttered as she blinked, but I guess I was wrong, sorry. Does it go on top or? He asked. Under there, Momo pointed to the cart's second shelf while she watched him put away the tray. She continued to stare at him as he returned to the counter to get more cups, opening and closing her mouth a few times in doubt before speaking. Actually, you're right. He jerked his head to her and said, really? Do you want to talk about it? He waved his hands and said, it's okay if you don't have to if you don't want to. I might overstep the bound by saying that and forgetting too father. With her hands clasped in front of her hip, she interrupted him by saying, yes, I would like to. If that's okay with you. Izuku gave a shy nod and said, hi. Please go ahead, you until you prefer to go somewhere else for privacy. As she began to boil water and he found some tea in silence, Momo responded, we have a skeleton crew running right now so here is fine because no one will walk in on us. The boy couldn't help but stare at the thousands of different tea boxes that were in front of him. He turned to face her and said, I'm not sure if you know that, I got in through official recommendations. I'm beginning to have some doubts about my place in heroic class. He exclaimed, really? That's amazing. Oh, of course you got recommendations since it does make sense. He blinked a few times as she sighed pitifully, yes, because of my quirk. He shook his head and said, what? And no, because of your intelligence and analytical skill. Oh, thank you, Momo said before taking a deep breath. I'm glad you think highly of me because I don't. The recommended students of UA should have excellent performance and yet, I'm the only one who hasn't left any noteworthy results. In Sport Festival, during the Human Cavalry, all I did was follow Todoroki's lead, and I was eliminated from the tournament when I was at my wit's end against Tokiyami. Then I accept Uebami's internship, thinking she have seen something inside me and that I'll learn something from her, but it turned out she chose me because of my look and nothing else. Sighing, all I did was just standing there like some prop and barely go on one patrol, sighed. Then there's you. Izuku blinked in confusion and pointed to himself, asking, me? What about me? You got in through entrance exam even when you barely have your quirk this late, and yet, you overcome most of everyone, she continued. You beat me by 2 votes and become our class president. In sport festival, you come in first place in both race and human cavalry without using your quirk once and using some out-of-the-box strategies. You got ahead of me in tournament and almost won against Todoroki, a talented recommended student. Then your quirk control improved greatly after your internship, despite your terrifying encounter with the hero killer, and you come up with some new amazing skills. Midoriya, you're amazing, like your quirk. I can't compare to you. What are you talking about? He blushed embarrassingly and shy. Why you're more amazing than me. Momo lifted her head up with a teary blink. I mean it, you're really amazing enough that I voted for you for the class president because, like I said before, you have high intelligence and analytical skill, so I thought you'll be excelled at that, and I always rely on you as my vice president every day. Also, you shouldn't sell yourself short. I heard from Jiro that you took many villains down at USJ by yourself while defending the others, and it's a major noteworthy. About the sport festival, you should be proud because you're one of 20 students that make to the final event, and Tokiyami's really strong because I don't think I can win against Dark Shadow in my condition at this time. If you have knowledge of his quirk beforehand, you can easily take him down by creating flashbangs or any light sources. For the internship, I know that not everyone have best experience the first time, and there's nothing I can say to change that, but I think you learn something from this experience, like not to accept someone's offer right away and that not everyone is suited to a specified agency. It'll take a while until you find the right one. Do you know that Manuel have to go through 5 different agencies until he find the right one before he went pro? Also, your quirk is very amazing that I'm very envious of you because you can create almost everything you need for any situations, and I'm sure you put a lot of effort into your quirk since you need to know the molecular structure of a specified item down to a single atom and what it's made from. At same time, I'm really glad you have this quirk and plan to use it for the great good. With your quirk, I bet you can come up with many strategies and easily execute them, depending on any conditions. I mean, if it was me, I won't know a single thing and I won't be able to do anything. I'll be terrifying if a villain or selfish person has this quirk, due to the endless possibilities of creation quirk, and no one can stop them. I really can't praise you enough. Momo blushed and said, why you're mumbling? She felt a warm swell in her chest as she listened to him, and it's truly remarkable that she was able to understand nearly everything he said. Sorry. Izuku stammered, blushing slightly. As I was saying, why you shouldn't think lowly of yourself BB because we're SS still in first year AA and we have a lot of time training, learning, and mastering our QQ quirks. I bet next year, you'll BB blow everyone out of water. Why? He blushed more as she whispered, thank you, into his ear. For your encouragements. Uncertain of what to do in this circumstance, he continued to stammer with hovering arms, why you're welcome. Does he return the hug, or does he simply keep his arms away from her? To be honest, he has no idea if they are classmates or friends. His blushing face froze as the creator leaned back, her arms still resting on his shoulders, her right hand slowly moving up to cup his cheek. Momo whispered, you're a good friend, is there anything I can do to repay you? As her head inadvertently leaned closer slowly and her thumb lightly rubbed a small circular area of his cheek. Wait. What is she doing? Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he stood motionless and watched her face approach inch by inch. Will she do what I believe her to be? I don't believe I'm prepared. What do I do? How do I go? Exactly what should I do? Both teenagers jump with surprise when the tea kettle whistles so abruptly. I better pour it, she said, smiling broadly as she went to get the tea kettle. He whirled around and walked out stiffly, trying to think of another explanation and wondering if he was just dreaming. And I'm going to check if anyone have come. He said. Over her shoulder, Momo said, okay. As the boy walked away and her face burst into a healthy shade of red. I can't believe what I almost did, she said, fanned her burning face. I almost kissed Izuku-kun. The thought of kissing her secret first crush made her feel even more embarrassed, so she took deep breaths to calm herself while preparing more tea for her guests. Wearing a black tattered jean and an off-the-shoulder pink shirt, Jiro looked around and whispered, geez, that's a lecture hall. And added, more like a banquet hall. Setsuna, dressed in a forest green sweater dress with a belt, said, I'll say. The punk shot the prankster a sardonic look, and the smirking brunette shrugged her shoulders, placing her in 7th place. I still can't believe you're a recommended student. When Momo asked Setsuna why she was playing around rather than studying because she had passed the recommendation tests, her friends were taken aback. Wearing a blue hot short jean and a colorful t-shirt, Mina complained with tears streaming down her face, such a betrayal. You made me believe you were one of us. They were missing Itsuka, Abara, Katsuki, Shoko, Tsuyu, Habuko, and Kashiko because they had personal errands to run or, in the case of Tsuyu, were looking after their siblings. Sorry. The prankster laughed before looking around. But man, it feels like almost whole class is here. A sleeveless blue shirt with a red skirt was worn by Toru, who said, yeah, and I don't think I have seen anyone out of uniform before until now. She turns to face Kanoko, who was dressed in a dress reminiscent of Lolita Gothic, and says, honestly, I'm taken aback by some. The girl's face blushes as she hears Izuku's explanation. Hey, I heard that some girls are planning to change their hero names. Momo used a pointer stick to point to the blackboard and said, girls, please pay attention. The girls gave her their whole attention as she cleared her throat to get their attention. That is very important because it'll be on the test. The lone boy was asked by Pony, Izu, check please. Oh okay. Let me see. Izuku began surveying her work when Kami abruptly landed on his back and pressed her bust against it. Kami whimpered, Izuku, help me with history. The foreign girl, leaning on Izuku's other side to speak to the busty blonde, said, Izu help me first. The poor boy began to stutter heavily and spasm out. He acted that way because Kami was wearing a white button-down shirt with a few buttons undone, exposing a good amount of her cleavage and a bit of some sort of lacy bra, and a very short black skirt with leg-warmer socks. Pony was wearing a crop top, which shows off a lot of skin, over tight jeans. In a blunt statement, Yui said, Gyaru is at it again. Ochako laughed at her friend's response, and Kaoruko shook her head at them, saying, girls, give the poor boy some space. The pretty teenager cuddled up to the flushed boy and said, not yet, fam, I need some dose of Izu-poo. Izu-poo, how about we go? Momo put her hand on the flirter's shoulder and looked down at her math assignment, saying, Yutsushimi, I see you need some help with math. Kami just pouted as the wealthy girl dragged her to her group. They continued studying as a group until it was time to leave for home before nightfall. A few girls chuckled at Mina's gesture, saying, finally. As she walked out with her classmates dressed heroically. We're done with written exams. Woo, today is the final exam, and some girls are relieved to have finished the first section of finals. With a slight smile, Itsuka reminded the acid creator, we still have test exercise to do. Yeah, but it's against the robots so we're all good anyway. The girl in pink smiled broadly, I think I did great on the exam, thanks to Yaomomo and Midori. Momo said, please wait until after you get the results before you thank us. They went to their teacher, but when they saw the UA, they appeared perplexed and interested. Employees are waiting in line. Shino grinned and said, the test exercise will begin shortly. Obviously, you can fail this test, too, so if you want to head to the Forest Lodge, then we'd better not see any pitiful blunders from you. Aizawa replied. Kyoka questioned, why so many teachers? We've no doubt you all learned what information you could of the test beforehand, so I think you already hold a vague notion of what you are to do, the scruffy instructor murmured. Setsuna smiled and said, yes, it's a robot battle game, just like the entrance exam. Mina joyfully pumped her fist, exclaiming, I can just see the fireworks. The curry, the dare sessions. Nezu abruptly emerged from Aizawa's scarf and grinned broadly, saying, sorry, I'm afraid not. Due to various reasons, we're changing the contents of the test, starting today. Principal, Izuku exclaimed. Momo asked the principal, what do you mean, as he climbed down the unkempt teacher to the ground. Well, the creature said, fears of a surge in villainy and what you have went through, we decide something new to assurance the society. From now on, we'll focus our tests more on person-on-person battle activities and emphasizing a teaching environment closer to that of real battle. Which, girls and boy, is all to say, that henceforth we will have you form pairs to engage in combat with one of these here educators. He gestured to his staff as some students become nervous. Now, who all of you are paired with and which teacher you'll be fighting have already been decided. The way you tend to move, your grades, and your degree of familiarity, We personally judged how you'll be pairing up based on all sorts of things, and we'll list the matchups now. He cleared his throat as he take a clipboard from 13. First off, Todoroki's with Yaoyorozu as a team against Eraserhead. Kendo, you're with, the said girl sneak a glance at Izuku, hoping they'll team up so he can rely on her once again. Bakugo. Katsuki sneered as she turned to face her partner. Kendo said, "Bah," with a startled but irate expression. The principal grinned and said, "And your opponent will be." With his signature smile, All Might exclaimed, "I'm here to oblige. Now cooperate and come at me to win, Wonder Duo." Kami said, somewhat relieved, "Well, look like we have 2 funerals to attend at the end of the day." Most of her classmates were relieved that they wouldn't have to oppose the most popular hero. Ashido and Utsushimi will be against me. Nezu went on, Uraraka and Iwata will be against 13. Jiro and Tsunotori will face Present Mike. Asui and Tokage will face Ectoplasm. Hagakure and Midoriya will be against Snipe. Shiozaki and Komori will be against Power Loader. Kodai and Yanagi will be against Smentos. Mongoose and Sekigai will face Midnight. The 10 teams will be starting in their respective stages simultaneously. Aizawa continued, the general outline of the test will be explained by each of teachers you'll be battling. You're to be transported by the campus buses. Time is precious, so get in them promptly. Suyu put a finger to the corner of her lip and tilted her head, asking, Sensei's not taking part. I'm not really a combat type. Shino grinned, and I work best in teams so. Curious, Shiozaki inquired, and Mount Lady. Before escorting them to their separate buses, their homeroom teacher responded, good luck, because you need it. She's grading the finals paper as we are speaking. As the boy tried to understand the goal of the matchup and how they could defeat Snipe and his homing quirk, Izuku's ride to the battle stage was rather quiet. Snipe pointed to the mumbling boy with his gun, his sweat drop growing larger by the minute, and asked, does he do that a lot? Boy sure get a big lung on him. Toru laughed and then nudged her partner's shoulder, saying, you'll get used to it. You're mumbling. Izuku turned his red face away from her and said, oh, sorry. Her blushing partner squeaked at that. Anyway, she stretches her arms out above her head and asks, get any ideas why we're going up against Snipe? The laughing invisible girl gave him a playful elbow and said, it's fine, it's fine. And I told you before, you can look at me all you want. I don't mind it, cutie. My guess, he murmured, it's possibly BB because we never went up against LL long-range opponents A and this exam is to teach us WW what to do in this situation. I might have hard time in this one since I'm a close-range fighter. Toru hummed, you must be right. I may be a stealthy person, but a gunslinger can take me out in one go if I make a mistake. She leaned her head onto his shoulder as he started to yell, that okay if I rest my head on your shoulders for a bit? He nodded shakily, thanks, stud. So, she hummed, about the other teams, what do you think why they pair us up like that? Well. Those are just SSS speculations of mine. Izuku stuttered with atomic blush as he tried to take his mind off the fact that a nude girl is lying on his side. They must have principal take AAA Ashido and Utsushimi on BB because of his high-spec quirk, meaning that the girls must have weakness against intellectual villain. This might make sense because they are laid back and treat most heroic training like some games. He slowly lost his stutter as he went into his mumble mode. This match would force them to realize their shortcoming and try to come up with some plans to defeat him as if it's a real thing. Eraserman is better foe for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu because he can erase their quirks and tackle them in close-quarter battle, forcing them to come up with some solutions. You see, Todoroki tend to use brute method with her quirk, erase her quirk and she have to learn how to work with other instead of tackle it on her own. Yaoyorozu's quirk allow her to be balanced in everything but if it was take away from her, Yaoyorozu either have to take Eraserhead on hand-to-hand combat, make some quick judgment or try to avoid his line of sight to regain her quirk. He cupped his chin in deep thought. Itsuka and Kachan can't stand each other so that would force them to work together against a strongest opponent and I don't know if All Might will hold back. For Tsuyu and Tokage, Ectoplasm will. Strength enhancement is his quirk, isn't that correct? Wondering how he gets some right and whether he has more than one quirk like this Todoroki filly, Snipe gaped at the babbler boy in disbelief. The invisible girl whispered, ooh, I see. She was only partially paying attention to him as she felt his arm to see if he noticed, but he didn't. She decides that if they pass this test, she will ask him to dinner and try to get close. Damn, if this costume doesn't hide his body, I'll be all over him already. As soon as the bus arrived at its destination, Snipe turned to face the two students and said, "Here we are." Then, with his hand on his hat, he turned back to them and said, "I'll explain it now. The time limit is 30 minutes in your win conditions. Either slap the irons on me," he lifted a pair of handcuffs and said, "or escape from this stage through the designated gate, which is the very one that we came in through. That is where we'll have our good old standoff. And it's okay to flee?" Toru asked, tilting her head. "Kinda like Battle Trail." "Yep." The hero of the gunslinger threw the handcuff, "but that won't be easy because you're going up against someone on higher level and we are going to do it like a real battle, you know. Suppose you've come across a villain. If you can fight and win, then that's fine. That being said, if the gap in power is too big, then it's wiser to run and call for backup. You follow me?" Izuku nodded and said, "I see. Win by fighting or win by fleeing?" Snipe twirled his guns and led them deeper, saying, "I'm using non-lethal bullets so you won't get wounded badly, but it'll hurt like hell, and if you got shot more than once in any fatal place, you're out and might get automatic failure if both of you go down." He stopped in his tracks and turned to face the heroes in training, saying, "All right, you two will wait here until Recovery Girl give you the signal from station." He tipped his hat to them as he left, saying, "I'm going to take my place and get ready for our duel." The invisible girl looks around and asks, "We're in middle of the stage, right?" Hi. The inheritor replied, To pass the exam, we have two options. Logically, it'll be better if we flee and take cover behind pillars to avoid his line of SS sight. If he can't see us, he can't use his homing quirk." With a nod, Toru said, "I agree. Zigzag and all, if we're taking the stealth route, I have to be careful not to disturb these rocks," she said, pointing to a group of rocks nearby, "but I don't think we can outrun the bullets." She paused, then asked her partner, "Can you?" Izuku looked toward Toru and said, "What do you think? Is there any way you want to go with?" He laughed sheepishly and cupped his chin before saying, "BB, but on the other hand, we may have to arrest him if he end up cornering us. I don't think I can outrun it with full cowl at the moment." The invisible girl nodded to her partner and shrugged her shoulders, saying, "I prefer fleeing, but who know how it'll turn out. After all, they are facing a seasoned professional hero." The countdown began with a loud beep, "Go." Then, as the teams prepared, Recovery Girl's voice said over the loudspeaker, "Everybody's at their marks, I take it. In that case, now's the time, freshmen of UA High. Let's begin the end of term test. Ready?" Several gunshots echoed. Deku yelled, "Take cover," to alert his partner, and the two of them dove behind a pillar to dodge some bullets, narrowly avoiding a curved one. "He's really after us. The exam just started," yelled Invisible Girl. "Shit." As he lifted his partner, the One for All user exclaimed, "Keep moving. We need to get out of here and hide somewhere else." She yelled, "Understand," as her partner darted from one cover to another in order to find a spot to rest and devise a plan. In a different, city-like stage, Itsuka yanked Katsuki's arm roughly and locked her jaw harder as she chased after her irascible partner. As the martial artist growled, "I said stop, bah." Pulling her arm back, Katsuki growled, "Don't follow me. It's fucking obvious I should just knock him out." Itsuka hissed, "No, we have to avoid him at any cost. I'll lead him around by the nose up until the final moments and then I'll smash him when he's tuckered out." The volatile teenager grumbled, "Me. You're going to take the symbol of peace on by yourself, even if he has handicaps. How far is your head up your ass, you idiot?" The orange-haired girl huffed angrily, almost blindsided by her partner's forceful swing. With his eyes fixed on her, Katsuki gritted his teeth and glared at her, saying, "Not another goddamn word. Don't you dare say another fucking word, or else I'll get pissed. You egoistic bitch, stop and listen. I want to pass the test, so shut up." Itsuka glared back. The girl roared, "I told you, I don't need any help from you to pass, handy bitch." The martial artist yelled angrily, "Would you shut up? That is why we can never have a proper conversation." Before they know it, a strong gust of wind almost knocks them off their feet, causing multiple buildings to collapse under the force of flying debris. When the smoke clears, All Might can be seen smiling and approaching them. All Might exclaimed, "Collateral damage to the city. Who gives a fuck? If you're thinking of this as just a test, then you're in for a world of pain. I am a villain, oh heroes. Come at me and put your whole hearts into it." He charged, and the girls could see his blue eyes under the shadow of his brows. Battle Fist yelled, "Run! We can't fight him!" Stun Grenade. Katsuki yelled at the top hero, and All Might quickly used his forearm to block the intense light before the fiery girl sprang into action. All Might. You didn't need to tell me that was my plan. The short-fused girl fires blast after blast at close range, her face abruptly caught in the symbol of peace's grasp. Her attack seems to have little effect on the muscular hero, who parries her left arm away before smashing her to the ground. "Is that all you've got?" All Might let go of the moaning girl, saying, "A feeble flurry like that barely hurt me at all." He turned to face Itsuka as she tried to run, saying, "And now." The top hero came in front of her with a skid, saying, "You'll soon join her, Kendo my girl. You going to abandon the team and run?" The orange-haired girl immediately leapt backward in the air to avoid the hero, saying, "That's not a good move." The hero's confusion was answered when she heard a shout. With blasting hands, Katsuki roared in midair, "Move, bitch," before they collided and tumbled ungracefully to hard pavement. "I fucking told you to move." The aggressive girl gets up quickly and approaches the hero with a power walk. Battle Fist yelled angrily, "I'm telling you, there's no way you can win against All Might directly. Stop talking." The ferocious girl growled, "I'll prevail. That's what heroes do." The martial artist roughly grabbed her careless partner's arm and declared, "The point of this test is not to win against stronger opponent." Katsuki glared at her partner, saying, "Let go of me. Don't fucking touch." Both girls' heads snapped up to see the hero with the torn guardrail when All Might's voice said, for the time being, they had no idea how he moved without their notice or where he got it. A present for the girl who would run. The muscular hero used a rail to pin Battle Fist down, driving it deep into the pavement. Then, in a single blink, he punched the explosive girl's stomach, sending her flying. The huge man approached the explosive girl who was vomiting at his own rate. "I understand. It's because of young Kendo have young Midoriya's eyes and his sudden growth, is it not?" Katsuki's gaze caught his. "If you compare someone at level 1 to someone at level 50, then the pace at which they grow can't be totally even, now can it? At same time, you think if you beat me, young Midoriya will turn his attention on you as you want him to. What you're doing, it's such a waste, girl. Don't you get it? Surely you must. Even you can still grow so much, but what needs to grow isn't your strength." "Shut your mouth, All Might," the aggressive girl exclaimed as she forced herself to stand up while simultaneously using Battle Fist to slowly move her left hand between herself and the rail while keeping her right hand firmly planted on the ground. "You know what?" With a low moan, Itsuka silently expands her hands as the rail pushes upward, saying, "Fuck this shit. I'm going to the gate myself, leaving her here. She doesn't care if she doesn't pass this test anymore because Bakugo won't listen to her." After slapping the aggressive girl around and thwarting her wild attacks until she unpins her grenade glove and unleashes a powerful explosive at the muscular hero, the enraged martial artist stealthily slips away under the rail and wiggles backwards. With Yaoyorozu's plan, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu have quickly caught Eraserhead completely off guard. That doesn't make sense at first because he has been spying on his assigned team for days and he was able to determine that the rich girl has lost confidence recently. She even compares herself to other students who are performing better than her, even though she should know that not everyone has the same talent and skills. Despite this, she approaches him with complete confidence and takes the lead while her partner obeys her every command. He wonders if she spoke to someone else or something to help her regain her confidence before the test. "I wonder," he thought. Shoko questioned emphatically, "Was it really that easy?" "No, I mean," Momo stopped and thought, "when I tried to launch the catapult's volley, I slipped up." Sensei noticed and took some distance, and in the opening that gave him, he should have been able to prevent what came next, but, she glanced at the underground hero. "Sensei, you deliberately made it seem as though you were caught in our trap." "I was just keeping an eye on Todoroki right next to you," Shota said. "I was able to see you, but Todoroki was concealed by the cloth. I thought I was going to be frozen. And I thought retreating back was my best option. So I guess that all went according to your plans, then." The dual-haired girl said, "Thanks." Observing that Momo was covering her mouth, she said, "What's the matter? You feeling sick? If you're nauseated, there's a pressure point for that on the top of the foot. It really did come down to whether we had time." Momo sniffed and said, It's nothing. Advisory, Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are the first team to pass the exam," said Recovery Girl. As her team hid behind a random pillar, Toru whispered in surprise, "Only about 10 minutes have passed. They're announcing whoever has passed the test." As he watched intently, Deku muttered, That's expected since it's Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Anyway, we have a few minutes before Snipe tracks us down. The invisible girl remembered the specifics. I guess plan A is no go, huh? Alright, he's a tracker. The green-haired boy muttered, look like it. I'll divert him, you arrest him. Give me your, he blushes uncontrollably, gloves and shoes. Okay, invisible girl said, taking off her costume as she gave them to her blushing partner. Holding Toru's shoes in one hand to give the impression that he was carrying her, he pointed to his right side and said, I'm moving 5 pillars across and 3 pillars down. Wait until I call out Delaware smash 2 times, you make your move. Roger, she said, nodding, even though he couldn't see her. Deku gives a nod before quickly shifting into his position and waiting for their target to show up. No. Ochako and Kaoruko gripped the rail as 13 approached slowly while using one finger to vacuum them. And we were so close, she said, looking over her shoulder before thinking, girl, what would Deku do? Kaoruko turned to her and asked, Midoriya? Did I say it out loud? The blushing gravity girl exclaimed, slapping her cheeks with both hands before speeding toward 13. Ah, she said with the bubble girl, then raised her head and asked, huh? Wah? 13 exclaimed in shock as the finger cap snapped shut, and the gravity girl slammed into the hero, slapping 13's handcuff in the process. That's how we passed the test. Is that acceptable? Bubble girl asked, perspiring at the circumstances. Snipe silently followed the trail the team had left behind and looked around him just a few minutes before 13 was taken prisoner. A flash of green and white passed by the corner of his right eye, and he turned around, swatting the hammer of his gun 3 times as the bullets curved behind the pillar. They sure left a lot of tracks behind, Snipe said, shaking his head subtly. But that is to be expected because the students haven't covered the concealment lesson or taken covert mission class yet. Through his quirk, he feels his bullets strike stone, then he yells and skids in the dirt. He maintained his focus on a pillar that the team was hiding behind and said, this white color I just saw must belong to Hagakure. The color stands out in the dark stage. There you two are. Deku quickly emerged from his hiding place, tucking his right index finger behind his thumb. As the dust flew everywhere with roaring winds, Deku screamed, Delaware smash, and the gunslinger barely avoided a shockwave. Oh geez. The gunslinger gripped his hat and said, how is this boy so powerful? Since he witnessed the boy in action during the sport festival, the fact that he doesn't break his finger demonstrates to him how much his control has improved. As the dust storm swirled around Snipe, the greenette hurried out, Delaware smash, with another flick before hiding behind another pillar. A minute later, when the gunslinger fired a few shots at his feet, Deku leapt out to deliver another Delaware smash but immediately leapt back. Snipe twirled his gun with his index finger and was ready to aim it at the boy when he felt something click and slap his wrist. Now, don't be hasty. Wah! He looked down and saw a handcuff hanging in midair with swaying movements. We did it, Toru cheered and hopped. The oldest trick in the book is what I fell for. When the staff learns that the gunslinger paled beneath his mask, they will never let him move on. He said, shakily and humiliated, CC congrats, you two, you passed the exam, let's head outside. It took some time for them to arrive at the gateway, and then he turned to the students as they took off their handcuffs and said, you two can leave the school early if you want to. The invisible girl smiled and said, really? Before turning to face her companion. Hey, let's go together to this cafe near here and celebrate our victory. Before the invisible girl grabbed Izuku's arm and held it closer to her chest, he stammered, BB but I want to watch the poor boy's face turned red and heavy as soon as he felt something soft and firm on his arm. Toru pulled the stumbling boy to the bus, saying, I won't take no for answer, come on. The gunslinger couldn't help but cry when he saw it and felt sorry for the boy. The voice of Recovery Girl declared, advisory, the teams to clear their exam are Team Midoriya and Hagakure, Team Uraraka and Iwata, and Team Asui and Tokage. All Might swatted Katsuki away like a fly, secretly pleased that his successor had passed the test. My, 3 teams already passed after the first one? He asked himself. He made fun of his opponent by saying, at this rate, you won't be able to pass this exam. The number 1 hero avoided Katsuki's exploding haymaker thrown at his jaw by tilting his head back, grabbed the explosive girl's collar, and threw her down the street. Shut the fuck up, you meathead, Katsuki said. The famous hero said, until you want to pass this exam, I suggest you to cooperate with your partner and listen to her. He turned his head and said, aren't I right, Kendo? He blinked at the empty spot under the guardrail where she should be. My girl. Sweat poured out of his face. Crop. I became so engrossed in it that I forgot about Kendo and this test. The violent girl screamed, "Don't you look away FR," before she was blasted miles away from a strong shockwave when the hero swung his arm at full force. All Might stoops and then leaps high, swiftly looking around for the martial artist until he sees her approaching the gate but still far away, and he lands on the roof of the building. Before it's too late, I had better reach her. All Might heard a shout behind him as he leapt again, heading for Battle Fist's position. Katsuki lunged at him in midair, saying, "Stop running, you motherfucker." The muscular hero exclaimed, "Wah," as she appeared out of nowhere. How could this girl have caught up to him so quickly? Die. The explosive girl threw her second grenade gauntlet at him, and All Might was able to shield his forearms as he crashed through an unidentified building and landed on the ground with a couple rolls, looking slightly burned. He glances over to see Battle Fist after hearing a startled gasp to his right. Fortunately, he has caught up before it's too late. Die. Katsuki landed a drop heel, but the top hero grabbed her leg before the blonde threw her onto Battle Fist with a loud crash. She yelled, "Get off me, bitch," and pushed her partner away before standing up. Battle Fist cursed and stood up, saying, "Damn it. So close, with them here. How can I pass through this gate?" Her eyes search everywhere for any techniques, and then a wild thought occurs to her. Maybe I can pull that off. All Might grinned and cracked his neck, looking down at the heroines in training and wondering what would happen next. "So how will I deal with you two?" he asked. Suddenly, the Orangeette grabbed Katsuki with her enlarged hand and threw the violent girl toward the gateway with all of her strength. The explosive girl was so stunned that she did not react, and she passed through the gateway with only a few tumbles before the sirens sounded to indicate their pass. The top hero looks at the Orangeette, then at the gateway, and back at her, attempting to make sense of what he simply saw. Advisory, Team Kendo and Bakugo are the 5th team to pass their exam, said Recovery Girl. "What the fuck did you do, handy bitch?" Katsuki yelled aggressively as he approached Itsuka. Itsuka frowned at her and said, "I got us past the test, that's what." The ash blonde grabbed the orange-haired girl's collar and yelled in her face, "You made us take a coward's way out. I almost have him and you fucking ruined it all," she said. As she gripped Katsuki's wrist, the orange-haired girl sneered, "Have him? Last time I checked, you had your ass handed to you. If you have any common sense, you know that even if we work together by some miracle, it's impossible to take All Might on, and the best thing to do in this situation is to retreat and get help." As much as Katsuki hates to admit it, she knows handy bitch is right, but that doesn't satisfy her because, in her opinion, professional heroes don't flee from villains like fucking cowards. "Why you? You? Katsuki gritted her teeth angrily. "Fucking bitch. Think she's know it fucking all and all hot shit because she stole my fucking Deku from me and stole his fucking ideas." She stomps away after roughly pushing Itsuka away from her. "Wah." Itsuka was about to say something when All Might abruptly patted her shoulder as her head whipped toward the explosive girl. "Congrats, Itsuka my girl, that was right out of box thinking right there," he replied. "Thank you, All Might." She then turned to face Katsuki with a slight frown, having just missed her opportunity to ask this girl some questions, which caused her right hand to clench and her chest to tighten with burns. After everything she did to Izuku, does this crazy person still believe she owns him? She inhales deeply and then releases it. She intends to prevent Katsuki from doing whatever she has planned, but that can wait for the moment. Izuku has no idea how he ended up with Hagakure in the cafe, but it happened. "Here's your drink," Toru said, setting a smoothie cup in front of him before sitting across from him and cheerfully sipping her own smoothie. He takes a sip of his drink and says, "TTT thank YYU, H Hagakure." The invisible teen said, "Call me Toru." Then she burst out laughing when Izuku choked on his smoothie. Are you SSS sure?" Izuku cleared his throat with a flushed cough. As the poor boy stammered uncontrollably at the mention of his first name, Toru smiled broadly and said, "Yup, Izuku, I'm sure. It's so unfair that you call some girls by their first name and not me." Well. We barely KKK know each other TT this well, he replied. The invisible girl leaned forward and smiled broadly, but he couldn't see it. "Ask me anything and I'll answer it." "Oh," she clapped, adding, "avoid asking questions about quirks or hero-related topics because I'm pretty sure that's what you want to ask first." After searching for a while, Izuku said, what's your FFF favorite things?" Caramels and daiquiri shows. Toru replied, I really love the reactions that pro heroes and celebrities make when they got pranked without knowing that they're on camera. I often look at some oldest videos from pre-quirk era, they're pretty hilarious. He said, really? She said, yup. Even though he couldn't see her head. He blushed in shame when he was asked, what about you? What's your favorite stuff, beside fanboying over pro heroes and quirks? I'm not this bad, she teased with a giggle, sure. The blushing boy responded to her questions, and they exchanged some answers and questions while sporadic small talk ensued. The following day, Yui and Reiko stood in the background with unreadable expressions as Mina and Kami sniffled loudly, before the acid user let out a pitiful laugh. With all of her strength, Mina said, oh my god. You guys, I'm totes looking forward to all your stories, oh god. Izuku attempted to lift the spirits of his dejected classmates by saying, don't despair. You don't know. There could totally be some unexpected twist. With her hand on his shoulder, Setsuna cautioned him, no, Midori, if you say that, you'll jinx it. Before the bell rang and their homeroom teacher and her assistant entered, the bush-haired boy stammered, but, as the students hurried to their seats. Greeting her class with a smile, Shino said, good morning. Now about your end-of-term exams, she said, looking over the papers, I hate to say that some of you have failed. Two students looked very disappointed, and she added, at least, everybody's going to the forest lodge. Kami and Mina both exclaimed, what a twist, while crying. The teacher laughed tiredly at her students' foolish behavior, saying, for the practical, Kodai, Utsushimi, Ashido, and Yanagi all failed. There were 0 failing grades for the written exam. Reiko muttered flatly, the matchup was bad from the first moment. Cementos didn't hold back and simply covered the girls in cement from the start. She had no idea that the teacher in question had just been reprimanded for going overboard when he ought to have held back initially. For the exam, we, villains, left you away to win while gauging how you faced the challenges we set for each of you. Shino clarified, if we hadn't, then you'd all have run into a dead end before the challenges even really began. In a whisper, Kaoruko said, oh, I see. The cheering girls froze, but the telepath heroine said, the forest lodge is a boot camp to begin with. So the students who failed are the ones who need it the most. These who failed will receive special remedial periods, the cheering girls said. You concluded Shino's statement with Aizawa, meaning, it's going to be harder than what you learn in the classes. Fu, Kami wailed in horror. Shino called out to the boy, Midoriya, please come up and take the lodge guides to pass them out. Hi. Izuku gets up and distributes the schedule papers to his classmates. After class ended and the students were talking about their lodge schedule, Habuko remarked, well, everyone are going so I'm kinda happy about that. Kyoka said, 1 week boot camp, huh? Looks like we'll be needing pretty big bags F for the stuff we need to take. Izuku gave a nod. Kashiko hummed reflectively, I think I need to go shopping for them because I don't have a swimsuit and stuff. Ah, in that case since tomorrow's free and exams have ended. Toru suddenly appears. Let's, go shopping together. Come on, everyone in Class A. Izuku was a little alarmed, which made Mina laugh. That's a great idea, she said, propped on his back. Acutely, won't this be the first time? The stuttering boy turned to the girl in question, saying, YYUSSSS should come too, Todoroki. In an effort to distract himself from the fact that a girl was on his back and to give the dual-haired girl an opportunity to gain more friends with her classmates. The boy's face lit up when Shoko said, I visit the hospital on free days. She then looked directly into his eyes and said, and I told you to call me Shoko. Hey, Midoriya. You yelled, I need you to take this stack to staff room. Hi, see coming. Izuku jogged over to pick up the pile of papers, almost turning to go, but the curvy woman stopped him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Since I won't be at Forest Lodge, I'm going to say it, the professional heroine narrowed her gaze on him. Don't you do anything crazy or risky like shattering every bones in your body for some stupid move. If you do, I'm gonna make you pay for it, get me? He swallowed a tiny drop of perspiration and exclaimed, hi, I understand. He's not this horrible anymore. You shooed him out of the classroom, saying, good, now go. Before turning back to her friends, Kami looked at the door and said, yo, at Forest Lodge, I'm gonna confess to Izuku and make him my man. FYI. Almost instantly, everyone's eyes widened and their faces turned to the carefree blonde. Say what? Kanoko exclaimed. The carefree teen declared, you hear me, Fam. I'm gonna make him mine. Ochako yelled. Why, you can't do that. She jabbed her finger at them as though she were declaring war on them, saying, by one of you girls. I mean all of you. Why not? Kami shrugged, adding, last time I checked, he's single and I'm not gonna stand by and let one of you girls snatch him up before I get my hands on him. What? Kyoka and a few others exclaimed. The attractive teenager rolled her eyes and crossed her arms under her bust, saying, oh, don't play innocent with me. It's so obvious everyone here gets it bad for our sexy stud. That's not true. I don't have a crush on Midoriya, Kashiko said, pushing her glasses up. Nearly everyone's heads turned to the glass-wearing girl in astonishment as Kami hummed, oh, that's so? While placing a finger on her bottom lip. Then why do you keep hanging out with him in the library or have nude drawings of Izuku hidden in your notebooks? I don't draw anything down there, she said, holding her glasses up with a trembling hand while fighting off nosebleed. We were just studying and the drawings were a reference for something else. Aside the fact that she draw Midoriya inappropriately, she's right about one thing. Habuko continued, not everyone have a crush on him, like me, for. That's not true. Suyu put a finger on her chin and said, you have a crush on him. The snake girl blushed wildly and stammered a little as she said, and while I'm at it, I must confess that I also have a crush on him for a while lately. He has a good personality and a good looker. I respect him very much and he have my full trust. She tilted her head slightly and said, although, I believe I developed some feeling for him after he saved me more than once during the USJ incident like Kanoko here. WWW wait, you know? Exclaimed the mushroom's creator in utter amazement. Kanoko covered her burning face in embarrassment. Everyone but Midoriya know. Setsuna patted her head and laughed lightly as the brunette's face turned red. You always become nervous and shy around him. Even give him baked cookies once a week. Anyone else here want to deny it? Some turned to Abara, who simply stared at them in silence with rosy cheeks, and then to Reiko, one of the two unreadable girls in the class. Reiko flatly stated, I have a deep sexual attachment to Midoriya and my intention for him is to buff him up into an ideal bodybuilder that can meet my satisfaction, so I have a pleasure of riding him 8 ways to Sunday and join him in a formally recognized union. When nearly everyone's jaws dropped to the floor with wide circular eyes, Reiko added, it's a work in process. I have to act with haste, after seeing that I'm falling a bit behind on my schedule of seducing him. My Kami, does everyone here have a crush on Midoriya to some degree? Kyoka exclaimed, eyeing her classmates. Mina nodded wisely and threw her arm around the gaping rocker, saying, yup, look like it. I guess Midori is living up to the harem king rumor. The punk's eyebrow twitched with a heavy sigh, and most girls just stared at each other in utter bewilderment, shock, and more bewilderment. I fucking swear to Kami if a villain proclaims her love for him, I'm going to punch someone in mouth. The acid generator snorted again and said, ha, fat chance of that happening. It's like saying he'll get attentions from pro-heroine, senpai, or any girls from other departments. I'll eat my favorite sneakers if that happens. Sweat dropping, Kyoka asked, along with your jacket? Mina snorted once more. That's if he show up with a daughter, like you said. Unbeknownst to everyone, Itsuka clenched her fists and stared at them blankly. She must take action before it's too late because if she keeps going at this pace, she might lose Izuku to one of them. How come my life can't be simpler? WWWW what is going on? Izuku's jaw trembled as he perspired profusely. The owner, a slim, athletic girl, was grinning broadly at him as he pressed his back against the wall and stared into eyes with unusual pupils that resembled tiny stars or clouds. He had just dropped the stack off at the staff room and was heading back when he was startled into backing up against the wall by someone who appeared in front of him and smashed both of her hands against the wall between his head. I finally found you, little bun, she exclaimed, and the boy looked up and down her appearance, wearing UA, blinking quickly at this nickname. Consistent. She has a pair of puffy, cloud-shaped earrings, dark round eyes that slope slightly downward, long eyelashes, and strikingly dark eye makeup. Her light-colored hair reaches her shoulders, with a portion tucked behind one ear. Given that she is only a few inches shorter than him, it is quite strange that she would call him small. You have no idea how long I've been looking forward to meet you, little bun. I'm SSSS sorry, WW who or why you? He gasped. The girl continued to smile and said, I'm Fua Mawata from Class 2A. I interned under your dad at his agency. Izuku blinked quickly and said, my dad? RR really? SS since when? Mawata straightens up and puts her hands in her pockets, responding, a little at the end of my first year, about half a year now. Your dad and everyone talk a lot about you at agency. Mawata's broad smile makes him extremely anxious, and he fervently hopes that his father won't tell her some of the most embarrassing things. SS sound like them, he said, laughing lightly, and nothing embarrassing. I hope. Then he realized, www wait, CC class 2A. D does that mean YY you're my S-senpai? Before she messed up his hair, the boy gave a meek nod. Yeah, I am. She smiled relaxedly and said, you can call me Fuu senpai if you want to. If you get any problems and need help like someone harassing you, come to me and Oni-chan will take care of it. Oh okay. Izuku hesitated, then yelled, Oni, in surprise. Before she left with a slight wave, Mawata fluffed his hair up and said, see you around, little bun. The poor boy was in complete confusion. The second-year student reflects on her internship experience. Hisashi, towering over Mawata with smoke erupting from his clenched mouth, said, I want you to keep track on my little bun and protect him at all cost. He lifted up a plate of streamy large sponge cake and said, there's a fluffy sponge cake in it for you. Report back to me if any no-good girls sink their claws into my little bun. Deal with them if you can. If you do. Deal. Mawata drooled and flicked her thumb up. She chuckles to herself, they don't tell me how fluffy little bun is. That was strange. Izuku blinked once, shook his head, and went back to his classroom, wondering why some girls behaved strangely. Did something happen between them? The very next day, Mina and her group pumped their fists at a mall, saying, and so we've arrived. It's the mall that boasts the most shops in the prefecture, on the leading edge of today's youth. It's the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Wow, they don't just cover everybody individual quirk-related needs through sheer inventory size. Izuku turned to look around. They can also attract customers through their extensive collection of designs made to fit any and all demographics from teens to seniors in. Wearing a long dress that covered her entire body, Abara laughed wearily and said, calm down, you'll frighten the little children. Woo, sports festival, yelled a stranger in the distance. Yo, dude, check it out. Aren't those UA kids? Ochako exclaimed, wow, there are some people who still remember us, with a start. Kyoka held her hands out wide to indicate the size of her desired carrying bag, saying, for the time being, I need to get a big carrying bag. With a bubbly smile, Momo said, oh, in that case why don't we look for one together? The pink girl hummed, I need to buy some outdoor shoes. Ah, me too, Toru cheerfully exclaimed. As she looked around, Kami inquired, where do they sell goods? Setsuna smiled and they made a snap decision about where to meet before immediately splitting up. Since we all have different goals, why don't we decide on a meeting spot and split up, she asked. He turned to face the gravity girl, who was standing next to him, and said, what will you do? Uraraka? I really want some heavy-ish wrist weights, so, wow. The boy muttered as he stood with Ochako, Itsuka, Yui, and Pony. Everyone's so quick-paced. Before her rosy cheeks burned brightly, she turned to face him and said, I need, bug repellent, before running off with a quick wave of her arm and a hand covering her face. Bug repellant. Izuku was so taken aback by Ochako's behavior. Before leading Izuku and the girls to the aforementioned store on the second floor, Itsuka gave her best friend a shoulder pat and said, come on, Izuku. Let's go check the sports store out to see if they have what you need. They would have encountered Tamura if they had stayed a little while longer. The lanky villain in question stands close to the fountain and looks around, wondering why he chose to appear here. Damn it, Tamura angrily scratched his neck, asking, why did I come here? He pivoted on his heels and went back to his starting point. Looking around, Itsuka said, Izuku, I'm going to the workers and check to see if they have some sleeping bags. Want me to ask anything else while I'm at it? She asked. Izuku looked up from the shelves with a trembling head and said, no, I'm good here. The orangette nodded at him before she left him and the other girls. The greenette gets up and looks around for something he might need to buy for the trip while the girls talk about random topics or whatever necessities they should pack. His eyes finally settle on someone who has been standing next to him the entire time, and he nearly screamed out in shock. KK Kodai? How long have you been there for? He asked, completely oblivious to her. Yui gave a flat response, a while. He rubbed his head, and after a few minutes of standing in silence, the emotionless girl turned to face him. Oh. She said, want to look around with me for a bit? After a few moments, Izuku nodded, saying, hi. He didn't see anything wrong with that. Yui walks forward, and he follows her as they explore the store, pausing occasionally to take in the sights. She noticed something that caught her eye and picked it up as Izuku looked curiously at it. It was a pair of phone straps with snow bunny charms. "Buy it for me." He blinked, huh? He recalled the sport festival when she said, "For the hot dog." Oh, sure. Izuku accepts it and immediately pays the cashier. Fortunately, this item is reasonably priced. Here. In case someone needed to stop her at the doors, he handed her the straps and the receipt. Thank you. Yui accepted the item, unwrapped it, and handed him one strap, saying, "Here." Huh? He asked, blinking in confusion. Why or why you giving it to Emmy? He asked. She shrugged, "And you're my friend. Need just one." Izuku attaches the new strap to his phone and says, thank you for it. He doesn't notice Yui's lips twitching slightly upward as she adds her phone number. They're wandering around when Itsuka comes smiling and holding bags. Itsuka handed the sleeping bags to her friends and said, "Hey, guys, I found some sleeping bags that you two must like." When the greenette saw the bag in his hand, his eyes glowed brightly. "No way. Is that the latest edition of All Might sleeping bag? I don't know this place have it." The orangeette merely laughed as Yui deadpanned, "Hero otaku." Izuku decided to explore the mall alone after buying what he needed because he didn't want his presence to cause any awkwardness while the group was shopping for swimwear. Do I need to bring anything else? Izuku makes a mental checklist while scanning a few stores until Midoriya. Wah! Izuku let out a startled cry as he turned to face Reiko after hearing a gentle whispering hand tap his shoulder from behind. He tried to calm his racing heart and said, Why Yanagi? I didn't hear you see coming up. Everyone. Reiko calmly said, "They are still browsing. I come to you to request that you accompany me to a store over there." She pointed to the store, and the greenette followed, noticing that it was a fitness center. Before they entered the store, he gave a meek nod and gave the quiet girl a few sidelong glances. Okay. Yanagi is one of the few girls in his class who struggles with reading, despite the fact that she recently sat at their lunch table and occasionally gave him bodybuilding magazines for advice and tips. So what are you looking for in here? She said, "Equipments." Izuku simply gave him an awkward neck rub as her visible eyes scanned the area. She inquired, "What equipments do you have at your property?" After a few minutes had passed. Izuku replied, "GG grippers and DD dumbbells." "And that's it?" Reiko asked, staring down at him. "You don't have anything to build up your leg muscle?" With meekness, he said, I jog." She won't allow her future husband to skip leg days, so she turns back to the shelves and asks, "Have you think about receiving an exercise bike or pressing machine? It appears we have to purchase some paraphernalia for you." Izuku muttered to himself, "BB, but there's not enough RR room at home for large M machine," before turning to face Reiko and asking, about your practical exam. How WW was it?" He chose to start a conversation with her in the hopes of strengthening their friendship. Reiko said, "It was interesting yet tough and eye-opening experience." They talked for a while before the reserved girl returned to the group, mentioning something about, before they notice, and plans, but Izuku didn't understand what she was talking about. Shiny-eyed and holding a bag proudly to her chest, Kashiko emerged from a small bookstore. She made the right choice in visiting the mall today since everything was on sale, and she was able to obtain some books in her preferred genre. "I can't wait to go home and read them," she said, fighting the urge to smile, and was ready to put it in her book bag when someone bumped into her, spilling the contents onto the floor. Sorry. IWW wasn't LL looking WW where? Saki guy? The girl asks, looking up at Izuku before they glance down at the contents that have spilled. LL let me pick them up. He bends down to gather them all up until he blinks at the cover on top of the stack, which appears to be a manga with an illustration of Endeavor pinning All Might down with blushes, surrounded by flower petals, and the title, Burning Love. What should I say about that? Crap, what should I say? The idea that her secret as a fan of Fujoshi might have been revealed and that he might either tell everyone or treat her like some sort of jerk made Kashiko's cheeks burn with sheer shame. Izuku handed the stack to the confused girl and said, again, sorry for bumping into you and drop everything. Endeavor and All Might PP airing is getting popular LL lately, huh? It's okay, Kashiko said slowly, blinking a few times. You seem to handle it well. Usually, when someone sees yaoi doujinshi, they react differently, usually negatively, especially when it comes to heroes. The greenette rubbed his head and said, www well. One of my AA aunts is a mangaka AA and she wrote some yaoi stories. Although discrimination based on appearance and sexual orientation may be declining, some groups, such as the creature rejection clan, still exist in this day and age. The girl with the white hair blinked once and said, "Really?" She put away her new books and then turned to face him. Can you please keep it secret from others?" she asked. "I will." Izuku gave a nod. May I ask what make you get I into tea them?" "My older sister." As they were walking together, Kashiko cleared her throat and said, "She's gay and really enjoys any gay works she can find. When I was in my first year of middle school, I accidentally read one of her yaoi doujinshi and ended up enjoying it." She waved her hand quickly and said, But I'm not gay because I enjoy it, I just." He said, I understand. It's one of the few things I can bond with my older sister," she said, clearing her throat once more. "That and I want to become a yaoi mangaka at some point," she said, not aloud. Izuku grinned and said, "TT, that's nice." The brunette nodded to Kashiko, and they walked together. Why yeah," she coughed, blushing slightly. Anyway, let's go find everyone. It should be time for us to meet up." They decided to have a quick lunch together after meeting up with the others at the designated meeting location before splitting up to head home to pack and prepare for their next trip. Shota informed the bewildered Class 1A as soon as they gathered in front of the bus on the day they left for the summer vacation. "Due to some last-minute changing, we're canceling the stay at the lodge we've been using every year. We're going to a new destination." Ochako said, Where's Sosaki-sensei?" The gloomy man climbs into the bus and says, "Get on the bus now." The bewildered students enter and select their seats. Mina cocked her head and asked, "I wonder why they decide to change it at last minute. Maybe it's something related to villains?" Setsuna speculated, "I heard from some third-year students that a villain was sighted at the mall when we were there. A pro-hero saw this guy." Toru exclaimed, "Really? How crazy. Maybe it's just a coincidence." Momo responded, "Maybe that's why the school is doing it. They can't know where or how that information will spread and they might want to avoid another repeat of USJ incident. They are unaware that the cited villain is also the ringleader." Shota reclines in his chair to relax. Itsuka waved the boy over and asked, "Izuku, you want the window seat?" As the orangette sat down beside him, Izuku put his bag in the overhead bin and sat down. He looked out the window and was startled to see Mineta sticking his face up behind the window of another bus with tears of blood streaming down his face. "Hi, thank you," Izuku said. "Don't you get smuggy with us because you're on a bus filled with babes and get some heads from them, you foo." Mineta screamed loudly. "Damn you, you lucky motherfucking bastard." Sen was the culprit, and he was smiling brightly while waving at Izuku. "Gak!" he exclaimed as his neck was severed. The poor bewildered boy simply gave a shaky wave in return. Kyoka gave her ear a filthy glare and said, "Please don't tell me we're going to spend a whole week with this pervert." The buses leave, and the sullen man turns his head as they enter a highway. "I'm sure he won't try to do something with teachers around." Kashiko paused, hopefully. Shota said, "In an hour, we'll stop once. After that, we'll momenta." Riley, the majority of the students were talking loudly about Pocky and the Shiratori game, so they weren't paying attention to him. "Whatever." He turned around and sulked quietly, allowing them to enjoy themselves until they reached the stop. After an hour, the students go outside to stretch their legs, and some of them notice that they are close to a cliff that overlooks a forest and mountains. Kaoruko asked, "What is this place, anyway?" before noticing a car parked there. "Rest stop," she said. Meekly, Kanoko asked, "Where's Class B? This would all be pretty meaningless without some goal, so." Shota said as he turned to go. When the class hears a familiar voice say, "Lock on target with our sparkly eyes," they turn to see their homeroom teacher standing next to an unknown blonde wearing a similar blue outfit. "While our cute stingers sting," exclaimed the blonde woman, grinning broadly. Wild pussycats," the woman exclaimed, striking a pose in front of a glum boy wearing a red hat and yellow horns who appeared to be unwilling to be present. Shota started to say, "The Pussycats members are the pro-heroes that will host you guys," but someone interrupted him with a mutter. "Whoa, Pussycats!" Izuku exclaimed. "They're a hero group comprising a joint office of 4 big names in one team and Mandalay-sensei is one of them, and they're a team of veterans who specialized in mountain rescue. This will mark the 12th year of their careers." The blonde woman put her glove over the boy's face and exclaimed, 18, we're 18 at heart." Yui flatly remarked, "Hero otaku." A few girls appeared amused by Izuku's antics. In response to her students' unasked questions, Shino laughed and said, "We actually own this whole area." She gestures toward a particular mountain and says, "And your lodge is at the base of that mountain." "That's so far," exclaimed a number of students. For some reason, the Gravity Girl's question, "But then why'd we stop halfway to get there?" made some students anxious. "Couldn't be." Setsuna laughed uneasily. "Let's head back." Kami gestured toward the bus. "Right, family? Come on, hurry up." The telepath grinned and said, "It's 9:30 a.m. right now. If you arrive early, you might arrive around 12. "You have to be kidding me," Kyoka said, her eyes widening in horror. Mina said as she turned around, "Let's go back." As practically everyone fled, Itsuka grabbed Izuku's arm and yelled, "Quick, back to the bus." Their homeroom teacher yelled, "All you kiddies who don't reach the lodge past 12 don't get any lunch," before nodding to the blonde woman who was stooping to the floor. Despite wearing a shit-eating grin, Shota said, "Sorry, kids. The earth rises to throw all of the students over the cliff and into the forest, saying, 'Your training camp has already begun. You can use your quirks all you like on our private land.'" Shino raised the guardrail. "You have 2 hours. Within that time, make it to the facility on your own 2 feet, and make it past this forest of devil beasts." With his classmates in the same stage, the coughing boy stood up, covered in dirt, and exclaimed, "FF forest of devil beasts?" Setsuna winced and rubbed her shoulder, saying, "What's with that Dragon Quest-ass name? UA has too many things like these." The punk brushed some rocks off her shoulder and said, "No point in bitching, all we can do is go forward." Suddenly, a huge devil beast with snarling jaws appeared. A few pupils exclaimed in disbelief, "A devil beast? Wait, it's made of earth." Izuku was the first to jump into action, but he wasn't alone. With their own peculiarities, Shoko, Itsuka, and Katsuki all nearly simultaneously defeated the beast, and the earth fragments scattered everywhere. "Phew, that was close one," Toru exhaled, but she and nearly everyone else yelled out when more earth beasts showed up, and they became more anxious because they knew they had to get to the lodge before it was too late. "Finally made it, kiddies?" the blonde woman asked smugly as the sun began to set. "For starters, looks like you didn't make it close to lunchtime," she said at the tired students as they arrived at the lodge. "TTT 2 hours, my ass," hands on her knees, Setsuna gasped. "So hungry," moaned Pony. "For us, 2 hours is normal," Shino grinned and said, "Our bad." "Was it all just to brag about how above our level she is?" replied Suyu. "Oh stop, you'll make me positively caterwaul," the blonde woman giggled with her paw on her mouth and said, "Though to tell the truth, I thought it'd take you all more time." She pointed out a few students with her tongue protruding and said, "My earth devils got blitzed more easily than I'd expected. You were quite the cat's meow, especially you 4 over there. Could it be that that lack of hesitation comes from experience?" She then turned to face the only boy in the group and exclaimed, "I'm looking forward to you 3 years from now. I'm claiming you. PTOEY. She would have glomped the yelping boy if Shino hadn't held her collar back and most of the girls had promptly shielded him from her. Shota pointed strangely at the blonde woman and said, "Mandalay, was Pixie Bob always like that?" Before turning back to her partner, Shino sighed and said, "She's in a huge hurry. Ryuko is getting to that age, you know. Ryuko, please don't try jumping my student, alright?" As her partner sighed, Ryuko screamed, "I saw him first," and clawed out at the empty space. "I'm calling dib on him, dibs on him." As he ignored Pixie Bob's cries, Izuku stammered, Speaking of ages, it's BB been on my mind all this time." He turned to face the young boy standing next to the homeroom teacher, asking, "WW, who is TT this little BB boy?" Some people either noticed the boy or the fact that Class 1B had arrived with their homeroom teacher. The 1A homeroom teacher smiled slightly and said, "Kutra, say hi. These are my students and we'll be spending all week with them. Oh, that is my nephew, Kutra." The greenette boy was about to greet the young boy when he said, hi. "Hey." Mineta stepped in quickly with an offering hand. "Name's Mineta from UA Department of Heroic, nice to meet you," he said with a charming smile, thinking that this was the ideal way to appear good in front of the boy and get close to 2 grown-up hotties. He refuses to give his harem 2 more to this fortunate green-haired jerk. He can see it, he can see these pussycat babes sucking on my balls. He cried out in agony as soon as Kutra's fist struck his groin so forcefully that the short student felt his balls rising up his throat. No, he's going to have his own harem, hee hee. Mineta curls up in a ball on the ground as the young boy walks away from the screaming student without turning around. Kutra snarled angrily, "I've got no intention of hanging with some dumb gang of hero wannabes." After checking on the sticky ball user, Tenya exclaimed, "Hanging? How old are you?" With a humorous puff, Katsuki said, "Little brat." Shoko calmly remarked, "Don't see any resemblance?" The aggressive girl snarled and turned on the girl with two hairs, saying, "The fuck? Also, you bitch, don't you open your goddamn mouth." Unfazed, the girl with two hairs said, "Sorry." "Pipe down with the comedy act and go take all of your stuff out of the bus." Shota chuckled, "Once you've brought your bags to your rooms, dinner's waiting for you in the mess hall. After that, you can hit the bats and then it's light out. The true start to camp will be tomorrow. And be quick about it." Everyone sits down at tables with their plates after dropping off their belongings in their rooms, and Izuku's surprise at having an entire large room to himself because he is the only boy in class 1A. As the teenagers conversed, Izuku clapped his hands and began eating his curry, saying, "Itadakimasu." Mina smiled at the bushy-haired boy and said, "Hey, I want to see the boys' room. It's really big, right? Since you're the only one, you gotta let me see it later." "Me too, I wanna look," Kami said as she gulped down her food. Itsuka responded, "I don't think our teachers would allow that." Her tone was slightly hostile and envious, but no one seemed to notice because the boys from class 1B were so noisy. Pixie Bob smirked and picked up some empty plates from the table, saying, "Eat up as much as you like while you still can." Some students were perplexed by this. "It's fine since you'll only be troubling us today." Shino yelled to her nephew, Kutra, pick up those vegetables, honey." She gestured to the vegetable box, which Kutra grunted and picked up. Before turning back to finish his meal, Izuku glanced curiously at them. It was time for a hot spring bath, and Izuku had never felt so uncomfortable as he shared with 1B students. While most of them were friendly, he knew only a handful of them. Even so, he is quite worried about Sen's health and doesn't understand why he has a heavy nosebleed. "Man, to be blunt," the greenette turned to face Mineta, who was standing in front of the tall fence. "I couldn't have cared less about the food, that's not what I'm after, no sir." "Oh yes, I've known, I have. What I'm after is beyond this here wall," the short student said, placing his hands on his hips. WHWH, what are you talking to YY yourself about?" Izuku responded. A female voice said, "This feels great," from behind the fence. "It's unbelievable that they have a hot spring here," chirped someone. Nearly everyone turned to Mineta when they realized what the pervert was up to. "See?" he said, pressing his ear against the wall. "They're there, to think they don't stagger the bathing times for boys and girls, these daddies. Must be an accident. Oh, what a happy accident." Tenya jumped into action and slashed out a hand, saying, "Mineta, cease at once. What you're doing is a shameful deed that will cheapen both yourself and the girls." Before tearing out his hair, the purple-haired boy scoffingly looked up at him and said, "Don't be such a nag. We have a motto for times like these when there's a wall in the way." He tried to climb the wall while drooling profanely. "The girls, no." Izuku's eyes grew wide as memories of his pals flashed through his mind, and then he channeled one for all and acted. "No." He grabbed Mineta by his towel and threw him back into the hot spring with a loud splash. The greenette landed on his foot, and he spun around before spreading his arms to protect the fence while blushing profusely. Hey, what's the big idea?" Mineta sprang to his feet, spitting water. The greenette yelled, "I can't let you peek on my friends. It's quite remarkable that he didn't stutter this time. What you're trying to do is wrong." The short boy poked him with his finger and said, "Oh, fuck you. You can't peek on your harem and we can't? Just let me peek on THEM." He fled, saying, "Look, no touch." Izuku yelled, "No, stay away from the wall," as he blocked the pervert, and a few boys assisted the greenette in stopping their diminutive classmate. "And there is no harem or whatever you're thinking is going on." "Bullshit." Mineta swipes at the greenette's towel to divert his attention and make him look foolish. The towel falls off, revealing OGOD. "Holy fuck. You are the top dog? Dog? More like A." Someone cried out, "How big is IT? How big is IT? Tell me," and it sounded suspiciously like it was coming from the other side of the fence. "Sen, your nose, it's a fucking geyser." There's a clicking sound, now I can die in peace. Stop taking pictures and treat this nose ASAP. After socking the pervert in the face, the greenette quickly picked up his towel to cover himself and yelled, "Ah, DD don't LO." okay?" as the little student fell to the water. The greenette continued to yell as the unconscious dwarf floated face down in the water. Izuku covered his red face with both hands and said, "IIWW will end never get married." He had already dressed. There. With a weary laugh, Shino gave her student a pat on the back and said, "It's going to be okay. Vlad and Eraser will punish Mineta for his actions." She also made Sen remove all of the photos, but she wouldn't discuss that with her only male student. Until they're perverts. She won't say that aloud. "I'm proud of you for taking action to prevent him from peeking on your classmates, but maybe next time, just don't punch someone out, okay?" To distract himself from the hot spring incident, he slowly peered out from his hands and said, "Oh, okay. KK Kutra has a negative attitude toward heroes, DD doesn't he?" The homeroom teacher looked down at him and asked, "What's that?" "SS since way back, I've had nothing but people who SS said they wanted to be heroes all around me," Izuku grumbled, "so I wanted to too, and it's just, I'm thinking that it's pretty rare for a kid his age to be like that." "You're right," Shino murmured. "Of course, there are tons of people in society who don't think terribly well of heroes, but still, if he'd been raised in a normal home, he might have come to look up to heroes, too." Normal home?" he asked, blinking inquisitively. Ryuko was carrying a tray of tea when they turned to face him. Mandalay's cousin, Kutra's parents, well, they were heroes, but they died in the line of duty. "What?" Izuku's broad eyes said. 2 years ago, the homeroom teacher sighed sadly. They were protecting the town from a villain and no one else's last moment as heroes could have been finer. They died with honor. But to a child who has just reached the age of reason, he just couldn't understand. To him, his parents are his entire world, and yet society kept applauding that fact as a good thing, a wonderful thing, and it doesn't seem like he thinks much of us either. But, that being said, he doesn't have any other relatives, so he follows us, or something like that. To Kutra, heroes are an incomprehensible and repulsive thing to be. Izuku looked down in understanding. "Anyway, if you're worried about not getting marrying," Ryuko cracked a broad grin, "why don't you marry me right here and right now?" Shino pushed her student away from her teammate with an eye roll, and the blonde woman pouted like a child as she followed them. "Pixie Bob, leave the poor boy alone. He's mine." Since they aren't used to rising at 5 in the morning, the majority of the girls in Class 1A appear extremely drowsy and have some bed hair as they slowly leave the lodge in their gym uniform. "Morning, students." Shino lightly chuckled at her groggily students before she cleared her throat. "The boot camp will start today. The goal of that is to toughen up enough to acquire a provisional license in near future. Villain hostility is growing more concrete by the day, and this is to prepare you all to face off against it. We'll approach them with caution. Some of you have grown up a little in the past 3 months, you've gained all kinds of experience." She paused to let it sink in for a bit, however, that only goes so far as your spirit and techniques. We'll have to focus on developing your physical strength and stamina and the like, but some quirks haven't grown that much. Some students look confused while others make a realization as she lead them to somewhere else. "From today onward, you're going to extend your quirks. It'll be so tough you'll feeling like dying." The teacher stopped in front of the location as the bewildered students froze at the sight. "But please, try not to." The telepath heroine gestured to the clearing with a teasing smirk. "Die." Denkai yelled, "Gah!" as he connected to a generator and produced electricity. A boy with a tail beat up Jiro and Tetsu, and it was one-sided. Some students could hear shouting coming from a cave nearby as Mineta tore out his hairballs while bleeding. Incredulous, Kami stammered, "Is that hell?" The teacher exclaimed, "For mutant shape and hybrid types, you'll be disciplining the organs or parts of the body that are products of your quirks even more." She was about to continue when Shota and Sekijiro appeared. "For those whose quirks have an activation limit, you'll be working to raise those upper limits." Shota grunted, "Go join them, too, Class A, and quickly. But if you add us in, we'll be 40 kids in all." Itsuka replied, "Can just 6 people keep watch over that many people using their quirks?" The underground hero gave a blunt response, "That's the reason they're around." "That's right, and we're quartet in a single hole," Pixie Bob said as her teammates joined her, hands on her hip. Mandalay smiled and said, "Locking on target with our sparkly eyes." A woman with green hair and yellow eyes wearing a similar yellow outfit exclaimed, "Our helping paws will pounce your way," with a broad smile that resembled that of an overactive child. Springing suddenly from out of nowhere, said a large, dark-clad man in a brown outfit. As the team flashed their team poses, Pixie Bob exclaimed, "We're the cute cats with stingers, wild poo." Izuku interrupted them with his fanboy antics, saying, "Wow, I can't believe we're seeing the Wild Pussycats team." The giant man is Tiger, and his quirk, Pliabody, allows him to stretch, flatten, and bend his body in many ways, which is ideal for rescue missions if any people get trapped under piles of debris. Together with Pixie Bob's Earthflow and Mandalay Sensei's telepath, Izuku rambled on about the team, covering everything from their missions to how they managed to function as one of the elite teams. 3 of the 4 Pussycats members rotate their heads to give their teammate a strange look while only partially paying attention to the boy who is mumbling. Shino scratched her cheek with her index finger and laughed kindly at their reactions, saying, "Yes, he's always like that when he encounters heroes or see any quirks for the first time." With a humorous sigh, Itsuka puts her hand on her best friend's shoulder and says, "Izuku, breath." The greenette takes a few moments to quiet his fanboy side. As he pointed to the sweating boys working out, Tiger decided to take charge and said, "Our boot camp has already begun. This is ample proof your fibers aren't shredded yet." He punched one of the poor boys. "Come to me, all you simple strengthening quirk users," he said. "Yes sir," exclaimed Jirota. "Louder," yelled the male pussycat. "Yes sir," yelled the untamed boy. Tiger turned back to the 1A class and exclaimed, "This is plus ultra, right? Do it. Go ultra." "Good knowing you." Kami turned to face Itsuka and Izuku, as though this would be her final encounter with them. He crossed his arms and said, "UA is busy, too. Even for the hero department freshmen, it's hard to spare personnel." The performance history of these 4, along with their unique abilities to cover a large area, make for the most logical way to push up all of their limits in such a short span of time. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, Class 1A, split up and train. Do your best not to die." He then walked over to the perspiring students to yell at them. Did he just, Ochako gulped, and as the students approached the valiant team to get their hell train, nobody spoke. Izuku staggers forward, clad in sweaty pants, saying, "And here I thought All Might's training was intense." Tiger continues to surprise him with sneak attacks, and he can't remember how many times he ate the dirt. That concludes the first day. Before he shakes his head clear, he dreads what the upcoming week will hold. This boot camp will help him grow stronger and become a better hero. A joyful voice said, "Wow, this forest is rich with Agaricus bisporus, so amazing." The boy turned to see Kanoko squatting in front of mushrooms close to some trees. He blinked curiously as he approached her from behind, saying, "Oh my gosh, and there's Psilocybe zapotecorum." Her eyes gleamed with confidence, and she exclaimed, "Oh, is that Tremella fusiformis?" Izuku chuckled silently. "Why you are really like mushrooms, huh?" "Yup, I sure do," Kanoko said with a broad smile, her gaze fixed on the untamed mushrooms. Is it because of why your quirk?" he asked, and an idea struck him. Did she enjoy mushrooms before her quirk appeared, or did the quirk influence her love of them? She turned to face him and smiled broadly before freezing as her face flushed red. "Oh, I do," she said. Midoriya. Hi?" Izuku asked, tilting his head, and they looked at one another for a long moment before the red-faced brunette abruptly left. Kanoko covered her red face and screamed, "SS shower." She was sweating profusely and might have a foul odor to her crush. He stammered, "S shower. Is she implying that he smells? Why does he feel a sense of déjà vu from that?" Pixie Bob smiled at the weary students and pointed to plates with ragdoll, saying, "It's like I told you yesterday, that was the only day you'd be bothering us over your meals. Go forward, you prepare your own meals if you want to eat well." Ragdoll laughs and swipes her left claw, saying, "Here, curry." "Yes, sir," weakly, the students groaned. "Ahahaha, watch them complain. All of them. Don't think you can get off making any old cat scraps, either," the woman with the green hair said with a laugh. Iida cupped his chin and said, "Now that you mention it, providing for the stomachs and hearts of evacuees at the refuge forms part of rescue procedure during times of disaster or the like." He thrust his hand up, "Of course. As anticipated from UA, nothing is wasted. Together, let's create the world's most delicious curry." The students begin preparing curry in their own groups, and Shota gazed at the aforementioned student while Vlad looked away with a tiny drop of perspiration. "You're very convenient, Iida." "Todoroki. Give us some of that fire, too," Mina yelled at the aforementioned girl. "Can't you light things with an explosion, Bakugo?" Kami inquired. "Dude, damn it, I can light shit." After snarling, Katsuki detonated some firewood. "Come on, class. If all you do is pester people for fire, you'll never learn how to make fire for yourselves, Momo said, inventing a fire lighter. With a single drop of perspiration on her cheek, Kyoka gazed at the creator and said, I want to say something but I can't. Shoko said, no, she rolled up her sleeve and used her fire to light the stone oven. It's fine. Hooray! Ochako clapped and hopped, saying, thank you, girl. Burn, baby, burn. Shoko smiled a little as the acid user laughed while pumping his fists. Everyone, thank you for the food. You know, if I saw this curry at a shop or something, I'd probably think, it's all right, Kirishima said as the students began to eat their meal. But it's amazing after all that work. It's impolite to talk. From her table, Momo called. Setsuna whistled. Damn, Yao Momo, you sure know how to wolf it down. Yes. The designer covered her mouth. My quirk creates matter by converting my lipids into different elements, and so the more matter I store inside of me, the more I can produce. Shiro overheard her say, kinda like poop. The majority of the group didn't notice that Izuku had followed Kutra, and then he was beaten up by some girls while Momo huddled in embarrassment over having her quirk compared to something so disgusting. Someone please put me out of my misery, the greenette whimpered as Setsuna moaned wearily on the ground the following day, her detached limbs strewn all over the field. How many times has she taken her limbs apart, reattached them, and regrow them? SS Setsuna, do you need assistance getting back on your feet? Their class currently has a 10-minute break, and the aforementioned girl weakly turns her head to look up at Izuku. My hero, Midori. As the bushy-haired boy picked up some detached body parts and looked around with his right arm, Setsuna groaned with a wriggling body and giggly tears. Do you know where your right fingers are? Setsuna, how did this finger end up there in the first place? Izuku asked, and the prankster looked around until she noticed her right index finger protruding from a high branch. The prankster moaned, I see one up there, but I think we need Reiko for this one. The person in question had gone to the bathroom, and she was staring at her finger, silently wishing she could use telekinetic to pull it over to her. Like it is doing now, before realizing something. Oh, thank you, Reiko. Setsuna blinked in confusion as her finger floated toward her. I owe you one. SSS Setsuna. The only boy of 1A class gasped in shock, something that confused the lying girl until she looked over at Izuku, and her floating body parts. How did you, when? Huh? Setsuna looked around for the pale expressionless girl, only to see no one that fit the description. She looked at her floating body parts, then to the gawking boy and back to her parts few times before she screamed out in shock. Are you telling me I am doing it right now? To test it, she will her left leg to form together and back on her hip, and it worked. Oh my Kami, I am. Wow, that's incredible. Why you can make your body parts levitate, exclaimed Izuku. How is that possible, though? It's really freaking my head off, she cried back. As soon as she said it, her head popped off up in air and floating. They stare at each other in pure shock before she tilt her head down to stare at her headless body. What is going on? Oh, how I miss you. He nearly passed out right there. Why is there so much noise? The teenagers continued to scream as their classmates gathered to see what was happening and had a variety of reactions to Setsuna's predicament, most of them freaking out. Calm down, all of you. Shota flashed his quirk at them, instantly calming them down before turning back to the prankster. Tokage, can you pull yourself together right now? He asked, pausing to stare at the scene. Setsuna willed her body to unite before examining herself, saying, I'll try. What just happened? Up until now, my quirk has never done that. The erasure user said with a little snicker, it's possible that your quirk has been upgraded, or you never bothered to test the limitation of your quirk like most people do nowadays. He had observed that some students never push themselves past their limits or think too lowly of their quirks when they barely scratched the surface in the past. In one instance, a female student thought she could only control water from existing water sources like lakes, but she later found that she could pull water from thin air and turn it into ice. 6 years after graduation, so much potential wasted. Are you implying that peculiarities can change over time? Kaoruko's eyes widened in wonder. Yes, but not all. Shota drew lead. Under a right catalyst, a quirk can gain a new aspect or level of strength that was thought not to be possible. Some students appeared interested and eager at the prospect of gaining more powers. Although I won't hold high hope for awakening, since not all quirks can evolve like mine for example. That and the common catalyst is a life or death situation, but I won't tell them that. He is so not going to let students run into any dangerous situations in the hopes of receiving an upgrade. The unkempt teacher actually looked at Izuku at that, but the greenette didn't notice the stare because he was already mumbling to himself, and the man only got a bit like, next step of evolution, and possible ability for certain quirk. Go back to your designation, it's been 5 minutes after your break time. As he was about to ask her more questions about her newly discovered ability, Izuku turned to his fellow greenette with shiny eyes and said, SS Setsuna, after this, can we? But stopped when he saw her wide toothy grin and predatory eyes. Www what's with this LLL look? He swallowed uneasily. So many new pranks, Setsuna said with a playful, evil smile, gonna be so fun. I must return to Tiger. Before the prankster could tease him, the anxious boy hurried away, and she simply giggled giddily. As the second day of their grueling training came to an end, almost everyone was extremely thankful for dinner time. They were waiting for their group to finish preparing when Izuku declared, supper's ready. The teenagers were then given a plate of natto. Mina looked at Setsuna, who seemed to be completely exhausted, and said, you look so exhausted than yesterday. Setsuna spoke slowly and exhaustedly, since my upgrade, they dial it up to 20, make me try many things, like divided my body in pieces, and floating around, to test limits. Her face fell forward, landing in her food with a feeble moan. Even though your upgrade is fantastic, the pink girl grimaced and said, yikes, suck to be you. Flying around, that is. Jelly. She took a bite before she blinked rapidly at her plate as drool run down her chin. Dom. That is far superior to any natto I've ever had. She looked over to the cookers of the day. Hey, I'm really enjoying this meal. I wish we should take credit for that, but it was all Midoriya. Habuko responded, he did all the cooking. Izuku waved his hand and said, no, everyone did their part in CC cooking. Abara nodded her head in agreement as the snake-headed girl said, yes, but you did the most out of us three. Wait, you succeeded. Mina's eyes widened as she turned to face the lone boy in their class. As some girls imagined his frightful father in an apron in the kitchen, he grinned sheepishly and said, my dad has been teaching me how to CC cooking lately. But I'm not this good, I only know the basic, and I have a long way to go. Marry me, Midori. This guy can make her favorite food, and it's so delicious that she wants to taste it again. Every day until she gets sick. The pink girl snatched his hands with a serious expression. Izuku stumbled. With a serious expression, Shoko stood up and said, excuse me, he is my fiancé. I'm not interested, I'm going to marry this guy and have him cook me natto, Mina said, sticking her tongue out to her. She's kidding, right? The bushy-haired boy asked, not noticing the few glares some of the girls gave the pink girl as he looked around his classmates. Damn you jerk. Mineta let out a bloody cry, why can't it be me? Awase deadpanned, if it's you, you still won't have a damn chance. A group of teenagers stand motionless at noon on the third day of boot camp, and Shota approaches them from behind and asks, what's wrong, Remedial? You've all stopped moving, said Shota. As Kirishima grunted alongside Kaminari and a few other students, Mina yawned, I'm sorry, I'm just, a bit, with her eyes closed, sleepy. The remedial lesson from yesterday, Kaminari groaned. Did I not tell you? The unkempt man answered, how tough it'd be. He went on to explain their peculiarities and how they can compensate for their shortcomings, saying, but more than all of that, you have to think about how poorly you behaved during the end-of-term exam. I want you all to consider carefully why you are all more worn out than the others as you train. He turned to a few pupils and said, Uraraka, Awada, I'm conversing with you as well. Both of you narrowly avoided failing the test. You might have avoided a 35 if the passing grade had been, say, 30 points. Barely. Ochako gave a little squeak. Somehow, we just got lucky. Kaoruko gasped, still unable to comprehend how they managed to pass this test. And don't let anyone saunter around, Shota grunted. Don't lose focus. Know where you're coming from no matter what you do. Your beginnings. That is the main goal of progress. For what reason are you working so hard? What is it that you don't mind me complaining about? Never forget your personal motivations. A few pupils were taking it all in. Aizawa-sensei, that reminds me of you. I know it's day 3 already, but... Izuku shuffled closer. The unkempt man deadpanned, don't mosey over to me while mumbling to yourself. As all might not, the greenette paused. Aren't the other teachers already planning to attend C camp? It's just as I said before we reached the lodge, Shota replied, we're operating on a strictly need-to-know basis so that villains don't catch on to our every move. You're with us now for that reason. When Ragdoll emerged from a bush, some teenagers were startled. For better or worse, the man stands out, and that goes all the more for All Might. The unkempt man continued as though his fellow pro-hero hadn't appeared out of nowhere. We've surmised that he is one of the villain's goals, so of course we couldn't have him come with us. Thus, this is the way things must be. Izuku perspired, probably for worse way more often than for better. With catnip, I wouldn't laugh this much. Putting all of that aside, guess what we're doing this evening? Pixie Bob smiled, her paws resting on her chin. It's going to be a mixed test of bravery. The statement, after intense training, come intense playtime, made almost all teenagers jump up. They refer to this as the carrot, the stick, too. Oh, I completely forgot, Itsuka said, then frowned slightly and bit her bottom lip. With his head hung, Kyoka panted, I hate scary stuff. Fumikage remarked, what a mad banquet of darkness. Right, they're doing events and stuff for us. Sen gave a nod. All of which is to say that you must give it your all at this very moment. With a roar, Tiger emerged. Yes, sir. The teenagers let out a scream. As Katsuki expertly chopped vegetables for their dinner, Ochako exclaimed, wasn't expecting that. Whoa, Bakugo, you're a damn sight with a kitchen knife. Katsuki loudly chopped the vegetables into pieces, saying, what do you mean you weren't expecting that? Why the fuck would I be good or bad with a fucking kitchen knife? Oh, it's been a while since the talented Ms. Bakugo showed up again, Kami said. Jiro gulped and Denki muttered, girls are scary. The electricity user thought their joint class cooking today would be fantastic, but most girls ignored him when he made advances on them, and some even gave him a lethal glare. I suppose they were still upset about the cheerleader prank and the rumors. At least he is not subjected to the Mineta treatment, which involves wearing a gag and hanging upside down from a tree. Izuku looked up at Shoko from the stone oven as she carried a pot and asked, did you have some kind of business with All Might? You asked Aizawa-sensei about him earlier? Izuku whispered, yeah, it was, about, Kutra. Kutra? Who's that? The bi-haired girl asked, tilting her head. Huh? He said, pointing ahead, he's that kiddo over there, look, he didn't see the boy anywhere, so he said, oh, he's gone again. Before turning back to put firewood inside the oven, he assumed that the little boy had gone to his hiding place. That kid, he hate heroes. He even hates the whole W world of superhumans, and QQ quirks in general. And I couldn't think of what I should tell him for his sake. If All Might were here, I bet he'd have a C comeback at ready. He looked up to the dual quirk user, asking, what about you, Todoroki? What would you say? Shoko replied, it depends, and call me Shoko. With a cupped chin, Izuku nodded, right, oh of course, it depends, but. Even if he's told all the right things, if you don't know his background then you'll only succeed in annoying him. She went on, if words alone were enough to move him, then it didn't weigh that heavily on him to begin with. The important thing is what the person who's saying it has done, and what they're doing now. I think that, words are always accompanied by deeds. Thinking back to All Might's second encounter, the Greenette said, you're right. Now that you mention it, I guess did come across as some bystander spouting nonsense, before taking off his gloves. I don't know what you want to do with that kid but sticking your nose into such a delicate subject so bluntly, Shoko responded. Then again, you are surprisingly inclined to bust into people's personal space without any regard to that. An embarrassing flush came over Izuku's face. Man, I feel awful. I don't mind, it's one of many things I love about you and why I want to marry you. She responded as the child choked on his spit. Speaking of marriage, do you prefer winter or fall wedding? I'm more partial to winter. The red-faced boy stammered, until Iida called out to them, for which he was extremely appreciative. As Tenya sliced his hand, he said, hey, you two, idle hands, come on, we're making the ultimate meat and potato stew. The students were cleaning up when Pixie Bob smiled and put her hands on her hip, saying, now then, your bellies are full and the plates are washed, next up, it's time for. Mina exclaimed, the test of courage, with a megawatt smile. Shota pointed out some teenagers and said, before that, it hurts my heart, but the remedial gang is to come with me for a remedial lesson. The pink girl screamed in horror, no way, before the unkempt man threw his capture scarves at the remedial pupils. The underground hero pulls the struggling students away and says, sorry, their training during the day was more negligent than I expected, so I'll be whisking them away. Forgive USSSSS, Mina gasped, Let us go scare THEM. All right, we will have everyone draw a ball from this box. Shino smiled as she pointed to a box. If you draw a black ball, you are in scare group, and if you get white ball, you will be face the test of courage. After that, the groups will switch their roles. She waited for the teams to draw balls. The test takers will enter the route in group of 2, spaced out by 3-minute intervals. In the middle of the route, there'll be tags with your names written on them, which you'll be returning with. Fumikage whispered, "What a mad banquet of darkness." Ochako looked at the teenager with the bird's head and said, he repeated it. "There's a little lull in the air because some of the liveliest ones aren't here," Izuku observed. "The scare providers aren't allowed to touch you directly," the homeroom instructor for 1A stated. "They'll try frightening you using their quirks, so this should introduce you to some of them. Whichever class uses their creativity and imagination to make the most people shit themselves in terror wins," Tiger yelled. With a pale face, Kyoka complained, "Please don't let me hear that disgusting shit." "I see," Tenya exclaimed with delight, "by forcing us to compete and making us polish and expand our ideas. It will result in yet greater breadth and scope to our quirks. That's UA for you." Izuku hummed, "Group of T2, but wait, if SS some of us are DD doing remedial lessons now, TT then." He quickly counted in his mind, "T that leaves one of us without a partner." The test taker group drew their designated pairing. "We drew lots, so," Ojiro said, raising his hands, "who'll know what will bound to end up this way." Kami threw her arm around the bushy-haired boy and waved a 8 ball, saying, "Woo, I get Izuku as my partner. That is so lit." "Aren't you supposed to be doing remedial lesson?" Wait, didn't we just see Aizawa-sensei drag you away?" the punk exclaimed, whipping her head to look at the attractive teenager. The carefree teenager grinned smugly and said, "Glamour. I'm not gonna miss out on this one, and remember what I told you all before? I'm gonna take this chance." The girls immediately realized what she had said, while Izuku and the boys seemed somewhat perplexed. Pixie Bob clapped her hands loudly to draw attention before anyone could speak. She smiled and yelled, "Scarers, please come inside. We will begin the test of courage in 10 minutes. Nearly 15 minutes later, Pixie Bob smiled broadly and waved to the forest, saying, "Okay, cute Midoriya kitten and Cam Cam kitty, go." The two then entered the path. "I'm totally bad with scary stuff," Kami said, suddenly hugging his arm and pressing her chest against him. Despite her words, she was grinning broadly, and some teenage girls gave her a lethal glare. As he tried to ignore the sensation on his arm, Izuku squeaked with a red face and said, "DDDD don't WW worry, it WWW won't be TT this SS scary." They could hear some distant screams. The pretty girl hummed thoughtfully, "Wonder who got scared." The greenette nodded slightly, and they continued to walk farther into the woods for a while. Before she stops in her tracks, Kami looks around to make sure they have some privacy, which makes her partner stop as well. He inquired, "WW what's wrong? Yu Utsushimi?" with concern, wondering if her nerves had gotten the better of her. She knows she's sexy and attractive enough to get almost everyone's attention, and she's proud of it, but it can get very annoying for a number of good reasons, like perverts and everyone else staring at her chest. "Izuku, I have something to tell you." Kami took hold of his hands with a serious expression, saying, "You are the most cute, sweet, and kind person that treat everyone equally." Izuku doesn't know why he is blushing at the moment, adding, "Plus, you never act like a pervert and ogling anyone." Since Izuku is the only member of her family who doesn't, she must confess that she has had a major crush on him for several months. When something touched her nose, she asked, "Will you go, huh? Do you smell?" "Why yeah, I smell it," Izuku nodded and confirmed, "Smoke?" They search for the source until they notice black smoke rising above the forest. Wah. "Everyone on alert," Shino said using her telepathic ability. "We're under attack. There are 2 villains, with a possibility of multiple more. Everyone who can, retreat as swiftly to the facility. If you encounter a villain on the way, do not engage under any circumstances." "Villains?" The news shocked both teenagers, and the large teen exclaimed, "I thought this place is secret?" How did th? The greenette's head whipped toward Kutra's hiding place, and he suddenly realized something. "Utsushimi, go without me," he said. "Wah. Why?" Kami gave him a wary look. "Kutra, this little boy, he's at his hideout deeper in the forest." Izuku quickly responded, "He's all by himself, so I'm going to get him and bring him back." "But by yourself?" She sighed. "We don't know how many villains there are and what they can do." "I know it's risky. He sighed, but knowing that, I can't just retreat and leave someone to danger just like that. Kami cupped his face and said, just be careful and stay safe. She bit her bottom lip and said, alright. She knew there was no way she could convince him otherwise. Izuku said, I will. Then, to his surprise, Kami gave him a quick peck on the lips, causing his face to flush. You better. She winked and withdrew, then used her quirk to retreat, leaving the stunned boy in her wake. She kissed him to express her interest in him because she is unable to confess to him at this time. Did she just? The greenette would faint on the spot, but he fought it off by shaking his head and racing in Kutra's direction, putting everything on hold for the time being. Pony and Koda were fleeing from a fabricated villain who went by the name Dabi while the villain blasted them with blue flames, which they barely managed to dodge. As he continued to fire at the escaping teenagers, Dabi chuckled cruelly and said, Gallop, little forest friends, gallop on. How are we going to escape this guy? Pony clenched her teeth. They kept having near misses, so it seemed like the villain was playing with them. Only if, aside from our eccentricities, we have something to fight back. She hears a startled cry and turns to see that Koda has tripped. Way behind her, because she was running too quickly. Aha! One cooked critter coming up, the villain said with a menacing grin as he got ready to shoot the fallen teen with blue flame. No. The foreigner's eyes went wide with fear. She can't use her maximum speed to get to him at this distance. She yelled, no, and an unexpected thing happened. To their surprise, her horns erupted from her head and impaled Dabi's left side and right shoulder. As his body began to disintegrate into a slime-like substance, Dabi raised an eyebrow and said, oh, that was not in the list. That was the last thing he said before he completely disintegrated. As she looks down at her abandoned horns, Pony reaches up to touch the side of her head and feels them, bewildered. Wah, she asks. How did she accomplish that? She quickly rushes over to help the boy up before they hasten back to the lodge after being startled out of her daze by Kodai's agonizing grunt. Habuko is unaware of what transpired when she quickly used her quirk on Compress, a villain who suddenly attacked her and Kaoruko. She managed to paralyze Compress while she was so close to capturing them, which confused her because her quirk required eye contact, and the villain remained frozen longer than usual when the girls had a significant advantage over this man. Later on, Habuko will understand that she wasn't alone and that her quirk has developed a little further. Mandalay leapt backward, away from Spinner, saying, what a pest. Spinner jumped with his enormous knife-fused sword above his head and exclaimed, a pest? No, you phony? Would ya just get purged already? He was about to swing it downward when Izuku suddenly delivered a flying double heel kick, shattering his sword. When the heroine saw his wounds, Izuku exclaimed, Mandalay. It's Kutra, he's okay. The telepath heroine experiences a wave of relief, shock, and worry. She is relieved that her nephew is safe but worries about what they have endured thus far. The greenette grunted and fell to the ground, saying, I have a message from Aizawa. Please use telepath to relay it. She nodded, and then said, everyone in classes A and B. On the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are hereby permitted to battle. I hope you're certain about this, Eraser, Shino thought to herself as she told everyone in her vicinity before kicking Spinner, who deflected it with his forearms. We appreciate the message. However, you need to go back as soon as you can, those injuries are serious. Izuku quickly gets his bearings before taking off in a different direction, saying, sorry, I can't yet. There's something else, please, one more thing to relay. The villains have at least one target, they're aiming for Kachan. Please use your telepath. Kak, Bakugo? Wait a second. The telepath heroine's eyes widened. When Tiger realized that the boy had defeated the bloodthirsty, muscular man, Magna pushed him away and charged toward the greenette, saying, oh my. That kid, we really ought to kill him now. Don't lay a hand on him, Sista. Spinner unexpectedly intervened to save Izuku by flinging a knife past Magna's face to stop her. As he descended further into the forest, they were arguing about something that the greenette couldn't hear. After some time spent running through the woods, he thinks he heard a gunshot, which worries him. Is everyone doing okay? Izuku sighed and said, where are they? The second couple to take the test of courage were Kachan and Shoko. If they haven't moved from that spot, then they shouldn't be far at all. A huge black claw came at him from the side, and he should have moved, but pain struck. Before he knew it, someone grabbed him out of the way and threw him onto the back. He had closed his eyes to prepare for the attack. You're from Class B. Shoji. Those wounds, There's no way you're fit to move in that condition, your whole heart must be set on saving your friends. For heaven's sake, said the giant student, nodding with rapid pants. According to the greenette, what was that? Izuku looked ahead and his eyes widened when he saw Fumikage fighting to reel wild dark shadow in. Oh, that. Shoji said through one of his spare mouths. When the villains struck, I jumped to protect him, but that very act unfortunately triggered the quirk he'd been desperately bottling inside of him, so if you want to get past this point, we need to do something about that first. Fumikage yelled, Get away from me, you'll die otherwise. Tokiyami. Izuku exclaimed, and the teenager in the mask described the circumstance and his peculiarity while the OFA user attempted to devise a strategy to quiet Fumikage's peculiarity. Itsuka yelled, Tetsu, as the student in question used his steel quirk to protect her from a bullet. In order to prevent a villain from releasing his gas and to find any students who might fall behind, they ultimately ran through the woods together. Tetsu grunted, No, go back. The gas-using villain laughed aloud and began to rant, but the oranguette didn't listen as she made up a plan in her mind and worried about her childhood best friend turned crush, praying he wouldn't do anything ridiculous. As Dark Shadow pursued them, Shoji raced with Izuku on his back, saying, If you're right about that, it is still crazy. There they are, Izuku exclaimed, pointing to a towering ice formation in the distance. Look at the ice. They're engaging. The enormous adolescent ran toward the scene, making a few sharp turns before he spotted the girls. When the masked teen yelled, Girls, one of you, please, a villain with a bondage theme screamed, Make us some light. The villain should have gotten them, if Dark Shadow hadn't smashed him to the ground like a pest. Katsuki and Shoko look at the defeated villain who has been teasing them and say, What the fuck? They are shocked by how unclimactic it was. Izuku yelled, Kachan, Shoko. It's Midoriya, and some guy the first don't know, Shoko said, and is that Tokiyami? With his extra mouth, Shoji yelled, Fast, damn it, make some light, Tokiyami's gone berserk. The villain was unlucky to be knocked out with broken teeth to Katsuki's delight because this guy was being too fucking creepy, and the teenagers avoided Dark Shadow's wild slams. Dark Shadow yelled, RRRRAHHHHH, still not enough havoc, Gra HHH. Then the girls struck the creature with fire and explosives, causing it to shrink to a size that allowed Fumikage to capture it. Remember, your quirk works against me, Katsuki sighed. I'm sorry. Fumikage, wearing heavy pants, looked up at her and said, You saved me. Shoko gazed at the fallen villain in the distance, who appeared to be immobile. You instantly crushed the villain who had us locked into playing defense. Izuku asked, Are you okay, Tokiyami? I'm glad you did what I told you. The avian teenager recalled the greenette's advice to give way to Dark Shadow so they could take him to the girls. I'm sorry, Shoji. The shadow user looks down with regret. Midoriya, too, it was all my fault. My heart wasn't prepared for this. The moment your replicant arm was severed, I let my rage unleash Dark Shadow. Touched by the dark of night, and also, my own anger, I ended up spurring on its mad frenzy. As a result, its heart swelled so much I couldn't contain it, and I hurt Shoji inadvertently. You can tell us all about it later. Shoji responded, That's what you yourself would say. Oh yeah. Exclaimed the greenette, we discovered that one of the villain's objectives is Kachan. Fumikage slowly gets to his feet and asks, Bakugo? They're aiming for her life? But why? We don't know, Izuku responded. In any case, I think the safest place we can be is back at the facility, where two pros are. The teenager with the bird's head nodded, I understand. So, our mission now, is to escort Bakugo to safety, is it? Except, the pussycats are still engaging the villains at the square. The greenette continued, if take the path back, we'll get noticed by villains and lose valuable time. The best way there is to cut a line straight through. We don't know how many villains there are. Shoko clarified, there's a chance we'll encounter some out of nowhere. And with your ice, plus, we can even use Tokiyami, Dark Shadow will be invincible if we're at the ready with some light to keep it at bay, Izuku said, as Katsuki looked around. We have Shoji's enemy detector ability. The teenagers surrounded the explosive girl. Honestly, with a lineup like this, I wonder if even All Might wouldn't be so scary, they said. What the fuck, you little, the exclaimed Katsuki. The dual quirk user said bluntly, you walk in the middle. The explosive girl cried out once more, don't fucking guard me, shit brigade. Let's go. Shoji joined the group in walking. After 10 minutes of walking, the masked teenager said, I hear some fighting up ahead. What should we do? he asked. Izuku responded, we should go and help them. There's a chance that one of the students might be in need of assistance. When the group emerges from the bushes, the greenette peeks over Shoji's shoulder and sees a villain and two of his classmates pinning him down. He yelled, Uraraka, to the girl in question who was holding the villain down. Izuku! Tsuyu exclaimed, pinning her hair to a tree. Everyone! Just then, the disheveled villain with her hair in a messy bun emerges from the hold and hops over the bushes. Ah, shit, fumed Ochako. Himiko stated bluntly, you got reinforcements and I don't like the idea of getting killed, so it's bye-bye for, before glancing at Izuku and seeing a slight flush come over her face before running into the forest. Wait! The frog girl stopped the gravity girl as she was about to pursue her. It's too dangerous, we still don't even know what her quirk is, Tsuyu yelled. As soon as the groups got close to one another, Izuku asked the girls, who was that girl, just now? Holding her bleeding arm, Ochako retorted, a villain, and a damn crazy one. Uraraka, you're hurt, the greenette boy exclaimed violently. She looked at her lone male classmate and waved it away, saying, it's nothing, I'm fine, I can still walk, and, wow, you're in way worse shape than me. Shoji grunted and said, come on, let's move, is this any time to be standing around? Well, for the time being, I'm happy you're all right. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, wait, you should come with us. Right now, we're headed back toward the facility while escorting Kachan. Ochako arched an eyebrow. Huh? Tsuyu asked, you're escorting Lil, Baku? Then, where is Lil, Baku? Izuku turned his head and asked, wah? He didn't see Katsuki and Fumikage. What are you talking about? Kachan's right behind us. Oh, her? A voice said above them, and when they look up, they see a villain in a mask standing on a branch and using one hand to balance two marbles. I used my magic and palmed her. She ain't the kind of talent that should be in the hero side. So we're gonna take her to a stage where she can really shine. Give her back, yelled Izuku. Give her back, Compress asked. What a peculiar request. Bakugo is a girl, not an object anyone owns. She owns herself, you filthy egotist. Shoko stomped her foot down and screamed, get out of the way. The wave of ice froze the tree as it blasted out toward it. Before the ice could take him, Compress leapt from the tree and said, an alternative path, if you will. The kids these days are made to choose their paths by their values. All we want to do is show you that the values you obsess over aren't all there is. It's not just Bakugo who's gone, Tokiyami is, too. Shoji begins to notice. The dual quirk user frowned, going out of your way to accost us. What kind of quirk does this villain possess to kidnap two of them without making a sound? You're underestimating us big time. I used to be an entertainer. The mask-wearing assailant made a ball with, it's a bad habit of mine. And to think I'd find myself palming young Tokiyami here is a bit of an ad-lib. Moonfish, the fellow with 100th blade, despite, well, you know, he was such a born killer that any appeals against his death sentence are dismissed. So, with the sheer level of ultra-violence he displayed trampling old Moonfish flat, I figured he'd be great to swipe, too. Don't just take them, Izuku yelled angrily, you bastard. Shoji uttered, Midoriya, calm down. Shoko told the girl, Uraraka, I'm leaving this kid to you, as she pushed a faint boy off her back. Huh? Ochako seized the pupil. Yeah, sure. Shoko's peculiarity caused a gigantic tundra to materialize. Sorry, folks, deception and running away are my only saving graces. Compress hopped across the ice pillar with some flips, like I'd stick around to fight aspiring hero cadets. He pressed his ear, new Genesis unit. Retrieval mission complete. It may have only been a short while, but with this, we must close the curtains. Head towards the recovery point within the next 5 minutes, as we agreed upon. He hopped across the treetops with a cheerful humming, looking back a few times, knowing that the kids wouldn't be able to catch up. Now. Compress stared straight ahead until he heard a sound behind him. He heard a shout and turned to see Shoji flying toward him with Izuku and Shoko. WHOA. In front of a gang of villains, the masked villain exclaimed, "Wah!" before the teenagers tackled him and fell to the ground, holding him down. Twice, pointing fingers, I exclaimed, "Whoa, I totally know these little punks. Who are they?" Dobby raised his hand and said, "Mister, get out of the way." Compress affirmed, "Aye Roger," as the patch-up villain blasted the group in front of him with his blue fire. While the masked villain swiftly flees, the teenagers are forced to release the villain and leap out of range. Twice, he pulled tape from his wrist behind Shoko and said, "Hey, those faces, they were on Shigaraki's list. You and shit beat Normo over there were totally not on that list." The girl with 2 hairs clicked her tongue before launching her ice attack, sending the villain flying. Hot hot hot. Himiko leapt toward him with a broad smile as a needle darted past between Izuku and Shoji, forcing the latter to let go. She pinned him down and swung her knife, saying, "Hello, little Izuku. I'm Toga. I've been thinking, you're hotter when you've got more blood all over you, Izuku." Izuku can't help but exclaim in bewilderment, "Huh?" before the masked teen pushes the crazy girl away from the greenette. Compress gets to his feet and brushes his shoulder, saying, "Ouch. To think they'd come flying at me. The things they come up with, I swear." "Where's Bakugo?" inquired Dabi. But of course, the villain in the mask reached into his pocket and found nothing there. Before turning to face the villains, Shoji yelled, "Come on, run. What you just did made it clear as day. I don't know how your quirk works, but you flaunted them for quite some time. The marbles you put into your right pocket are Tokiyami and Bakugo, aren't they, entertainer?" he said, holding the aforementioned items. "Shoji!" exclaimed the greenette. "Ho ho," Compress gasped. "And in such a short time, too. Figures. A guy with 6 arms would be a deft hand at pat-downs." "Then it's done," Shoko exclaimed as she hurried past twice to the villains. "Idiot," Dabi moaned. "Wait," the masked villain exclaimed, extending his hand to halt the pursued villain. A new move then materialized, accompanied by the recognizable black mist. That warp," Izuku muttered on. As the villains leaped through the warping portal, Compress remarked, "Come, Dabi, we must take our leave. 5 minutes have passed since you gave the signal." The patchwork antagonist scowled and said, "Wait, the target is still." Compress takes off his mask and hat, saying, "It looks like they're really happy that they're going to pull a runner, but they can keep them as a small parting gift. It's a bad habit of mine. See, one of the basic rules of magic is that when you're flaunting something," he sticks out his tongue to reveal 2 marbles, saying, "It means you've got something to hide." Shoji is shocked when a piece of ice falls out of his hand. "When you tried hitting me with that ice, I prepared a dummy and put it into my right pocket, and when you saw me put what was in my right pocket into my right pocket, you were so happy to fly the coop." "Shit," yelled Izuku. Compress bowed mockingly, and with that, I'm beckoned backstage. Thank you." He was blindsided by a laser beam that broke his mask and made him spit the marbles out of his mouth. The teenagers jump quickly in the direction of the marbles, and Izuku feels the pain as he falls behind. Shoko nearly got the one with Bakugo inside, but Dabi caught it after Shoji caught Tokiyami. Dabi gave Compress a playful smile before saying, "Ah, how sad, Todoroki Shoko. Target acquired. Release him." Compress snapped and moaned, "The hell was that laser? Ruined my show, it did." The marbles freed the stranded teenagers. The sew-up villain laughed as he held Katsuki and said, "All clear." "You foo." Katsuki gave the villain a fierce look. "Kachan." Izuku channeled one for all to his legs without giving it any thought because he needed to do something to save her. The explosive girl hissed at the greenette, "Stay Awa." "No." The greenette launched herself like a rocket, tackling the shocked flame user villain through the portal and pushing Katsuki in the direction of the teenagers. "Deku!" Katsuki exclaimed, her eyes widening as she saw Deku slip through the portal. Shoko yelled, "Izuku!" and the portal disappeared before the teenagers could react. The explosive girl shakily whispered, "And no," before yelling, "RRRRRAAAGGGGGHHHHH." As the police checked on the students and pro-heroes and stored the villains they had captured, ambulances and firefighters were everywhere. Like most of her classmates, Itsuka just sat on the back of the ambulance during the chaos, in shock over what had happened to Izuku. She couldn't help but wonder what he was going through at the hands of the villains. "And I can't even protect him." She clenched her fists and bit her bottom lip so forcefully that blood was drawn. She turned to look at Katsuki, who was receiving medical attention in a different ambulance. She is solely to blame. Izuku, because of her. She slammed her eyelids shut. As the staff discusses the situation the following day, Toshinori is sitting with his head lowered and his hands on his forehead. His successor has been held captive by the evildoers, and he feels helpless because there is nothing he can do right now. Before something happens to him, he must go out on the field and locate young Midoriya. His ringtone jolts him out of his reverie, and he exits quickly after saying, "I'm sorry." Later on, his best friend gives him excellent news regarding the villain's whereabouts. Ugh! Izuku's eyes opened as he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, followed by a sensation of constriction in his limbs. Wah! He looked down to see some bandage wraps and ropes wrapped around his body. About damn time you get up. A grunting voice said, you have been out too long, and we even went through some trouble patching you up and give you some painkillers on sensei's order. What annoying. Wah! The greenette's heart raced when he looked up and saw Shigaraki surrounded by villains. Now you're up, weekend street. Shigaraki scratched his neck, but his voice was interrupted. With an enormous smile, Himiko jumped onto Izuku's laps and embraced him, saying, you're finally up, Izuku. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? If not, can I be yours? Want a kiss? Let me put some BL? Magna laughed and said, Toga, dear, the cute boy's passed out. Huh? Himiko asked, looking down to see that the boy had fainted from his face pressing against her bust. She said, should I kiss him to wake him up? Spinner waved his arms and said, no, let's not. You shall not assault the chosen one. Unconcerned, Dobby declared, I'm with him. I don't really want to see any mushy-mashy going on in front of me. So I have to get a room with him. The girl who was spitting buns asked with a broad smile. Two villains yelled, no, yes. Go get it on, girl. Spinner turned to scowl at Twice. Shigaraki gives him an obnoxious forehead smack, wanting to put an end to it, but for some reason, his sensei wants this boy to live. He sulked to himself, perhaps we can persuade him to change parties. A few students gathered in a hospital room to talk and see how some of their classmates were doing. Did you watch any TV? Replied Denki. UA's all over the news, it's pretty bad. How can someone watch the news immediately after what they've been through? Mina answered anxiously, no. Someone inquired, where's this Bakugo girl is? Some students were still unconscious due to gas or other circumstances. Senseis place her under some pro-hero's watch until everything is resolved, as they said. Kami relayed. Tokiyami and Shoji looked down and said, it's my fault, I'm sorry I caused so much trouble, and Midoriya is being held by some villains. Shoji responded, it's not your fault, it was mine. A few teenagers scowled at the reminder. Suddenly Ejiro said, then let's go save him. What? Nearly everyone exclaimed as they gaped at him. Truth is, me, the hardened user replied, and Todoroki, we came yesterday, too. We can't stand just doing nothing back home, and we overheard All Might and the police speaking with Yaoyorozu. She said she made a transmitter and have Awase place one on one of the villains. She give them a device that can pick the transmitter up. Tenya interrupted, saying, so I take it you want to make her another one of those tracking devices. His classmate ignored him, but then he yelled aloud, startling some of the other students, we should do as All Might said. We can only leave it to the pros now. This isn't the place for us, you fool. I know that, Ejiro responded, but there was nothing I could do. I heard them when they were targeting one of us. Then Midoriya risked his life to save everyone around him when he's hurt badly. But I couldn't do anything, I didn't do anything. If I can't move now then it'll be the death of me as a hero, as a man. Denki calmed him down, saying, I understand your frustration, but this time. Tsuyu remarked, Ida's in the right. The red-haired teenager yelled, I know Ida's right. I know you're all right. But still. He turned to face Itsuka, who had been Midoriya's childhood friend, and said, you understand, Kendo. Itsuka bit her bottom lip and said, Mina broke the awkward silence by saying, so the plan is to have Yao Momo make us a homing device, follow the signal, and go save Midori ourselves? The villains called us targets on their kill list. Shoko responded, Izuku getting captured alive is leading us to think they're planning to keep him alive, but we can't be sure they won't just straight up kill him, either. This is her current hope, me and Kirishima are going. Tenya yelled, a joke can only go so far. Wait, calm down. Shoji intervened. I understand Kirishima's frustration at not being able to do anything, and I understand Todoroki's frustration, having to watch him get dragged away right before her eyes. I'm angry too. His additional mouth picked up, but even so, this isn't the time to get swept up in emotion. Let's just leave it to All Might. Yuga grumbled, our permission to do battle has been rescinded. It's just as Aoyama says. Fumikage replied, though given I did nothing but require saving myself, I can't say it very firmly. Everybody is in shock over how they took Midoriya. The girl with the frog replied, but we need to think things through calmly. No matter how reasonable your emotions may feel, if you say you're going into battle again, if you say you're going to break the rules, then that's the same thing villains do. Nobody says anything for a moment until a doctor knocked on the door and said, I apologize if I'm disturbing you, but it's exam time. As everyone left, Shiro said, let's go, guys. There are still other people to worry about. Tenya overheard Jiro discussing Yaoyorozu, the plan, and the meeting location and time with Itsuka before he left the room. As soon as night falls and the red-haired boy sticks his hands in his pockets, Jiro and Shoko are standing outside the hospital. Yaoyorozu, he grumbled. Man, she told me to let her think. Damn, how's she gonna answer? Well, Shoko said coolly, it's up to her in the end. Being tense the entire time ain't helping. Before realizing that Itsuka was behind Momo, Jiro exclaimed, oh, she's here. Kendo. He turned to the creator and asked, Yaoyorozu, what's your answer? Momo's mouth parted. The group turned to look at Tenya and said, wait. The boy with the red hair said, Iida. Why of all people are you going? Tenya groaned. I'm still grateful you and your classmate told me off when I went rogue. And yet you that received the same amnesty, why are you trying to make the same mistake I did? That's too much. Along with others, Jiro said incoherently, what are you talking abo? But Shoko interrupted him. We're still only kids. The person using the engine legs went on, we're still even looked after. And the situation at UA is already bad enough. Tell me, just who do you think has to take responsibility for your actions? The red-haired boy retorted, no, Iida, it's not like that, we're not going to break rules. Then his class president struck him in the face with a haymaker. You don't think I'm sorry? Iida screamed, that I'm worried. Of course I am. I'm class president, it's my job to worry about my classmates and fellow students. But it's not just Midoriya. He turned to his classmates, seeing you with all those injuries, I projected the image of my brother on you. My brother, beaten on the floor. If all you achieve by going rogue is that you end up like my brother, that you end up irrecoverable, then are you saying you don't care about how much I wring my hands over you? Are you saying, and said, that you don't care about how I feel at all? Whispering, Iida, Jiro said. Tenya looked perplexed, but Shoko called out to him, Iida. Look, it's not like we've got any intention of just busting down their front door and invading either, Shoko said. We'll rescue him without getting into any fights. A stealth mission. The boy with red hair replied, the kind of mission that's available to hero eggs like us. A way to fight, that doesn't break any rules. As for me, I trust Todoroki, Momo responds, however, in case the worst should happen, so that I may be there to stop you. I've come to accompany all of you. Not you too, Tenya exclaimed in confusion. I can't push it out of my head. Itsuka sighed. I can't help but to think about saving Izuku. Right now, he need my help. They blinked quickly. Looks like we'll never see eye to eye, the speedster sighed, and if that's the case. He opened his eyes resolutely, then take me with you. Izuku heard some shouting when he re-emerged. Shigaraki yelled angrily, I said no, go get water and splash him with it instead of trying to wake him up with a French kiss. Can I splash him with blood instead? Shigaraki raised his hands and said, for the third time? No, I don't want this bastard to faint again. Dabi raised an eyebrow and questioned, wait, what did I just miss when I went to the restroom? Toga told our guest that she wants his babies and claimed that he can take her for a test ride, even waving a box of condom in front of his face. Compress began to sweat. Where does this box come from? She claimed she lifted off Muscular when he was here. Then shall I keep him waked by Sue? As everyone turned to face their wide-eyed hostage, Twice exclaimed, oh, he's finally up. You sure take damn sweet time waking up. You should go back and sleep, you need a lot of rest. Shigaraki turns to Izuku with a menacing swivel and exclaims, I know this is taking things a little too quickly, but what say you join us? With a dreamy smile, Toga said, yeah, become my boy FR. The lanky villain raised his hands in the air and yelled angrily, let me do my thing, damn it. Izuku couldn't help but perspire nervously. Magna turned on the TV to broadcast the UA's official apology press conference live, and the leader huffily said, turn the television on. Due to gross inadequacy on our part, 27 freshmen in the Department of Heroics suffered damage. Aizawa was wearing a clean suit. Even though it was a camp for hero training, we neglected to properly set safeguards against villainous intent. We deeply regret causing the people any worry and offer our sincerest apologies. We are truly, profoundly sorry. NHA here. A reporter gets up. This would mark the third time this year that students have come into contact with villains. Please tell us what sort of explanation you gave to each of their families before this latest incident where students have sustained severe injuries, and also, what specific countermeasures have you been putting into effect? Izuku whispered to himself. Are they for RR real? They're treating them like bad guys. We have reinforced the security around the school grounds, and we have once again put our in-campus crime prevention system under review. Nezu responded, we are guaranteeing the safety of our students through our strong stance, as we have explained before. There were a few murmurs among the audience members. It's strange, isn't it? Shigaraki grinned from behind his mask. Why are the heroes getting so much blame? They just slipped a little, that's all. You gonna say it's because it's their job to protect? Come on. Everybody makes a mistake or two. They might as well be telling them to be prefect. Things have gotten so strict, so rigid with heroes these days, Midoriya. The moment the simple act of providing protection started meriting compensation was the moment heroes stopped being heroes. Spinner continued, that's what Stain taught us. The grotesqueness of converting people's lives into money or personal fame. The tall villain replied, a society that would enforce that with suffocating rules upon rules. And the citizens who, far from cheering on the defeated, would heap scorn on them. Ours is a battle of questions. What is hero? What is justice? Is this society truly just? We'll make everybody question those things, one by one. And we plan to win. He looked at the sewn-up antagonist, Dabi, remove his bindings. Dabi cocked his head and said, huh? The kid'll go apeshit. That's fine. Shigaraki sighed, we've gotta treat him like equal. We're scouting him. His focus shifted to the greenette. Besides, you're not someone who could possibly be thinking you could win in a situation like this if you attempt to escape or take us down, now are you? Oh student of UA. Twice, release him. The flame user turned to face the villain in question. He waved his hand twice and said, no way, before approaching Izuku to untie him. Who, me? Compress hummed, we apologize for taking you by force, or by accident. But you know, you've gotta understand that we're not just some violent mob dedicated to doing so-called evil acts on whim. The tall antagonist stood up and approached Izuku and said, everyone here's got different circumstances, but whether it's other people or, the rules, or even heroes, we've all suffered in their shackles. And you of all people should appreciate that, as a late bloomer. Izuku raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Don't be surprised by that. It was in your file when we steal it from your school before we invade USJ. He laughed, which mean you know what's it like to be treated like some. As the broadcast continued in the background, Izuku interrupted him, saying, no matter what you say, I will never join you, because I'm going to be a hero who will save others with a smile. Are you trying to be like All Might? Shigaraki sneered, you. Nezu said, be assured that we will always reclaim a student from our academy. Now what? Magnus said to Compress, looks like a bust here. Ooh, let me. Toga smiled, resting his head on the bar. Dabi drew lead, no, he's one of those goody-goody shoes. You should have just played along if you didn't feel like it, Compress said, shrugging his hands at Izuku. But that won't work now. After remaining silent for a few minutes, Shigaraki finally said, I thought we'd be able to understand each other. If at all possible, I wanted you to listen at least a little to what I had to say. We might, BB, but either way I won't agree to whatever you see come up with, the woman says. And the heroes said they were going ahead with their investigation, so we can't take our sweet time persuading you. The lanky villain, exhausted and shaking, said, what a shame. He turned to the bar's static wide television and said, Sensei, lend me your strength. Sensei? For some reason, Izuku felt cold. Does that imply that someone, not the villain in front of him, has been supporting this league the entire time and is in charge? He somehow thought of All for One, which All Might had previously mentioned to him. He is startled out of his reverie by a knock, and nearly everyone turns to face the door. Hello? A voice knocked repeatedly. This is Pizza LA, the Camino branch? Your pizza's here. For a moment, everyone was perplexed, but then the wall collapsed as All Might charged in with a slamming fist. What the? Exclaimed Spinner, shouting, Black Mist, make a gate. Preemptive binding lacquer prison. Kamui Woods enters and uses his wood quirk to capture all of the bad guys. As he created some flames, Dabi sneered, Wood, you think this will stop? Gran Torino kicks the villain who uses fire in the head, saying, don't be so rash. Why don't you just be nice and quiet for your own good? That's the rising young star, Kamui of the Woods, for you. All Might laughed. And then there's the blisteringly fast old veteran, Gran Torino. There's nowhere to run for you, Villain Alliance. Why, you ask? For we are here. Izuku exclaimed, somewhat relieved, All Might, Gran Torino. You mean you planned the timing of that press conference on purpose? Compress grunted in shock. All Might. A couple of odd looks are given when someone yells, Yo, wood guy, twice while struggling. Quit squeezing us, damn it, squeeze me hard, daddy. The more you assume the offensive, the more you neglect your defense. Edgeshot opened the door and said, outside, several skilled heroes and the police have the place encircled, along with Endeavor. He said, we're not the only ones at the Camino branch of Pizza LA. You must have been scared. All Might looked at his successor and was incredibly relieved to see that he was still alive. You did a great job enduring. Forgive me. It's all okay now, my boy. With a shaky smile, Izuku said, hi, I'm glad. The lanky villain complained behind his hand mask, and we'd fiddled around with so many little plans, so what are you doing coming to us? Last boss. There's no other way, I'll take your words and throw them right back at you, we aren't the only ones. He yelled at the rap villain, Black Mist. Warp in as many as you can. There was a pause. I must apologize, Shigaraki Tamura, replied Kurogiri, I'm afraid the numas that should be stored at the designated location aren't. As the villain grunted incomprehensibly, the top hero put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, you underestimated us far too much, O Villain Alliance. Whether it was a young man's soul, the tireless investigation of our fine police officers, or even our terrible wrath. This is the last time you take them all for fun and games, Shigaraki Tamura. You're just as immature as I always imagined, Shigaraki. I thought they must keep him in here. Mount Lady inspected the storage house for any indications, holding some numas in her fists while her fellow professional heroes gathered others. I should be in another raid, she said. A young student, right? Asked Best Jeanist in jest, so you can save your boyfriend? She screamed, flushed. Midoriya is not my boyfriend. Why must Death Arm tell this guy that? Meathead heroes who are foolish and gossip. Gang Orca gave her a sour look and said, good, because that's my godson we're talking about here. He believes that the blue girl he was with the other day is his true girlfriend, despite his godson's constant denials. There is no way I'm going to let someone ruin little Izuku's first relationship. Nobody is aware that there was a particular group behind the wall or that a strong antagonist is hiding in the shadows. The latter will come out soon. All Might, Spinner swallowed, This is the heroism Stain was looking for. This is the last time? Shigaraki growled under his breath, cut the bullshit, we've only just begun, peace, they say, justice, they say, he spat out, I'm gonna take the head of trash that's been covered by a lid of vague platitudes and demolish it, and seeing as All Might's the lid to that trash heap, I'm gonna have to remove that lid to do my work. I've even got comrades showing up by my side, one by one. So cut the bullshit, this is where it all starts, BLACKMI. URGK, Kurogiri's head abruptly sagged in perplexity. Kya. Magna yelled, oh my god, I can't even, what happened? I couldn't see anything. Is he dead? Who killed him? The string from Edgeshot's head reads, Art of the Ninja All. This man is our biggest nuisance, so I shall have him sleep. He flicks his bang up and says, I made a note of when a student exposed his weak point, back then. I just messed around with his insides a tad. A sting emerges from the teleporter's body. Is he referring to Uraraka or Kachan? Izuku pondered. Hikiishi Kenji, Seiko Atsuhiro, Aguchi Shuichi, Toga Himiko, Bubaigawara Jin. Gran Torino complained, I thought I told you, you ought to stay real nice and quiet for your own good. The villains in question appeared shocked when their identities were revealed. Despite the limited time and information they had, I heard how hard our boys in blue worked, pulling so many night shifts. And they were able to pinpoint all of your backgrounds. Do you get what I'm saying? You don't get anywhere to run, I'm saying. Shigaraki. Hear that? Additionally, I would like to know where your little boss man might be. The lanky villain is shaken. See, cut the bullshit. There's no way. No way. It can't end now, not this quickly. Cut the bullshit. Go away. Get out of my sight. Shigaraki. Where is he? All Might insisted. I despise you. I hate you. Screamed Shigaraki. Two odd fluids appear out of thin air, and then two Numu pour out, followed by a few more. Numas. With wide eyes, Kamui exclaimed. They're appearing out of nowhere. Furthermore, what is that dark fluid? Edgeshot. Gran exclaimed. Check BLACKMI, he's out cold. This isn't his doing, Edgeshot interrupted him. Do not let go in any situation. Kamui. The number one hero barked out before he heard Izuku choke on something, and he turned around to see some black liquid pouring out from his mouth. "Midoriya, my boy." He attempted to grab the greenette, but the teenager vanished along with the black liquid. No, could that be him? Behind the damaged wall, Itsuka and her group were frozen in terror as someone appeared and destroyed everything in an instant. WW, what kind of monster is this man? Itsuka shivered before the group heard a splash close to the villain, followed by vomit and a familiar voice. Izuku spat out some foul-smelling fluids and said, "WW, what was that black liquid?" A voice said, "I must apologize, Midoriya." The boy looked up, but froze when he saw a man wearing a suit and a black skull mask of some sort. He barely noticed that the members of the villain alliance were falling out of the liquid portals, and the greenette's face was pale and he was sweating. There's something about this person that makes him feel afraid. "Well, that may be the case, but you must not give up," All For One said in a disheartening tone. "You failed again, haven't you, Tamura? Just start over." He looked at the greenette and said, "Look, I've even given your comrades back to you. And this young man. Since you've decided that he's a crucial pawn. Your sensei is here to help you, so feel free to try as often as you like. This is all for you." He paused. There he is. All Might tried to punch the masked villain from the sky, but All For One blocked them. "All For One, I'm afraid I'll be asking you to return everything," All Might roared. "Come now, that was far too slow for you," All For One teasingly said as the shockwave knocked everyone off their feet. "I take it you've come to kill me once again, All Might. The bar is just a little over 5 kilometers away from here. How weak you've become, All Might, that it took you 30 whole seconds to get here from where I sent you all those numas." The top hero shot back, "Right back at you, you son of a bitch. Want to tell me more about that mask? When did an industrial zone appear on your neck? Are you sure you're not exerting yourself too much? For starters, I'm not going to repeat the same error I made 5 years ago." Izuku watched from a distance as All Might lunged at All For One, saying, I can't believe this man just shrugged off All Might's blow-off with bare hands. How many quirks did he use to do that? All For One's left arm swiveled up before he flicked a large air bullet that hit All Might through several buildings, creating a powerful shockwave that sent everyone flying back farther again. Anything could happen. The greenette let out a cry. The lanky villain said, "And as such, escape from this place, Tamura, and take the boy with you." All For One laughed and said, "Don't worry, he won't die from a love tap like that." A strange vine emerged from his fingers and stuck Kurogiri's body. Black mist, usher everyone back. "Hello, huh?" Magna yelled. "It's obvious the man is unconscious. I'm not sure what's going on, but would you kindly warp us back yourself if you have the ability to do so?" "I'm afraid my warp quirk is still quite fresh, Magna my dear," All For One replied. "It differs from his coordinated-based warp quirk in that I can only bring matter to me or send matter away from me. In addition, its range of transport is extremely limited." He made Kurogiri's quirk activate before a huge portal appeared in front of the villains, saying, "Now go. For that matter, the destination must be a person I know intimately, or it won't work." Shigaraki hardly finished his sentence before All Might leapt into the air with a shockwave explosive and landed in front of All For One, charging with a stretched arm. "But Sensei, he said. "You're not going anywhere." All Might gritted his teeth and yelled. "Remember that you still have a lot of room to grow, Tamura." All For One leaps up to deflect All Might's blow. "Come on, Shigaraki." As he turned Dabi into a marble, Compress called to the lanky, immobile villain. "Let's run away while Pipehead keeps All Might busy. Grab the pawn," he said, turning to face Izuku. Izuku winced a little. The painkiller was starting to wear off, and he had to run for it because he knew All Might couldn't save him in this situation because he had his hands full with All For One. The villains rushed to the greenette, and the boy quickly covered himself in OFA, trying to do his best to stay as far away from the villains as he could. Each time All Might tried to approach the boy, All For One blocked him, and at the same time, Itsuka was thinking quickly, making plans in her mind. Itsuka whispered to her group, "Iida, everyone. You can't?" Tenya gave a headshake. "Yes, we are able to. Because we won't be fighting," she answered. "We can both escape and save Izuku at the same time." The Orangette told them her plan after Shoko said, "Go on." When the ice slide appeared, Izuku was taken aback, and his surprise was heightened when he saw a familiar 3-person team soar off it at a great height. Back at the battlefield, Izuku hopped away from Compress to avoid his swinging hands, and twice was about to jump in when a rail of ice suddenly appeared, diverting the villains for a short while. "Grasp my hand." Itsuka used her quirk to expand her hand out and Izuku immediately jump high up with a kick to ground, narrowly avoid the villains on ground while All Might distract All for one. He land in her giant palm and Itsuka quickly pull him up onto her back before she takes some non-lethal explosive grenades that Momo created, out for more air support. I got him. Go. The masked villain was on the verge of approaching the team when Magna used her magnetism quirk to launch compress skyward, only to collide with Mount Lady's face as the heroine leapt up with a Titan Cliff move. Mount, Izuku gasped, beginning to gradually lose consciousness due to anguish. Rescue, Mount Lady groans and falls sideways, saying, comes first, so go, you little. She crashes into the ground, causing a small earthquake as she does so. The villains try again, but Gran Torino stops them. We succeeded. As soon as they arrived at a location far from the battlefield, Jiro smiled broadly. Very nearly. We need to move away from here, Tenya retorted quickly. Take Izuku to the hospital as well. After observing the boy's wounds, Itsuka laid him on Tenya's back and said, he needs to get the care he needs. Izuku's consciousness kept slipping as he heard things from his friends and those around him as the group began to run. The rescue has been accomplished. We're taking Midoriya to the hospital, Jiro said into his phone. Hold on, Midoriya, almost there. Kamino Ward has been leveled half to dust. What the, All Might seems, emaciated, attack, everything. Smash, United States, stands triumphant. You're next. Izuku heard that one last sound before going totally dark. When Izuku opens his eyes, the first thing he sees is the familiar white ceiling, followed by the worried yet relieved head of Itsuka. Izuku, you're awake at last. We were very concerned, the Orangehead said. Where? Feeling a little hoarse, he asked. Where else but the hospital? Everyone stopped by yesterday to see you and your mom just went outside to get some drinks for me and herself, Itsuka said, sighing and brushing his hair aside. You have been out for a day. The brunette gazed around before settling on the food and cards on the tabletop. Would you like me to get her right away? Izuku nodded blearily. Yeah. All right. She leaned over to give him a gentle embrace, saying, I'm glad you're safe and okay now. The hug lasted for a long minute before she broke off to go outside, saying, I'll be right back. Izuku looked around the room again before he picked up the remote control to turn on the television. His eyes widened when he saw the news repeatedly playing All Might's battle and his retirement. Tears began to well up in his eyes, and he rubbed his eyes with his arm, unsure of what the future would hold. It marks the end of the peace symbol of All Might and the start of something new.
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, bye bye.